Hey guys, tonight we slip into a dim warehouse on the Nile where the air smells like river reeds and old smoke, and a quiet chest of papyrus letters is about to change your bedtime. You ease open the lid, dust blooms like a tiny sandstorm, and ink that hasn't spoken in centuries starts to whisper. In your head, not in the room, because if ancient mail literally talks, you're probably too awake for this channel. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're here, drop a comment with your city and the exact time on your clock. It's oddly comforting to imagine all of us reading by different night skies. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Alongside the riverbank, lamps bob from boats like sleepy fireflies, and the warehouse boards creak as if they remember every sack and sigh that ever crossed them. The chest sits where water-stained planks meet a wall of bundled flax and rough jars. Its bronze hinges browned into humility. A merchant would have hauled this here at dusk, then locked it with a cord and a clay seal, probably trying to look calm while rehearsing the mental math of debt, credit, and favors. When your fingertips meet the lid, a faint stickiness gives. Resin and time conspire to keep things shut, and then the wood yields with a cough. Inside, papyrus rolls nestly like sleeping fish, their edges curled, their fibers faintly ridged. Some are wrapped in linen scraps, some are bare. A few sport a dried remnant of clay where a seal once gripped a cord and announced whose business this was. On the top layer lies a folded sheet, creased into a square, as if it once rode tucked into a belt for the length of a river. Beneath that fold, ink lines swim up to the present, thin strokes, wider sweeps, a rhythm you recognize as the hand of a fast scribe. The letters belong to the agile script the Egyptians used for everyday writing, hieratic at first and, in later centuries, demotic shorthand cousins of the showy hieroglyphs that get all the postcard glory. Everyday life prefers speed over spectacle. A merchant needs numbers to run, not birds and stools to pose for eternity. The reed pen would have been a narrow sliver cut at an angle, chewed a little at the tip to soften it. A real thing scribes did, and dipped in carbon ink, soot mixed with water and gum from acacia. That gum, by the way, still shows up in modern glues and candies. History is nothing if not sticky. Somewhere outside, a boat thumps the quay, and a rope slaps its post, the kind of river heartbeat that makes you count unconsciously. Inside the chest, a thread loops around several letters, the end tucked neatly like someone's promise. The merchant who tied it probably did that last fussy move after a long day. The thread snug, the clay pressed with a seal showing a little god or a stylized plant or maybe a fish. Emblems didn't have to be grand, to be honest. A runner could carry these letters upriver or down, stowing them in a leather pouch or under a sash, paying a boatman with a jar of beer or a favor owed last harvest. The network of trust looks like a map but feels like a family, and even if someone cheats, most people still need the system to work tomorrow. Historians are still debating this question. How much of Egyptian trade was truly private versus orchestrated by temples and the crown, especially before coins came to town? Through the open doors drifts the Nile's breath, cool and slightly earthy, an exhale from fields that feed more people than any one ledger can count. In that breeze, you picture a typical letter taking shape, polite greetings, a quick temperature check on family health, then the meat, quantities, delivery dates, the problems of jars that arrived cracked because someone sat on the basket or got too enthusiastic with the pole during a sandbar incident. People wrote about credit extended till harvest, about a batch of linen that came out too coarse, about a crew that demanded extra rations because the wind went weird and everybody had to row. The mainstream history point here is solid. The Nile served as Egypt's highway and calendar, dictating when cargoes moved and how accounts got reconciled after the flood receded. Letters like these are the backstage passes to a show that otherwise looks like a clean mural of boats gliding under eternally friendly clouds. Lanterns flicker along the beams, and shadows pick out details you missed. The scribal palette someone left near a pile of jar stoppers, 2 shallow wells for black and red ink, and a groove to rest the reed. Red ink often highlights headings and warnings. Urgent, pay attention. Don't mess this up. In accounts and letters, that splash of red is the ancient equivalent of a sticky note in all caps. A scribe here might be a hired hand or a relation. Not everyone could write, so the friend who owned a palette was worth more than a stool with a cushion. You picture the scene. A merchant speaking, a scribe writing, the hum of flies, the smell of barley bread cooling on a slab outside, and a cat performing quality control on the granary by doing nothing visible but everything useful. Officially, cats are there to chase rodents from the sacks. Unofficially, they generate calm and memes, except Papyrus doesn't do memes. It does margins where a cat hair might still be sleeping. Dust floats up when you lift a second packet and shake off crumbly straw. The sheet underneath is paler, maybe made in a different batch. Papyrus is clever like that. Its thin strips, peeled from the marsh plant's pith, get laid crisscross, pressed and dried into a handy sheet that warps less than you'd expect. The quality varies. Nicer batches feel smoother and taken cleanly. Cheaper batches act like they resent being asked to hold a sentence. In wealthy houses and temple storerooms, rolls stack like loaves, but out in the rough and tumble economy, people reuse everything. Old letters become drafts for new ones, backs of sheets carry grocery math, and when documents outlive their usefulness, they don't stage a retirement party. They head for the rubbish mound or, stranger still, into the layered papier-mâché of mummy masks and cartons. That means some business notes, once wrapped in the hush of linen, later wrap around the hush of a person. It's not spooky, just practical. Materials cost, memory is expensive. Across the threshold, a donkey brays as if it, too, has opinions about invoices. You thumb a letter and meet a set of numbers in debens and sacks, a currency system that runs more on weights and measures than on coins. Egypt didn't do widespread coinage until much later. Prices lived in equivalents. Copper weight for this, hecate of grain for that, days of labor for the intangibles. Bread and beer function like calculator buttons, tap, 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 because everyone understands them. You mentally juggle the conversions and feel the quiet genius of a society that can price a shipment in barley, copper, or linen thread without having a single coin clink. There's comfort in the universality. Food is value, labor is value, metal is value, and a promise is value as long as the river shows up next season and the wind keeps being polite. Inside the fold of one sheet, a few words look corrected, as if the scribe paused, frowned, and smoothed the line. Mistakes happen. Pens splutter, sleeves smudge. Sometimes the correction is a neat overwriting, sometimes a little scrubbing with water and abrasion, a papyrus eraser, more or less. You smile at the humanity of it. People arguing about whether 2 baskets secure means the baskets themselves are secure or the goods inside are secured using baskets. A grammar debate born the same minute someone tried to hold another person accountable. Another line cites witnesses, a neighbor, a relative, a temple porter with good ears and a better memory. A seal impression crowns the end. Pressed clay, perhaps once softened with a breath of humidity or a dab of water, holding the design of someone's identity in negative. If it breaks cleanly when opened, the message made the trip without wandering eyes. If it's already crumbled, well, maybe somebody wise thought they'd borrow a fact or two. Nearby, 2 ostraca, shards of ceramic, peek from a corner like shy cousins. Their receipts, the ancient quick note, cheaper than papyrus, perfect for a don't forget the barley or delivered. 3 amphorae, 2 cracked, compensation pending. Think of ostraca as sticky notes that accidentally became archives because trash heaps kept the climate's best secrets. The cool tidbit for tonight: some ostraca show sketches, including doodles of animals, boats, and occasionally a boss with generous ears. Doodling at work is as old as work. If your hand has ever drawn a small boat while waiting for a spreadsheet to load, congratulations. You and a scribe from 3,000 years ago just shared a coffee break. Between the rolls you find one that's been folded into a compact square and tied with flax thread. The knot looped cleverly so a tug reveals whether anyone else tugged before. Letters traveled like that. Folded, thread-bound, sealed, sometimes with the address on the outside in a brisk line. To the warehouse of so-and-so by the third quay, near the temple gate. No street numbers, just landmarks and reputations. You imagine the journey. A runner steps onto a ferry, hands the pilot a shard with a scrawled note authorizing passage, and tucks the packet under a headband so sweat doesn't blur the ink. Curiously, there are traces of red dust on the outer fold. Maybe from a dock where crushed pottery made the ground smoother. Maybe from a courtyard swept at dawn with a broom made of palm ribs. Your eyes linger on a faint fingerprint sealed into the clay. Someone pressed their identity onto this letter with an actual body part. An intimate overlap of hand and intention. Sometimes a letter reads like logistics poetry. Send the 2 coils of byblos cedar by the next north wind. Dispatch the good linen, not the coarse. The barley is sprouting and the neighbors have opinions. Other times, a letter is a reminder that every supply chain has its villains. Not the mustache-twirling kind, just the forgetful cousin, the boatman who cuts corners, the clerk who gives short measure because he's under pressure to meet a quota and the reed pen just ran dry. You can hear the tone shift. Pleading becomes firm, firm becomes frosty. Still, the world keeps chugging along because everybody needs the same sun to rise and the same river to calm down. A mainstream point pops up again. Administrative structures, temples, palaces, local councils anchor this trade web with rules and couriers, but the threads are knotted by human relationships. Meanwhile, your thumb bumps a jar stopper with a scrawled sign. It's repurposed as a paperweight, a humble badge that once sat atop a sealed amphora of wine or oil. The sign is shorthand, a mark saying, approved, inspected, charged. This is where an academic debate sneaks in wearing sandals. When you look at marks, seals, and letters together, how centralized was oversight? Some scholars argue that early trade leaned heavily on temple and estate networks, while others insist private merchants had elbow room long before coins started chiming. Historians are still debating this question, and honestly, both sides have a point. Evidence can show a temple scribe fussing over weights in one town and a freewheeling trader bartering incense with Levantine sailors in another. Moreover, the warehouse itself is a character, a place where walls know the cadence of inventory chants. An assistant would read the list aloud, a scribe would echo each line with a tally, and another worker would thump a jar to check for fullness. There's a weirdly satisfying thud when a vessel is right. Even now, part of your brain wants to tap every container in reach. Across the rafters hangs a coil of rope braided from palm fiber, stiff but loyal. The cool, offbeat fact you're keeping. Sometimes managers sealed storerooms with a cord traced with clay, and if you broke the clay, the pattern wouldn't match when pressed again. Think of it as two-factor authentication with sand under your feet. Perhaps you worry that the letters won't make sense without dates or that the voices will feel too light to carry. Relax, the letters like to talk about time. They hang their days on festival names, flood levels, and harvest cycles. Before the Feast of Opet, one might say, or when the river stood 3 hands higher than the last count. Dating these texts isn't always straightforward because handwriting styles overlap across decades, and sometimes a scribe learned the old-fashioned way from a teacher who adored tradition. Papyrologists triangulate using names of officials, known events, and the way certain ligatures curl. A little detective work is standard. A lot is coffee-driven. The debated part? Scholars occasionally disagree over whether a letter belongs to a late New Kingdom hand or an early Sate mood. Same strokes, different centuries. The line is fine because people are wonderfully inconsistent. Under the top tier of papyri sits a small linen bag, discolored into the shade of river clay. Inside, a handful of bead-like pellets rattle, dried ink balls, portable writing in pocket form. Add water and gum and you've got a functional black. When letters needed red, scribes pulled out a mineral pigment that sleeps in the earth and wakes on the page. Carbon black ages gracefully. Iron gall ink, the later darling of many manuscripts, sometimes eats its own home over centuries. Tonight's trove seems mostly carbon, a blessing for readability. Smell, even now, hints at smoke. You could close your eyes and picture a scribe blowing gently across a fresh line to hasten the dry, muttering about crosswinds as if air itself were a colleague with opinions. Beyond the chest, a broader story spreads. Ports that act like beads on a necklace, markets that rhyme from town to town, and courtyards where deals grow like figs, sweet, seeded with tiny complications, and best eaten quickly. Each letter in your hands ties to a human situation. A son proving competence to an older partner, a widow keeping an estate afloat, a caravan leader asking for credit till the miners hit a productive vein. Women show up in the margins and sometimes at the center, managing accounts, authorizing deliveries, sending careful instructions. The stereotype of silent ancient women fades where papyri pile tall. Signatures from estate managers suggest comfortable authority, especially in households where literacy runs in the family like a prized loom. Later, a boatman pokes his head through the doorway to ask if anything needs shifting before the night breeze stiffens. The warehouse keeper shakes his head and returns to his stool, tucking his feet under a cloak. In the letter you're reading, a paragraph pivots to gratitude. For the jars delivered unharmed, for the patience when the winds failed, for the God's favor in sending a cool night. Gratitude may be strategic, but it also might be sincere. Both help. The mainstream piece of knowledge humming here is the seasonal rhythm. The inundation, the sowing, the harvest, each phase dictating when to ship heavy goods and when to hunker down, repair nets, mend baskets, and write to people you need on your side when the river turns opinionated. Granted, not every letter is starched and serious. One short note confesses that the writer sent an inferior grade of linen because the good stuff had been requisitioned by a temple official whose nephew was getting married. The writer promises to make it right with a bonus jar of sweet beer. A cheeky postscript adds, "Tell the scribe not to scowl. I am also scowled at by my house cat." This is your oddball gem of the night. Scolding cats are eternal, apparently, and yes, some house documents casually mention animals with personalities that rival anyone's middle manager. Human texture squeezes through the formalities like sunlight around a door. Finally, you take a longer breath and consider how a letter becomes a time capsule. If it gets answered, the pair forms a dialogue across the river. If it gets lost, the monologue must satisfy itself with air. Many letters never find their listener. Drafts sit rolled because a messenger never came, or a partnership cooled, or the chest was tucked away while someone moved and then never untucked. The silence of these letters isn't emptiness. its potential paused. You read one aloud under your breath, just enough to taste the cadence, and the words feel ready to launch again, as if the scribe tied them to a reed boat, trusted the current, and asked the gods to mine the sandbars. Anyway, you weigh one roll in your palm and test the spring of its fibers. Papyrus sheets love being rolled. They remember it even when flattened. The margins include small dots and ticks, reading aids. A column break hints at longer text. Perhaps a list that once continued onto another sheet now missing. That's an archivist's headache and a storyteller's delight. You fill gaps with educated guesswork, then label the guesses clearly so no one confuses poetry with payroll. Tonight, guesses stay gentle. You imagine a day in which the merchant who owned these letters stood in this same spot, candlelight drawing a gold vein down the wood grain, debating whether to brave a night crossing to the opposite quay. Practicality 1. The letters waited till morning. Elsewhere in the warehouse, an assistant snores under a woven mat, rising and falling like a tide. You move quietly, and the chest responds with tiny pops, the wood issuing night syllables. Another letter mentions a delivery of resin from a coastal shipment, intended for sealing and perhaps for incense. Resin perfumes deals with a sacred undertone, not because commerce pretends to be worship, but because both activities ask the gods to recognize the difference between promise and performance. The quirky morsel tucked here. Some merchants spiked their ink water with a bit of wine when clean water was scarce, which probably didn't improve legibility but did improve mood. No one wrote better for it. They just gestured more emphatically with the pen. Slowly, the episode becomes an exercise in reading rooms rather than words. Over by the door, a tally mark on the frame counts months. Along the back wall, a groove polished into the threshold shows where thousands of feet have skimmed the same spot. People prefer patterns. Routes develop gravity. For letters, patterns mean reliable couriers, friendly pilots, predictable fees. Every so often, officials intervene, new rules, special levies, a request that sounds like a command. Your hands hover over another sealed fold, and you sense the weight of state apparatus and personal agency sharing the same envelope. The debated topic in the corner is literacy rates. How many people could truly read these letters versus recognize shapes and rely on the nearest scribe? Modern estimates vary because evidence is shy. Inscriptions are visible, but everyday competence hides in private rooms. Afterward, the fan you imagined at the start fades into the real night wind drifting across the dock. A reed basket scrapes, and you picture the merchant's morning. Opening, reading, answering. The format plays out like muscle memory. Start with a greeting invoking a god, ask after health, mention the household, then go straight to the line items. A complaint, if necessary, is framed as concern for shared reputation. Let us not look careless in the eyes of neighbors. The reply might travel with a sample attached. 2 lengths of linen or a pinch of aromatics wrapped in cloth. Etched with red ink so the courier can't pretend he didn't know. Responsibility looks like handwriting. Recognizably yours when things go well, suspiciously unfamiliar when they do not. Technically, this chest is a miracle of happenstance. It could have rotted in humidity or fed mice through a rough winter, but it did neither. Dry air and human habit conspired to keep it safe. Ancient storage rooms doubled as archives because throwing paper away is harder than it sounds when it contains your future. And sometimes, long after future turned into someone else's yesterday, a new reader arrives, you, for instance, and the room becomes a bridge between now and then. The mainstream lesson lives here without fuss. Written records made large, complex systems possible, not just in royal courts but in the humble spaces where bread and oil change hands. Overhead, rafters collect the last of the lamp's smoke, softening the edges of everything. You adjust your stance, careful not to put weight on a suspect board. Another letter carries a note about river levels. The water sits low. We wait 2 days. The Nile's moods are a logistics report. Too low means dragging hulls. Too high means dangerous currents and floating hazards. The letter adds a polite forecast. Dispatch will resume when it should. Patience reads like competence. If anyone complained, they'd be told to step into the river and negotiate with it personally. An argument the river usually wins. Tucked in the margin is a scribal flourish, a little curlicue that looks like someone practicing joy. Back at the lid, you notice a faint graffiti scratched on the inside panel. Probably the maker's mark, a signature saying, "I built this." Names turn objects into relationships. It's the same impulse that leads a merchant to boast about a particularly smooth amphora or a reliable boat named Morning Wind. You look again at the packet with the broken clay and try not to speculate who peaked and when. Curiosity is ancient, and confidentiality has always relied on etiquette backed by social consequences. If word got out that a courier reads messages, a different cousin becomes the courier next season. Networks prune themselves like vineyards. Within the small pile, a thin strip feels different, more rigid, more brittle. Could be a label, the ancient bookshelf tag. Labels might list contents of the chest or name the owner, saving future hands from guesswork. A short label often did more work than a long memo because the goal is quick retrieval. In a busy warehouse, time is the only luxury you can't buy with grain. Your fingertips trace the fibrous edge, and the sensation feels like a felt tip on textured paper, a near-modern pleasantness carrying a very old whisper. Outside, the warehouse lane quiets. Distant singing slips across the water, a rhythm for someone else's night shift. A moth circles a lamp, then decides the lamp is not worth the paperwork. You sort the letters into a sequence that makes subjective sense. By size, by script, by hunch. One packet you place last, not because it's the least important, but because your instincts want a farewell. The seal is intact, the thread still tight. The outer fold is marked with a shipping sign and a name you don't recognize, which is perfect. Unknown names keep the story from closing too soon. The finesse of the fold tells you the sender cared, or maybe the scribe did, which means care exists even when the market doesn't. That's a spiritual victory for stationery. Next, a detail deserves attention. The rhythm of prices. The lines juggle equivalents, so many hecats of barley, such and such weight of copper, a measure of oil that eats coal smoke for breakfast. In a world with limited coinage, the ledger is more like a web of IOUs and balanced favors. It works because almost everybody eats the same bread and drinks the same beer. Even disagreements can be denominated in something dinner understands. A quirky side note you didn't know you needed. Scribes sometimes kept spare pens tucked behind an ear or in a belt slot next to a knife used to recut the nib. If you've ever lost a pen cap to your laundry, you are a direct descendant in spirit. Morning in your imagination looks busy already. The merchant rises at first light, calls for hot water and a quick bite, checks the breeze, and sends a boy to the dock with a note pinned to his shoulder shawl. A walking to-do list. The scribe arrives with a yawn and a palette. Together they read replies, make decisions, and scribble new lines. Fold, tie, seal. Instruct the messenger not to be heroic with shortcuts that cross the crocodile cove. Practical safety reminders matter here. Risk management is not just about storms and sandbars. It's about not testing whether a territorial hippo respects your hustle. Even the gods prefer common sense. Evening creeps back into the present warehouse, and the chest rests with the sleepy confidence of an object that has done its duty. A last glance at the letters feels like a nod to a chorus. Some voices speak crisp command, some hum soothing reassurances, some crack jokes to grease a stiff negotiation. If the bundle contains a love story, it hides under the math like a fragrance under olive oil. Subtle, persistent, and most noticeable when you're not trying. The mainstream anchor remains. Trade is human. It pulls from trust and coordination, supported by infrastructure, nudged by law, and decorated generously by handwriting. Onward slides your attention to the near silence of paper. Reading these letters at night, you notice how much business prefers the calm. Night strips away distractions and leaves you with the honest clatter of numbers and names, with the quiet bravado of a merchant promising to deliver what the river, the wind, and two cousins swore they could. The sealed packets remind you that every enterprise begins with a private hope and a public test. When the clay broke at the destination, a promise became accountable. In the meantime, the letter was a little boat, traveling under the protection of string and optimism. Thereafter, you return the letters to their nest, the way you found them but better, aligned, comforted, admired. The chest closes with less fuss, as if the wood approves of your manners. Somewhere outside, a pilot calls to another boat, exchanging a formula that means clear water, clear hearts. You allow yourself a final thought. Tonight you didn't just read ink. You practiced attention. History rewards that. It hands you practical wisdom in pleasant packaging. Keep receipts, cultivate partners, respect the calendar, and hire a scribe who can spell north wind without hesitation. If you carry anything into sleep, let it be the knowledge that silence isn't empty. It's a room where long ago voices wait politely for you to arrive. After the chest's hush settles back into the boards, attention drifts to the materiality of the voices themselves. The plant that becomes page, the soot that becomes sentence, the hand that becomes habit. Nothing supernatural here. No glowing runes, no dramatic music. Just a marsh plant, a knife, some water, some pressure, and a lot of patience. In the warehouse halo, the idea forms that if you can understand how the sheet is born, then every letter you touch tonight gains weight and warmth, as if the fibers still remember the marsh's sway. Fingers hover over a roll, and the mind wanders upstream toward places where riverbanks widen and reeds stand shoulder to shoulder, a green army humming in the afternoon heat. With each imagined cut and press, you trace the invisible lineage that lets messages ride the Nile as confidently as a barge stacked with jars. Papyrus in the raw is neither scroll nor symbol. It's a stalk rising from muddy water, triangular in cross-section, topped with that delicate firework of umbels that catches the breeze. Harvesters wade in with legs and laughter, choosing stems neither too young nor too woody, because good sheets like a balanced personality. The cut happens low, near the water line, in a rhythm you can almost feel in your wrists. Slice, lift, bundle. Bundles come ashore and pile like thatch, an architecture of future sentences. What you sense here is the first mainstream point of the night. Egypt's literacy landscape stands literally on a wetland economy. Without the dependable marsh growth of Cyperus papyrus and its cousins, bureaucrats could not tally, priests could not copy hymns with such ease, and merchants could not write a neat "please send better linen" with the casual authority of someone who owns paper options. Knives sharpen the moment into intention. A worker splits the stalk to reach the pith, the pale heart that will become strips. Those strips slice thin, long, and obedient under a practiced hand. A basin waits nearby, not fancy, just wide enough to welcome the day's future pages into water. Soaking softens the fibers. Soaking teaches the plant that it has a new job now, less wind catching, more sentence holding. You picture the repetitive grace of it. Hand, knife, water. Hand, knife, water. The body learns economy like a poem learns cadence, and soon your own breath matches the pace. Each strip, briefly translucent, hints at the sheet it will help make. If you've ever lined up sticky notes to build a thought across a desk, congratulations, you already grasp the psychology behind this part of the craft. Crosshatching follows, as essential and elegant as a woven basket. On a smooth board or stone, strips go down in one direction like tiny river lanes. Another set crosses at right angles, a small city grid with no need for intersections. Fingers nudge edges snug, aligning ambitions. The wetness helps the strips flirt, the plant's sugars making an impromptu glue that starts to bond under pressure. This is the moment you sense craft's quiet intelligence. Without writing a single sign, the maker already composes. A blank page is itself a piece of choreography, the memory of two layers agreeing to be one. Historians love this cross-hatched metaphor because it mirrors social life along the Nile. Villages layered with temples, markets crossed by docks, families interlaced by marriage and obligation. Pressing gives the page its voice box. Heavy weight, stones, boards, sometimes even a person's body leaning, forces the layers to surrender separate identities. Moisture squeezes out, fibers compress. The board darkens in a map of future paragraphs. Some workshops use a mallet, tapping the layup to persuade any stubborn strip to find its neighbors. After pressure comes the calm of setting, a half day or so depending on weather, a patience many of us only find when bread is baking or tea is steeping. When the weight lifts, the patch looks like a sheet with opinions. Not yet finished, but already texting your fingertips with subtle ridges. These ridges will guide a pen later, giving lines a groove to follow the way ruts guide a cartwheel. Dryness finishes what pressure begins. In Egypt's forgiving climate, sun and air partner with habit to deliver sheets that don't warp into useless waves. Edges are trimmed, surfaces rubbed with a smooth stone, a shell, or a bit of ivory, burnishing the spa day of papyrus. Burnishing closes pores, evens tiny irregularities, and prepares the page to receive ink as if it's been practicing hospitality all week. Margins might be ruled with a light scratch or a faint brush of diluted pigment, setting boundaries so lines don't wander into the land of please rewrite. Finished sheets rarely live alone. They join edge to edge with a paste of water and plant starch or gum, forming rolls like expanding neighborhoods. A merchant's world expects scrolls that roll out like plans for a river festival. Generous, practical, a little showy if a donor is watching. Inks take the stage as the second miracle, which is really a series of small kitchen tricks dressed in respect. Carbon black, the workhorse, comes from soot captured above a lamp, mixed with water and a binder so it keeps its body. The binder is often acacia gum, tree sap that dries into amber-like nodules and softens beautifully when reawakened with water. Red ink, the herald and scold, rides into the palette on the back of ochre. Iron oxide ground to a fine powder, blended with the same gentle glue. Black speaks the main sentences. Red clears its throat for names, totals, warnings, and headings. That color hierarchy becomes the visual rhythm of letters. Hello in black, urgency in red. A little domestic gossip back in black where it belongs. Mainstream knowledge tags along politely here. Carbon inks age kindly, stable, stubborn, still legible after centuries, while later iron gall inks sometimes corrode the very fibers that once welcomed them warmly. Gum carries the secret handshake between liquid and line. A pinch of acacia gum makes the ink behave itself, cling without bleeding, shine just enough, and dry without flaking. Too little gum and lines fuzz at the edges. Too much and the stroke sits like a stubborn bead. You keep a mental image of a scribe pinching a small lump into the palette, rolling it with thumb and forefinger wisdom, and testing viscosity with a dab. The quirky fact you pocket is a culinary echo. The same gum that keeps letters articulate has cousins in your pantry and candy shop, thickening syrups, calming foams, teaching textures to be pleasant. Commerce never met a helpful plant product it didn't want to hire twice. Reeds fill the role of co-conspirator. The writing instrument is a sliver of reed, cut at a diagonal, the tip shaped to a point or a chisel edge depending on the script's personality. Some scribes chew the end lightly to feather the fibers, creating a mini brush that holds ink like a tiny sponge. A small knife lives in the belt for immediate edits to the nib. An underperforming tip can be refreshed with a flick and a breath. Palettes usually hold two shallow wells, one for black, one for red, plus a groove to rest the pen. An apprentice keeps water nearby, a jar with a narrow neck, so the reeds don't fall in and declare mutiny. The tactile world of writing becomes almost musical. Dip, touch, draw, dip, touch, draw. You, drafted into this orchestra by curiosity, find your hand wanting to mirror that tempo on the nearest wooden surface. Scripts govern the dance steps. Hieratic, the ancient shorthand of hieroglyphs, streamlines sacred images into quick, flowing strokes fit for accounts and letters. Demotic, arriving later with a streetwise swagger, simplifies even more. A script so at home with speed that it practically leans forward while it's written. Merchants love efficiency, so commercial letters embrace these practical scripts like well-bred donkeys that know the road. A mainstream point lays its head down here. Hieratic dominates for many centuries in administrative and literary writing, while demotic becomes the everyday script, especially from the late period onward, the language of receipts, loans, and neighborhood drama. The debated layer peeks out just beneath, where exactly demotic's early boundaries sit date-wise and regional flavor-wise, remains a topic in seminars. Historians are still debating this question because scribes do not send trend bulletins when they evolve a hand. Margins matter more than ego likes to admit. Red ink walks in to underline a total or announce a new section. Black returns to carry the freight. Corrections appear as neat overwritings or gentle abrasions where a dampened cloth smoothed a misstep. Some letters carry a flourish at the end, a sign-off that anchors authorship in gesture as much as in name. The page carries layout habits like a person carries posture, trained, not accidental. Double columns can show up in longer documents, but a letter usually breathes in single lines with thoughtful gaps where a reader can blink without losing count. You learn to feel relief in well-spaced words. A crowded letter is a tired merchant's sigh turned visual. Folds create privacy with origami logic. A sheet meant for travel doesn't always become a roll. Many letters fold into tidy packets, each crease a decision. Fold once to hide the body of the message, again to keep edges from fraying, again to organize the outside for a label. To the granary of Nesseman at the quay by the north wall. A cord binds the packet, and a blob of damp clay becomes the stage for identity. Press a seal into it, a signet, a carved bead, a stamp, and suddenly the clay knows who promised what. Some seals show gods, others plants, animals, or geometric motifs with personal meaning. If the clay arrives unbroken, everyone nods in the direction of trust. If cracked, explanations convene with speed. Think of seals as the handshake that keeps a deal from looking like a rumor. Palettes hold more than pigments. They hoard stories. A scribe's kit might include a small wooden or stone palette, a pouch for reed pens, a little jar for water, a rag for corrections, a knife, and a pebble for burnishing misbehavior back into compliance. Ostraca, the ceramic sherds that function as the sticky notes of the Bronze and Iron Ages. Stack on one side for drafts, calculations, and petty reminders. A playful doodle occasionally sneaks into the margins. A cat staring at a fish, a boat with exaggerated sails, a neighbor with ears too honest to ignore. The offbeat fact here earns a smile. Some ostraca carry practice alphabets and multiplication tables. Concrete proof that even in a world of gods and grain, homework exists and complains. Workshops stretch the chain of creation from marsh to market. In the Delta and up the Nile, families and teams specialize. Some cut and soak, some crosslay and press, some burnish and trim. Sheets move in bundles to scribal neighborhoods and administrative hubs. You imagine a boat loaded not with wine or oil but with future ledgers, a cargo of blank promises. The economics are sensible. Good papyrus costs, cheap papyrus forgives less. Merchants develop preferences like tea drinkers. A particular workshop stock might be prized for smoothness, another for sturdiness under repeat folding. A mainstream observation clicks into place. The standardized material culture of papyrus, pallets, and reeds knit far-flung towns into the same conversation style long before any empire-wide edict tried the same trick from above. Training gives hands their grammar. Apprentices learn by copying, a practice now called the copybook method, by modern teachers who recognize themselves in old ink. A master scribe writes model lines. The apprentice echoes until muscle memory catches the rhythm. Letters of polite formulae come first. Greetings, health wishes, invocations, then inventories, then invoices, then the delightful complexity of IOU, contingent on the grain price next flood minus the jar that cracked. Mistakes aren't villainous. They're breadcrumbs of learning, visible as faint overstrikes, additional strokes, or a very honest blot. You lean in and find energy in imperfections because they prove that a human hand, not a myth, wrote what you're reading. Measurements anchor physical expectations. A standard sheet hovers around what a modern reader might call a bit smaller than A3. But consistency has always been a dream more than a law. One sheet leads to another via glue, forming a roll whose length serves the job at hand. Poetry loungers like comfortable rolls. Accounts put on miles like a marathoner with something to prove. The joining edge, called a seam by practical minds, ideally lies perpendicular to the writing direction so a pen doesn't fall into a gap and sulk. That little trick matters to wrists that need to move at speed. Another tidy fact. When rolls get long, a wooden rod helps with handling, not just for elegance but to avoid the chaos of the last page flopping back into the first like a poorly trained eel. Recycling keeps the moral of thrift obvious. A letter that fulfilled its job can become the backside of a grocery list, the draft for a new complaint, or the teenager's practice sheet that masquerades as serious work until the cat steps on it. When documents truly retire, they might end in a rubbish mound that later becomes an archaeologist's favorite library. Or they might be repurposed into cartonnage, the layered, plastered wraps for mummy masks and coffins. That means sometime in the deep future, a scholar steaming layers apart in a lab could find a merchant's note masquerading as a decorative feather on a funerary headdress. It's weirdly tender to think that trade and ritual share glue. The debated point inside this thrift speaks softly. Was reuse driven mostly by scarcity or by routine habit regardless of supply? Evidence points both ways. Historians are still debating this question while sipping coffee that probably traveled farther than any single ostrakhan ever did. Scents explain the room without a narrator. Castor oil rubs into a reed pen to coax it into compliance. Lamp smoke perfumes air with a sweetness that masks the labor of pressing and burnishing. The page itself has a smell dry, a touch grassy, clean like a woven mat warmed by sun. If writing could be judged blindfolded, Papyrus would score high just by fragrance. In that olfactory theater, you lift a brush of red and mark a header, feeling the difference in drag. Red grains more, black slips. The sensation is small but distinct, like the difference between walking on packed earth and boards that give with a memory of footsteps. Transport re-enters the scene because a page without a path is just potential folded neatly. Letters hitch rides in reed boxes, leather satchels, or wrapped in linen within cargo baskets so oil jars don't bully them. Couriers tie packets into belts or slip them into the safe squish between tunic and sash. Rain is rare. River splashes are not. Waxed cloth proves its worth. Directions use landmarks, not numbers. Third quay. House with the date palm leaning. Door with the drilled scarab above the lintel. And when a letter reaches its destination, the seal breaks with a satisfying snap that registers as both sound and social fact. Now the words inside are legally awake. Debates about who writes and how many can read hover like a flock of birds deciding whether to land. Literacy likely concentrates among scribes, priests, officials, and some merchants, with many others recognizing names and numbers without ease in full sentences. Families can carry literacy like a craft. A daughter might run accounts in a house where ink and gum are as normal as bread and beer. The argument over percentages gets lively whenever new finds emerge. One party claims broader literacy in bustling towns. Another urges caution, pointing out that surviving archives skew toward literate environments by definition. Historians are still debating this question, which is more than fine. The argument keeps attention honest. Quirks of habit glue the human to the technique. Some scribes wet the pen with a quick touch of tongue in dry heat, then pretend no one saw. Others squeeze the reed's reservoir against the palette stone to test flow, listening for a barely audible tack sound that says just right. A few conserve ink by writing more narrowly when ration jars drop. A few flourish in red when the boss is watching. Apprentice loans become a trope. I lent you a reed last flood. You never returned it. The gods know. Even among very serious receipts, a joke sneaks in where etiquette can afford a smile. The mainstream note tucked here is cultural. Humor peeks through in all literate societies. Doodles of animals and caricatures tell you the classroom was never a monastery of pure silence. Practice puts ink under your nails, metaphorically speaking. Having watched you try, a strip of papyrus tugs slightly under the reed's chisel edge. The stroke widens with pressure and narrows on the lift. Letters become more than shapes. They become gestures. Flick, tilt, flow. Hieratic lines hop like fast fish. Demotic slides with compressed haste. Greetings pour as formulae with new music. Life, prosperity, and health to you. May your house find favor. About those 6 coils of linen. Black runs the conversation. Red steps in like a thoughtful friend to underline the number that might cause trouble later. When you finish a line, the shine dims to a velvety matte. A soft settling that feels like a sentence finding its place in the world without fanfare. Nightfall folds the lesson back into the warehouse, where the chest seems friendlier now that its makers and materials have spoken in your head. The rolls inside are not mysterious any longer. They're honest. Plant turned page, smoke turned sentence, habit turned history. As you arrange a few items, the reed laid gently in the pallet groove, the rag squeezed and smoothed, the lid's edge free of stray fibers, you feel the comfort that comes when a workflow reveals itself. The mainstream conclusion glows gently. Technological simplicity, applied consistently across centuries, builds civilizations not because the tools are complicated, but because they're reliable. The quirky takeaway curls at the corner of your mouth. Somewhere in another room, a scribe still insists that his particular nib cut is the only civilized way to write the number 4. And the debated truth stands nearby with a patient posture. How fully literacy diffused through merchant households, how early Demotic claimed the ledger room, and how centralized papyrus production truly was are questions that refused to fold neatly. Historians are still debating this question, and you get to enjoy the arguments the way a nighttime listener enjoys the river. Steady, murmuring, and full of good currents. Dawn leaks along the Nile like diluted ink, and the river's surface turns from slate to brushed bronze as boats nose toward the quays. The warehouse air from last time hangs on your clothes, but outside the world opens. Ropes creak, jars knock, gulls rehearse complicated opinions. A pilot squints at the current, lifts a hand that means hold, and a deckhand answers without words, pushing a pole into the silt to keep the hull kissing the quay instead of wandering into someone else's morning. In that tilt and scrape, the first lesson of port life repeats itself. Nothing moves alone. Every crate, every letter, every favor leans on a person and a tide. The mainstream truth shows up before breakfast. Ports are the river's punctuation, breaking miles of flow into places where goods, news, and hopes pause long enough to change direction. Across the planked walkway, market stalls knit a quick city of baskets and shade. A woman hangs linen from a pole to catch the breeze and test the weave, the cloth talking in its own soft way. A vendor arranges fish on wet reed mats. The smell isn't elegant, but to boatmen it reads payday. An incense seller taps a cone to show it's real. Resin, not wax. And a boy chases a cat that ignores both economics and ethics. From this vantage, your letters make sense as social creatures. They need addresses like people need streets, and the bazaar gives them both the anonymity of crowds and the safety of a neighborhood where everyone knows who forgot to pay last flood. Beneath the palm frond awning, the port scribe takes a seat on a low stool, palette ready, red and black visiting their wells like old friends. He is not the boss of anyone's soul, but his lines decide whether a load exists. A tally staff rests across his knees, not to count blows but to steady the page against the casual chaos of dock life. When a boat kisses the quay, he calls the cargo. Grain, oil, linen, pottery, resin. And your ears catch the rhythm. Item, quantity, source, destination, witness. Mainstream knowledge hums here. Administrative oversight in port towns supports taxation, provisioning, and redistribution. Without scribes, the river would still flow, but the economy would wobble like a jar on a crooked shelf. Historians are still debating this question, though how standardized tariffs truly were across regions and eras, especially before coinage complicates the picture. Meanwhile, shouts rise as a rope slips and a jar tips. The crew lunges, catches, breathes as one organism with 4 arms and a low tolerance for drowning profit. The foreman gestures toward the quay's stone bollard, a carved cylinder older than anyone on deck, and the second rope lands clean. You walk with the rhythm of the porters, each step trained to compensate for amphora slosh. Their feet know where the planks flex. Their shoulders know the unglamorous arithmetic of weight and distance. A small cool fact drops into your pocket at this moment. Many crews work to chance, call-and-response beats that make shared heft safer and faster. While we don't have their exact melodies, dockside rhythm shows up in later boatmen's songs and in the way scribes sometimes mark batches as if hearing a chorus. Market-wise, haggling performs theater while doing math. A linen wholesaler argues the thread count like a poet who moonlights as an accountant. Fingers rub a corner, hold it to light, compare against a known standard, then slide reluctantly toward a price expressed in debens and hecats. Weights and measures doing the job coins will later steal credit for. Beer rations get invoked because beer talks clearly to tired muscles, and a generous measure can smooth the last 5% of disagreement. The mainstream fact is friendly. Barter plus accounting systems handle complex exchange just fine when communities meet regularly and trust has a long memory. A quirky side note flashes in the crowd. The man who judges rope quality by smell. Palm fiber that dries too fast carries a sour hint. Earns his keep one whiff at a time. Past the fish seller. A low wall holds the nilometer's marks, carved or painted lines that climb like ambitions. A boy presses his palm at the level for good flood, then looks to you for agreement as if you, personally, negotiate with CNUM. Officials read those marks like a fiscal horoscope. High water, generous crops, easier transports. Low water, thin harvests, sandbars that ambush hulls and patience. Taxes dance to this tune as well. The state wants its portion, temples want theirs, and private fortunes breathe easier when the river cooperates. Farther along, a temple porter accepts an offering from a merchant, hoping to sweet-talk the wind. Whether this works is a matter of belief. Whether it calms the merchant is unquestionable. Toward the East Quay, foreigners unload goods whose fragrances travel faster than names. Cedar from Byblos, wine that remembers Greek hillsides, oils that pretend the desert is just a rumor. A bilingual broker strides through, moving between tongues like a man with two boats tied fast. He introduces merchants who have traded insults for generations but still shake hands because cargo needs friends. A mainstream point peaks in wearing a sailor's grin. Emporia like Naucrates in the Delta grow into mixed communities where languages cross-pollinate and weights bench-press each other into shared standards. Yet the edge of a debate glints. The exact legal privileges and controls in such ports vary by era, and historians are still debating this question, especially when texts and archaeology disagree about who held the most power at the customs gate. Somewhere upriver, a boat with a high, boxy profile slides into sight. Its square sails slack as oars take over. Her hull rides low, full of grain in bulk, the kind of load that feeds soldiers and scribes and cats with equal reliability. The pilot's gestures suggest deep familiarity with the sandbar that loves to shift just when confidence sets in. A porter on the quay points at the watercolor, a slightly paler ribbon that means shallow, and the boat steers a knife's width left. Boat handling becomes a duet with the river's mood, a truth visible even if you've only watched puddles refuse to obey shoes. Quayside gossip circulates with the goods. Someone says the governor's cousin is setting a new inspection schedule. Someone else counters that the priest of a nearby temple already negotiated an exemption because the festival wants extra incense. Rumor is currency that never needs a jar. A woman selling dates passes the scribe a handful as a kindness or a bribe depending on who writes the epic. You, holding your letters like a passport, learn the social choreography. Greet the old, nod to the young, pay the men who earn sooner than the ones who promise, and never stand under a rope carrying something that prefers gravity. Between dock and bazaar runs a lane of packed earth polished by sandals into a shy shine. Donkeys clink past with bell collars that keep collisions polite. A potter's stall offers amphory with shoulders designed for easy handholds. Trade has ergonomics even when it pretends to be art. Children collect drop stoppers like treasures. You stop at a stall selling reed boxes, looking for one that fits a roll of letters without hinting to pickpockets that anything interesting naps inside. The vendor, who could price your soul in barley just by eyeing your sandals, recommends one lined with scraps of old linen, cushioning that smells like other people's stories washed and dried. Further along, a group of boatmen squat in a circle around a drawn map of the river. Really just lines and dust with a few pebbles as hazards, arguing about which oxbow current is misbehaving this week. One swears the wind funnels past the bend near the North Shrine to trick pilots into false bravado. Another says the sandbar has a sense of humor. Each tells a story whose moral is listen to me. But beneath the bravado sits practical intelligence distilled from slow miles and fast moments. A quirky tidbit joins the stack. Some crews rub a bit of oil on their hands before long poling stretches. Not perfume, just castor or sesame, because blisters terrify schedules. Nearby, an inspector arrives with a measuring rod, cubit markings cut into wood, and a set of standardized weights shaped like animals that wink at anyone who appreciates a joke. He tests a balance scale with practiced boredom, then nods at the scribe, who writes faster because authority exerts gravity on ink. A debate flutters in, discreet but unavoidable. Were inspectors rotated to avoid cozy relationships, or were local networks so entrenched that oversight and friendship braided together? Documents offer snapshots, not documentaries, and historians are still debating this question as cheerful as people who enjoy being politely wrong until proven right. Technically, the harbor itself has bones and nerves. Stone quays, mud brick warehouses, ramps, thresholds grooved by centuries of jars, and mooring posts worn into domes by ropes that never sleep. A pilot signs with hands and chin. Forward, hold, swing. While a deckhand pretends not to see a cousin waving from shore because distraction has sunk as many ambitions as storms. Food vendors orbit the crew with the unerring magnetism of economies. Flatbreads, salted fish, onions, figs. If a deal stalls, an onion shared becomes a second chance. If success arrives, a fig celebrates without requiring poetry. Arithmetic returns in the shape of tallies and splits. Coarse linen goes to bulk buyers, fine linen waits for discriminating fingers and the kind of ledger that adds a second column for dignity. Grain parcels divide into standard sacks, each with a seal pressed into the tied mouth. If the seal breaks, someone owes an explanation measured in more than syllables. Oil travels in amphory whose interior gets sealed with resin. A nose can tell if somebody cheated on freshness. Wine sings a different song depending on clay and origin, but to the boatman's mouth after a week of rowing, all songs are lullabies. Overhead, pigeons stage small parades along roof edges and drop opinions that scribes learn to avoid with instinctive sidesteps. The roofs offer shade and the occasional thief who misjudges a beam and decides to pursue safer careers. Guards stroll without looking hurried, their presence a sentence that ends in a full stop rather than an exclamation point. The mainstream note walks in gently. Ports fold security into routine, watchmen, lighting, record-keeping, because chaos costs more than wages. The quirk to keep. Watchmen develop nicknames for the most temperamental boats, as if hulls have star signs, and swear the names help. Beside a pile of net floats, a woman sets up a tiny repair table. Her hands move through rope like a weaver's, turning fray into firmness. One ear stays tuned to a conversation between a broker and a ship's owner over who pays for lost jars when wind made the deck a slapstick stage. The answer depends on papers, what was written, what was sealed, who saw. Contracts travel like ghosts at midday, invisible to most but undeniably present. Even here, a dispute can dress in polite words and still step on toes. Culturally, festivals press into port life whether anyone invites them. A barge goes by dressed in bunting, carrying a statue that draws kneeling and coin-tossing behind it like a wake. Business slows for a breath, then resumes with actors refreshed. Offerings mean incense, incense means trade, trade means letters, and letters mean your reed box gains a new responsibility. Carrying a request for 2 cones of the good stuff, delivered before the procession returns. Some call this superstition. Others call it a strategic investment in agreeable gods. Either way, the bazaar profits. Instead of a uniform skyline, the port wears a collage of facades, storerooms with long lintels, houses that double as shops, shrines with doorways designed for souls as much as people. Some houses open directly onto the quay, their thresholds importing river gossip as easily as breeze. A child peeks through a cracked doorway and memorizes the dance of weighing and sealing more carefully than school allows. If the child grows up with ink on fingers and numbers in breath, an apprentice is born before paperwork recognizes it. Rumor creeps back with its usual smirk. Somewhere downriver a new dock is being carved, smoother stone, better ramps, a shadow that will poach traffic. Merchants grumble, but movement is the river's answer to everything. Ports rise, ports sink, sometimes literally. As the ghost cities beneath the Mediterranean delta attest, the earth shifts and water has the last laugh. The debated edge here is sharp. Pinpointing locations and functions of certain ancient harbors depends on fragmentary remains and interpretive courage. So historians are still debating this question with the humility of people who know mud preserves secrets selectively. Finally, attention returns to the letters in your care, now threaded with the day's smells and phrases. The red of headings seems redder after watching an inspector's rod. The black of totals looks heavier after feeling amphory lean on shoulders that never asked for poetry. One letter mentions a delivery by the 3rd quay beyond the fisherman's shrine. And now the phrase carries a map, not just a line. Having walked the boards, you grasp why addresses hug landmarks. Reliable numbers are a fantasy here. Reliable neighbors are the truth. Afterward, a broker invites you to perch on a crate and sip something sweet. Negotiations unfold around you like sails. Statements go out, counterstatements return. Compromise trims a corner. Pride flaps a little and then behaves. The mainstream heartbeat quickens and settles. Prosperity likes routine, but it loves flexibility more. A bizarre but real tidbit surfaces with a grin. Some stallholders dust their counters with crushed mint to discourage flies and encourage customers. In a world before screens, small comforts advertise as effectively as song. Nightfall edges in and the quay glows with low lamps that write yellow commas on the water. Boatmen secure lines, pat planks as if calming horses, and check that the cargo covers sit tight, because dew may visit and moisture loves an excuse. A watchman calls out the hour by habit, not by instrument, and a scribe yawns into his sleeve, placing a smooth pebble atop the last list so the night breeze doesn't improvise. The debate that refuses to sleep asks whether guild-like organizations of boatmen and porters formalized by this period or function as informal networks of kin and obligation. The evidence is suggestive, not airtight, and historians are still debating this question without losing sleep, or at least pretending not to. Elsewhere, a side lane becomes a quiet theater. A family eats by the door, sharing bread, onions, and a dish of something stewed that smells like perseverance. A man with a tired smile counts his day's coins. Few, flat, precious. and slides one to a child who has spent hours shadowing him, absorbing the slow grammar of trade. The child's eyes say tomorrow is already written, not as destiny, but as a plan that requires rope and patience. Across the way, a woman wraps leftover linen and ties a knot with muscle memory. Her ledger rests under her elbow like a cat that refuses to nap anywhere else. Some distance down the quay, a low ramp leads to a boatyard where hulls sleep in cradles. Carpenters tighten lashings, wedge planks, seal seams with resin that keeps secrets but not smells. Herodotus will later write of a certain Nile boat with thick acacia planks and internal ribs tied with rope. Whether the description exaggerates or mirrors a specific class of craft, modern scholars argue with the good faith of people who have splinters under their nails. Historians are still debating this question because texts perform, ships rot, and photographs prefer centuries that own cameras. Above the boatyard, stars settle into a firm pattern, the same ancient syllabus that teaches navigation to anyone who bothers to look up between chores. North is a story, direction is a hymn, distance is an agreement. River travel at night tempts bravado, but sandbars prefer daylight. Crews sleep in turns, on deck if the night is forgiving, in woven shelters if the air remembers being water. A new load waits for morning. Baskets of onions, jars of oil, bolts of linen. Maybe a sealed packet of letters tucked into a reed box that knows how to keep quiet. Under the last lamp, a broker finishes a note. Polite greeting, direct request, friendly ultimatum. He folds, ties, seals, and writes your name on the outside because tonight you are the courier the narrative needs. The seal's image presses a tiny god into clay, a reminder that trade refuses to separate itself entirely from prayer. You slide the packet into the box and feel the day condense into a weight that is not heavy but real. Sleep would be easy if curiosity didn't hum. Beyond the quay, the city exhales. Dogs rearrange themselves into mathematical shapes. A donkey argues philosophy with a closed gate. The river invents a song that only tired people understand. The bazaar sighs and collapses into bundles of itself, stalls becoming shadows, voices turning into hints. Tomorrow the same choreography returns with new jokes and slightly different prices. The letters will make their short voyages from one table to another, proving again that written words learn how to ride boats better than some passengers ever will. Inside the reed box, the clay seal cools from a softness the finger remembers to a firmness the law trusts. Your path off the quay carries you past the nilometer's marks one last time. The water sits at reasonable. Reasonable is perfect. Reasonable is the word traders tattoo behind their eyes. High flood is drama. Low flood is panic. Reasonable pays bills and keeps friendships. In that sobriety, the port's outline feels carved into your mind. A place where bazaars are not noise but a kind of grammar, where boatmen are not background but verbs that move everything forward. Tomorrow's plan sorts itself into a list as clean as a scribe's red headings. Deliver the sealed letter to the warehouse by the third quay. Inspect the linen promised last week. Ask the boatyard about a small repair to a cracked oarlock. And remember to buy more rope, because rope hoards emergencies and spends them casually. The night wind checks your resolve and agrees. Somewhere a late cart rattles across a threshold groove worn by a century of similar choices. Every port is a classroom. Every bazaar is a rehearsal. Every boatman is a teacher who prefers calluses to lectures. Morning will come again, but for now the river owns the conversation. It says the same thing it has always said. Bring respect, bring patience, bring a plan that can survive laughter. In that whisper, the ports and bazaars and boatmen of the Nile turn from scenery into company. You close the box, you tuck it under an arm that smells like rope, and you walk with the unhurried certainty of someone who has, at last, learned the key's favorite secret. The current may decide speed, but the shore decides meaning. Before sunrise turns the river silver, the road to the desert already murmurs awake. Donkeys shuffle in a low chorus of hooves and bells, handlers check girths, and a foreman taps each water skin like a musician testing drums. The reed box with your sealed packet rides under an arm while the rest of the caravan arranges itself into a long, sensible serpent. Lead animals with the sturdy legs, younger beasts in the middle, and the grumpy elders at the back where their opinions can't bite the timetable. Orders travel softly. Keep the spacing, mind the sand, trust the pathfinder. A thin line of blue marks the far hills, and the breeze carries that dry mineral smell which tells you the chapter title is not a metaphor. The caravan is a spine, and today you join the vertebrae. By the first milestone out of town, the path tightens into a wadi floor where polished stones gleam like fish asleep. Footing requires attention, and the pace settles into the ancient arithmetic of endurance. A courier lopes ahead with an ostrakhan tucked under his sash. A quick note scrawled on a pottery sherd for the station master at the next well. Water measured, animals sound, winds fair. Ostraka play the role of text messages that don't mind being stepped on. A small mainstream truth gets comfortable here. Overland routes knit Egypt to its mines, quarries, and border stations, and without them, all the good things floated by river would lack the stone, ore, and incense that give them shape, shine, and scent. The river may be the boulevard, but the desert is the back alley that delivers the parts. Across a gentle rise, a way station waits with low walls, a shade awning, and a wellhead capped by a wooden frame. The station keeper nods at the foreman and checks a tally board where previous caravans have left their claims. Ration bread appears, flat, dense, and designed to argue successfully with hunger for hours at a time. Plus onions and salted fish for those who crave bravery. Water gets measured into bowls, and each donkey nose receives enough to keep efficiency ahead of complaint. A cork for your traveler's notebook arrives with a grin. Some handlers paint thin stripes on donkey legs to discourage flies. A low-tech optical effect that works just enough to qualify as both science and superstition. Whether the painting truly helps or merely improves morale is a question too delicate for a donkey survey. Out beyond the last cultivated field, land changes conversation style. Brush thins, stone brightens, and the horizon learns to hold its breath. A pathfinder walks with a staff that doubles as a story stick. Notches record memorable distances between wells, and bits of braided string mark places where someone once got clever and paid for it. Direction comes from wind-scoured landmarks, star lessons remembered from 100 dusk departures, and the practical grammar of shadows. Letters ride inside a reed tube lashed against your ribs, sealed clay pressed flat by the steady thump of your breath. Every step rewrites the idea of delivery. On the river, boats argue with currents. Here, feet negotiate with heat. Meanwhile, the logistics of cargo hum like an unshowy machine. Linen bolts sit high so they avoid ground grit. Jars of oil get nested in baskets cushioned with chaff. Copper ingots hug the animal's sides, wrapped so edges don't bruise hide or handler. The daily ledger lives in a wax tablet and in memory, because paper loves shade and caravans don't always offer it. A second courier keeps a tiny roll of papyrus inside a jar stopper's hollow. Yes, jar stoppers can moonlight as secret compartments, ready for important names, numbers, and the occasional private line a merchant doesn't want read aloud at a checkpoint. The mainstream note here is straightforward. Receipts on ostraka and quick field notes kept the caravan economy legible even when Sand tried to edit the record. Between here and the foothills, argument rides comfortably alongside cooperation. One handler swears that a certain donkey leads best if sung to. Another claims silent marching saves moisture. A compromise arrives as humming, the sound of discipline disguised as boredom. A small debated gust drifts in. Scholars argue about when camels become common on Egyptian routes. Domesticated camels appear earlier elsewhere, but in pharaonic Egypt donkeys do the heavy lifting for a very long time. Exactly how early camels joined the spine in a meaningful way is murky. Historians are still debating this question, partly because bones are shy and texts are stingy with casual mentions when the beast is rare. Under a sky that practices minimalism, the first proper desert fort shows its walls. Not a towering castle, think practical geometry. Thick mud brick, low watch platforms, a gate wide enough for dignity, narrow enough for control. Inside, storage rooms breathe coolness and smell faintly of barley and leather. A scribe greets the foreman, checks seals, and takes the short ostraca receipt you carry like a polite fate. He reads the quick lines, nods, and hands back a countermark scrawled in red to bless the onward leg. Forts like these anchor the caravan spine, watering stations with teeth, places where a letter can step off a donkey and onto a messenger with fresher legs. Past noon, kettles hang for tea that doesn't require civilization to taste like one. Bread gets dipped, onions bitten, jokes told. Desert humor runs dry, a style that treats exhaustion as a punchline rather than a tragedy. Someone announces that the wind is behaving. Someone else says hopeful things about the gradient between here and the next rise. Both statements are technically true and practically optimistic. A mainstream geography lesson slips into the shade. Major routes cut through wadis that behave like streets between mountain blocks. Wadi Hammamat to the Red Sea quarries. Tracks to the Sinai mines for copper and turquoise. Roads south toward Nubia where gold wakes up in rivers like a startled sun. Each corridor wears its own fingerprints in station names, folklore, and the angle of shade at noon. Beyond the fort, the ground tilts upward and donkeys shorten their stride. Handlers shift loads minutely, redistributing weight like the quiet geniuses they are. A jar clinks ominously and gets retied with a palm fiber rope that has seen better days but not retirement. Wind picks up small sand devils that look mischievous from a distance and genuinely annoying from close-up. The reed tube under your sash feels like a promise that refuses to nap. Letters in this light become more than ink. They are thirst managed by belief that the next well is where the map says it is, not where despair tries to guess. Next comes the border post, less dramatic than the word suggests, more like a checkpoint with personality. A guard checks the seals. A clerk scratches a note onto an ostracon with the brisk efficiency of a person who measures life by sherds per hour. Porters grin at a familiar face. This route repeats cast members like a traveling play. A donkey that once refused a certain ramp walks it today without argument. Proof that even animals appreciate updated rehearsal notes. A debated file opens discreetly. How tightly royal administration controlled private caravans varies by time and place, and inscriptions sometimes brag louder than practice behaved. Historians are still debating this question, dancing between stone declarations and lived logistics. Above the checkpoint, the sky remembers its job and drops the temperature a respectful notch. Shadows lengthen, and a low whistle tells the column to bunch. Nights in the desert invent hospitality without furniture. Mats, shared blankets, a ring of stones around a small, careful fire whose smoke colors the stars a deeper kind of patient. Bread hardens into virtue and gets softened with a splash of oil. A few dried dates move morale from stubbornly fine to nearly cheerful. Stories emerge about miners who left graffiti. boats carved into rock far from water, men with proud shoulders, animals that refuse art direction. All of it a quiet chorus that says, "We were here, we were tired, we kept going." Around the second day's dawn, travel finds its comfortable stride, that ambling speed which looks lazy and is, in fact, sustainable. A handler taps the rhythm onto a water skin, and the beats align with steps until the caravan becomes a metronome stretching across the wadi. A quirky morsel pops its head up. Some stations keep a wind rope, a frayed line hung in shade to advertise breeze to people who can't feel it where they stand. The rope whispers what faces can't. Science hides everywhere when vanity stops looking. A mainstream detail walks alongside station masters' record ration issues and animal counts. And these administrative notes survive in fragments that later let scholars reconstruct entire weeks of somebody's unglamorous heroism. Afterward, the road enters territory where quarries peel stone from hills like careful barbers. Blocks lie in orderly queues awaiting transport, marked with crew signs so the right teams claim the right sweat. Supervisors check chisels, water jars, and tempers. Letters for this site mention delivery schedules for copper tools, rope, and bread, banal lines that power cathedrals of labor. Your packet stays sealed. Its destination lies farther on, at a mine where turquoise hides in veins that turned more than one poet into a prospector when rent came due. From the ridge above the quarry, the view draws a straight line between logistics and ambition. Towns downstream build docks and shrines. Caravans upstream feed those plans with stone that holds names longer than marriages. A foreman points to a faint track zigzagging up and over the old, rough route replaced by the one under your feet after a flood took half a hillside and argued with history. Adaptation ranks as a survival skill more than a virtue. A debated whisper passes between the handlers about whether a certain ancient ramp here belonged to a pharaoh's project or to a consortium of estates that pooled labor. Inscriptions hint both ways. Historians are still debating this question because stones brag selectively and paperwork enjoys holidays. Instead of drama, the afternoon brings repetition that trains the mind to notice small changes. A slightly sweeter smell near a patch of tamarisk, indicating water not far below. A splay of bird tracks trending toward shade. A cousin of cloud that suggests evening generosity. The caravan moves as one long sentence with commas for rests and semicolons for wells. Your reed tube taps your ribs gently, reminding you to guard the clay seal from knocks and curiosity. The wax on one water skin shines, sealing seams that would otherwise volunteer to become weather. Later, the path squeezes through a wind-carved gate. Two stone pillars that look intentional but are only geology remembering sculpture lessons. Inside the pocket of shade, someone laughs at nothing, because relief turns jokes obedient. The station beyond this gate has a record board scratched over so many times that the wood grain has learned to speak abbreviations. A new ostracon gets added to the stack. A quick receipt chattering about animals, jars, and the health of the courier whose sandals squeak when wet. Couriers learn to rotate sandals at mid-march. Wet straps blister. Blistered feet tell bad jokes nobody wants to hear twice. Back down the slope, a caravan traveling the opposite direction passes with the polite choreography of mutual inconvenience. Greetings drift, news swaps, wind stubborn, guard generous today. Watch for a broken step near the tamarisk. And the two lines adjust loads in a ballet performed by donkeys who care more about shade than compliments. A handler from the other caravan flashes a clay token stamped with a sign that matches your reed tube's secret smile. Allies recognize one another in the language of seals more surely than in the language of faces. Eventually, a mine settlement shows its clustered roofs and pragmatic smells. Metal, sweat, something like hope cooked to a glaze. Overseers stand with lists, and workers in dusty wraps bring forward baskets that clink softly with or nodules. Payments organize themselves into rations and promises, and the scribe inquires about the delivery of new tools you can almost hear calling from your bags. The letter in your care goes to a merchant agent whose name tastes like good contracts. When the seal breaks, red headings greet black totals, and a polite demand emerges. Deliver timber struts, reinforce the shaft, send an extra coil of rope, and please, for the love of every god who supervises tunnels, dispatch better lamp wicks. Soon, a small drama flutters in and flutters out. A jar of oil meant for lamps leaks, darkening sand in a sorrow shaped like a map of someone's patience. The foreman examines the resin seal, sighs, and marks a notation on an ostracon. One jar compromised, remittance sought. The clerk receives the shard with the seriousness of someone who knows shards outlive wishes. A quirky cameo taps you on the shoulder. Some miners tuck good luck figurines into crevices. A frog, a fish, a tiny bess with a grin that means, keep singing when the work gets narrow. Superstition and morale drink from the same jar when daylight becomes a rumor. Finally, the caravan remounts for the return leg, lighter in or than it is heavy in experience. Letters multiply as people remember needs that looked shy earlier. A woman who manages the ration store hands you a folded note addressed to a cousin in the river port, sealed with a sweetly imperfect impression of a lotus. Another agent passes a draft listing the exact weights to be credited once the ore gets smelted. A trust exercise written in black and red that expects civilization to keep its end of the bargain. The donkey line steps to the same old rhythm, and the wadi offers the same old stones, which somehow feel friendlier now that your shoes share stories with them. Elsewhere along the return, a sandstorm test appears not as a wall but as a series of hints. Light goes flat, horizon edges blur, sound tucks its shirt in. The foreman orders the column to compress. Faces go rapt, eyes narrow. Donkeys face away from the gust with wise resignation. Handlers anchor themselves with both humor and knees, and the world becomes a whisper of grit. Time passes without generosity, and then air remembers how to be air again. The station register will later carry one extra line. Delayed by wind that did not care for our schedule. No one argues with that phrasing. Toward the last station before the river, green returns in the kind of slow reveal that earns applause. Date palms announce irrigation. Irrigated fields announce people. People announce bread and beer with a confidence only agriculture can afford. The station keeper recognizes your reed tube like a relative, and a small boy races to bring a bowl of water for hands tired of being useful. Receipts get sorted, a few shards broken and tossed because their promises have fulfilled themselves. Others tie to new strings of obligation and ride with you back to the quay where a different kind of chaos thinks it is order. Along the alley into town, the caravan stretches out into smaller groups that belong to different doors. Handlers slap shoulders, promise to meet at a beer shop named after a weather event, and slip sideways into domestic choreography. Unload, untie, rub down, feed, report. The foreman thanks the pathfinder with the kind of nod that counts as a medal. You pass the reed tube to a scribe who will copy, summarize, and file, and the empty tube feels lighter than the gratitude in your hands. Letters have arrived. Doing that once is luck. Doing it repeatedly is how civilizations manage to keep promises in climates that are excellent at testing resolve. Because a good conclusion likes a useful tool, one last mainstream note opens itself and sits where anyone can find it. The caravan network isn't the opposite of the river network. It's the set of ribs that let the river breathe. Border forts, quarry camps, and mine settlements act as vertebrae. Wells are the cartilage. The people who walk between them supply the posture. Ostraca receipts, reed tubes, and seals are the nerves that carry signals between fingers and brain. Without that anatomy, glossy monuments and plump storehouses would starve quietly. A debated heartbeat persists in the sternum. How much of this system ran on private initiative and how much on institutional command changes with century and geography. Historians are still debating this question with the cheerful stubbornness of people who know the desert never hands out final answers. And a quirky, lingering image hangs at the edge of sleep. A donkey with striped legs steps into shade. Flies hesitate. The handler winks. And somewhere inside a reed tube, a cooled clay seal decides it can finally relax. Morning pulls the port awake as scales clink and lids thud. And the day decides to teach in the language of stuff. Copper, linen, incense, barley, beer. Things that look humble until they move a kingdom the way a current moves a boat. The reed box with your letters rides close, but attention slides to the benches where weights shaped like little bulls and ducks keep the truth honest. A scribe calls totals. A broker repeats names. A porter hums as he shifts an amphora to the shade so resin doesn't loosen its good intentions. Markets are social, sure, but this hour belongs to objects and their moods, to textures and smells, to value that you can pick up by the handles. Inventory begins with metal because metal gets to have an attitude. Copper ingots come off a cart wrapped in worn cloth, dull in the way only useful things glow. The foreman taps one with a rod. The note rings true enough to count as a greeting. Your fingers try the weight and immediately convert the heft into debens, the way the local brain does when coinage hasn't yet colonized thought. Copper doesn't care about shyness. It admits dents and scratches and still writes a sentence that says, tools, hinges, chisels, adzes, axes, rings. A mainstream truth leans its hip on the table. Copper from Sinai and the eastern desert, sometimes alloyed into bronze with imported tin, sometimes seasoned with arsenic. Underwrites agriculture and craft the way bedrock underwrites cities. Numbers slide across the scale as the balance arm steadies. Weights shaped like animals stare back with stone patience. And the scribe's reed pen keeps marking until repetition becomes poetry. A quirky tidbit sneaks into your hearing from a smelter with philosophical eyebrows. Some crews believe copper likes to be poured while someone sings, and if the pour happens in silence, bubbles turn rebellious. Whether the belief helps or the habit simply makes concentration visible hardly matters. If a chant keeps ingots smooth, the market will sing all afternoon. Historians are still debating this question in larger form. How often Egyptian copper truly became bronze locally versus arriving already alloyed from Levantine partners. But the ledger doesn't wait for seminars to close. Linen arrives with a personality that insists on touch before talk. Bolts of bleached fabric sigh across the counter, each edge bound in thread, so stray fibers don't nibble away at dignity. A buyer pinches a corner, lifts it toward the sun, and judges the proud little constellation of warp and weft. Fine means breezes make a home under clothes. Coarse means endurance and sails and sacks. Weavers join the conversation simply by the evenness of their labor. No signatures, just competence in rows. A mainstream point settles with quiet authority. Flax cultivation and linen weaving form a backbone of Egyptian economy, provisioning temples, households, and trade with textiles that double as clothing, wrappings, and status in soft, breathable sentences. Weavers work in courtyards and cool rooms, looms as tall as gossip, weights dangling like punctuation, shuttles carrying stories down the warp. A child counts picks per thumb width because masters count and the future loves competence. A merchant clips a tiny swatch and ties it to an order with red ink that says, "Yes, this exact one." The odd fact you pocket with satisfaction is domestic and delightful. Linen so fine it earns the nickname woven air, gets starched with a little plant gum, and then beaten gently with smooth wood to persuade the shine to stay for festival days. If anyone claims fabric can't remember attention, they have never watched a hem preen. Bundles of incense cones perfume the shade like patient prayers waiting their cue. Frankincense and myrrh, ground and blended with resins, nod in the direction of Punt and Arabian routes, places your letters only reach by proxy through trusted partners. A priest's steward hovers with the focus of someone whose God has a sense of smell, and you catch the negotiation without needing to hear every syllable. Grade, purity, smoke quality, proof that the last shipment didn't crumble in transit. The mainstream truth perfumes the air politely. Temples and households alike used incense for ritual, medicine, and simple hospitality, making fragrant imports a steady river of value. The precise coordinates of Punt, however, keep scholars busy even under midday sun. Historians are still debating this question, triangulating clues from texts, art, and trade winds. Beer leans its elbows onto the counter with the comfortable authority of wages. Jars stamped with brewery marks glisten under a thin skin of foam, and a brewer's assistant taps the clay to test whether fermentation sang the right pitch. Bread and beer feed crews and soothe tempers. They also pay daily rations extra for overtime, measured not in coins but in jars and loaves. A mainstream fact lifts a mug in agreement. Emmer bread and barley beer serve as the calorie contract across work sites from quarries to docks. A curious aside chuckles by the vat. Some brewers float a tiny reed raft to track fermentation. If the raft sinks prematurely, they guess the gods were distracted and brew again. Nobody wants grumpy beer telling jokes at the wrong moment. Barley itself waits in sacks that breathe like trustworthy friends. A handful poured into your palm feels like the feel of many days. Sowing, weeding, watching water levels with familial devotion. Grain doubles as a unit of account. When someone says, worth 2 he-cats, the mind translates into meals, wages, and peace of mind. You learn to taste the year in the grain. Fat kernels when the flood behaved, tighter ones when the river went sulky. A small weird truth, whispered by an old miller with a grin, admits that bread sometimes contains a little sand because grinding stones share themselves generously. Everyone's teeth know the economy personally. Measurements organize all this bustle into sentences the state understands. Debins for weight, he-cats for volume, aruras for land. A scribe calls them with a tone that expects the room to cooperate. Balanced scales carry drama in miniature. The hinge, the beam, the patient oscillation of fairness. A mainstream observation sits on the edge of the scale. Standardized weights with official marks exist to keep arguments modest, though human ingenuity never wastes a chance to shave a sliver. A disputed footnote follows at a respectful distance. How strictly calibration was enforced across provinces likely varied, and historians are still debating this question because corruption leaves fewer inscriptions than honesty and more stories than data. Oil stands in the amphory with the majesty of light and lubrication. Castor oil plays workhorse, massaged into wooden parts and tired hands, pressed into service in lamps that forget nights are long. Morina Ben oil holds a cleaner note that perfumes skin and acts politely with pigments. Sesame waits in the wings, a later, debated arrival whose timeline in Egypt is a quiet academic arm wrestle. The sentence scholars keep rewriting goes like this. Sesame oil is present by the late period for certain. Earlier evidence is suggestive but contested. Historians are still debating this question and will probably continue until a seed offers to date itself on command. Your job is easier. Smell, check clarity, ask the lamp if it approves. Timber feels like a visiting celebrity wherever it appears because Egypt's riverside trees are generous but not tall. Cedar from Byblos rolls into the yard with the authority of ship ribs and roof beams and boxes that pretend to be eternal. Pine and juniper join the cast when they can afford the fare, while local sycamore fig, tamarisk, and date palm do honest work in furniture and small craft. A mainstream reality knocks politely. The Levant feeds Egypt's appetite for long, straight timbers, and letters carry the logistics, quantities, delivery windows, pleased to guard against shipworms and opportunists. A quirky dockside superstition rides shotgun. Some carpenters tuck a cedar shaving into a pocket while squaring joints, convinced the tree forgives saws if a piece gets to watch the new life begin. Resin makes its sticky case in baskets sealed with leaves, humming of forests that haven't seen this river. Shipwrights smear it into seams, potters paint it inside amphory, and priests coax it into smoke that teaches rooms to be holy. You sniff a sample because everyone does. Bad resin smells tired. The jar beside it carries pitch darker than humor, useful wherever water thinks about winning. A disputed idea taps the counter with a sticky finger. Whether certain imported resins traveled more as tribute under diplomatic theater or as straightforward commerce shifts by era, historians are still debating this question, while resin does not. Stone does not move as lightly as oil or grain, but it moves, and when it moves, cities make speeches. Alabaster for vessels, limestone for blocks, granite for everything that refuses to apologize. Shipments reach the river on sledges that teach friction who's boss. A mainstream lesson flexes. Quarries in the eastern desert and near the valley mouth power prestige and infrastructure alike. Their routes stitched to the Nile by the caravan spine you walked. An odd but satisfying fact cements itself with dust. Work crews sometimes pour water on sand in front of sledges. The dampness reduces friction like a polite spell, and the trick appears in later scientific reconstructions with the triumphant mood of a well-remembered grandmother tip. Incense blends into perfumes and poultices in a room where windows approve of breeze. Kifi, the famous temple blend, takes its sweet time, wine, resins, raisins, spices, honey, aging into a fragrance that claims to calm dreams and clean rooms of yesterday's scowls. Healers grind frankincense into mixtures that tell ulcers to behave. Mothers dab myrrh onto cloth for reasons that might be medicinal or ceremonial or both. A mainstream point leans over the mortar. Medicine, ritual, and scent overlap generously. The debated layer keeps its voice low. Exact Kifi recipes vary across sources, and historians are still debating this question because scribes wrote like chefs. Precise about poetry, vague about measurements. Honey sits golden in jars sealed with clay and a little love. Beekeepers coax hives from clay cylinders stacked like cozy apartments, moving colonies when fields bloom and arguing tenderly with smoke. Honey sweetens beer, glosses pastries, and dresses wounds with a confidence that modern science nods at. Antibacterial, hygroscopic, patient. A quirky market detail lands with a smile. Certain jars wear tiny thumb indentations from the sealing moment. Some buyers swear those thumbprints keep honey from crystallizing too quickly, as if a human touch persuades sugars to relax. Whether true or sentimental, nobody complains when sweetness behaves. Salt surfaces as natron, an evaporite that looks like dust and works like a miracle. Wadi Natron whispers its dry invitation, and merchants answer with baskets that inhale desert and exhale utility. Natron cleans, preserves, and famously desiccates bodies for the long nap, but in your ledger it mostly scours cloth, bleaches linen, and brightens copper pots that think they're too important to tarnish. A mainstream truth carries no incense at all. Practical chemistry. Alkalis, resins, oils, inhabits daily life more honestly than mythology ever could. The debated corner raises a brow. How standardized workshops for natron processing were remains murky, and historians are still debating this question while laundry gets done either way. Wine arrives with gossip as usual. Amphorae from Delta vineyards sit shoulder to shoulder with Canaanite imports, each jar's shape ratting out its hometown like a proud accent. A steward inspects the clay stoppers for stamps, vintage, estate, overseer, because some jars pretend to be something they are not. Mainstream knowledge toasts politely. Wine is both everyday in some households and ceremonial in others, and by the New Kingdom, vineyards produce enough variety to make a merchant's palate feel busy. A quirky tasting practice glimmers. A few stewards swear by reading the amphora's ring marks, how far liquid line dried on clay in transit, to estimate rough sloshing and, therefore, bruising of flavor. Science looks skeptical and lets experience have its day. Metals beyond copper step briefly into the light. Gold from Nubia glows as if it has opinions about immortality. Silver, rarer and often imported, wears a moon mood. Electrum strolls in when the two cooperate. Jewelry sits on trays like festivals practicing. Inlays in furniture and boxes explain the economics of shimmer. A mainstream point bows. Royal and temple enterprises control much of the precious metal flow, but private workshops turn those flows into the everyday magic of amulets and fittings. Debate edges in quietly. The precise split between state-sponsored extraction and private initiative changes with dynasties and geopolitics. Historians are still debating this question and will likely keep that job longer than any gold ever did. Jewels carve a small river through the crowd. Carnelian, turquoise, lapis lazuli if luck arrives from long roads. Faience beads eager to imitate sky even when budgets prefer earth. An artisan picks up a bead with tweezers and sets it in a house of wax that will become metal's memory when the mold hardens and hot metal nudges wax aside. A fun morsel announces itself like a cameo. Faience, glazed non-clay ceramic, self-glazes in the kiln by salts migrating to the surface. A little miracle that craftsmen exploit with the glee of people who know secrets they don't mind telling if you ask nicely. If anyone thinks ancient equals clumsy, they haven't watched a kiln produce stars from sand. Ivory and ebony enter shyly, knowing the room reads them as luxury and travel. Ivory from Nubia and beyond, ebony wood from African routes that wear their miles openly, both shaped into combs, boxes, inlays, handles. Letters treat them carefully. Names of trusted brokers, warnings about fakes, instructions for storing where insects forget to chew. A mainstream reality adjusts its posture. Luxury trade rides alongside staple trade using much of the same muscle. Boats, caravans, scribes, but whispers more than it shouts. A debate clears its throat about scale. Quantities in texts often sound grander than archaeology can confirm, and historians are still debating this question while combs continue to part hair beautifully. Animals contribute more than transport. Geese waddle into baskets that promise stews. Cattle offer traction and prestige. Fowl provide a soundtrack. Fish travel salted and sun-kissed. Leather becomes bottles and sandals and thoughtful straps. A tidy side fact slides under a strap. Some tanners use a mash of plant tannins and, brace yourself, urine to soften hides. The smell retreats eventually, the usefulness stays. The mainstream point in this barnyard chorus. Agricultural products feed towns and temple kitchens, yes, but they also power industries. Leather for harness, bone for tools, gizzard stones as curiosities that children collect with the seriousness of scholars. Packing turns the marketplace into a school of containers. Amphorae for liquids, baskets for grain, crates for fragile things that pretend to be brave, linen wraps for objects that prefer privacy. Jar mouths get sealed with clay discs impressed by string and signature. Baskets tie with palm fiber rope that creaks like polite thunder. A quirky packing hack earns 3 nods and a smile. A thin sprinkle of clean chaff under jars inside a crate acts like primitive bubble wrap, forgiving bumps and gossip. Mainstream technique listens and takes notes because good packing is the difference between a profit and a story about what might have been. Marks and labels let objects speak before mouths do. Red ink shouts quantities and destinations. Black lists contents with honest vowels. Tiny drawings remind tired eyes what words intend. 3 wavy lines for water. A cedar twig for timber. A coil for rope. A lotus for please treat kindly, even if the iconography department might object. A scribe dabs red on a stopper, then black around the neck of an amphora like a necklace that refuses to be purely decorative. A disputed methodology keeps the pens from napping. Did every port standardize symbols in lockstep, or did local dialects of marks thrive? Historians are still debating this question while boatmen decode with the confidence of people who see the same cargo every week. Rations flow toward crews whenever labor heats the day. Bread in stacks, beer in jars, onions in heaps, dried fish that salutes from a respectable distance. Payment in kind lives comfortably in this world, not as a lack but as a spreadsheet that tastes good. A mainstream fact chews calmly. Wages and prices quote themselves in grain, oil, and beer for a long stretch of centuries, with money as metal making cameo appearances before taking bigger roles later. The quirky thing you learn from a scribe whose smile prefers one corner. Certain crews nickname their standard ration loaves Sun, Brick, Swift, to specify size without numbers when hands are full. Costs find their way into arguments and then into records. Transport fees behave like stubborn donkeys, moving only when coaxed by relationships. Storage fees pretend to be quiet until they aren't. Taxes show up with polite boots. A merchant calculates whether to ship raw flax or finished linen and talks about shrinkage not in fabric but in losses to distance. A mainstream consideration pulls a chair. Value added near source or near market can decide whether a letter says profit or lesson. Debate strolls in wearing a neutral cloak. The degree to which temples imposed monopolies on certain goods alters these equations, and historians are still debating this question with the patience of people who love footnotes. Weather plays a hand that everyone pretends to understand. North winds that carry ships upriver, southbound currents that bring them home, sandstorms that excuse delays in tones nobody challenges. A contract names a week and adds a line, unless the river refuses. Force majeure is not a modern lawyer's invention. It's an old habit with better sandals. A quirky geographic superstition leaves a signature. Some pilot houses hang a fish jaw over the doorway, arguing that teeth coach the wind into good manners. Skepticism fails to find an audience among people who have watched wind ignore schedules. Spoilage waits as the villain that wears no cape. Oil goes rancid if pride ignores shade. Beer sours if a seal gets lazy. Grain sweats if sacks forget to breathe. Incense crumbles if humidity tells jokes. Preventative star in a quiet opera. Resin linings, double stoppers, shade cloth, generous spacing on racks. A mainstream operational truth signs its name. Logistics is really the art of helping goods stay themselves until they meet their destinies. A debated practice perks up. Whether fish sauce traveled widely in Egypt as it did around other Mediterranean cultures remains inconclusive. Textual hints exist, but historians are still debating this question, and your nose hopes they keep the samples far from the warm sun. Couriers make commodities into conversations. A folded letter tied with flax rides in a reed tube beside a jar of oil, escorting quality with accountability. A draft agreement written on ostraca promises replacements if jars arrive cracked. Lines in red ink acting like tiny bailiffs in dusty shoes. A friendly fact laughs soft. Some couriers carry small whistle stops. A favorite beer shop in each town. A shade tree by a certain west wall. A bench with just the right tilt for back and boots. Because consistency keeps legs honest. The mainstream heartbeat stays steady. Trust systems are made of habits, not miracles. Ledgers convert movement into memory. Columns for quantities. Lines for dates. Marginal notes for "Tell him the last batch was shy 1 hecate," and the dock cat nodded suspiciously. Red ink draws totals with the care of a parent smoothing a child's hair. Black carries the sentences down the page like boats strung along a tow rope. Copies go into chests, summaries into heads, and the day closes by rolling the reed pen in a scrap of linen so the nib remembers tomorrow. A disputed calculation peeks from a corner. Conversion rates between goods vary by season and region. Historians are still debating this question because the past refuses to behave like a static spreadsheet. Neighbors in the market operate with reputations that wrap tighter than rope. The woman who always sends full sacks also discounts when the river misbehaves. The man who trims measures finds himself talking to his goods with nobody answering back with coin or kind. Letters mention names with adjectives that mean more than grammar: reliable, hasty, generous, needs supervision. A mainstream social rule winks. Trade runs on character as much as cargo. List store proof, not faith. The quirky anthropology detail that pleases your sleep-bound brain is small and perfect. Certain stalls have signature perfumes. A pinch of mint on the stall board, a streak of cedar on the pole. So returning customers sniff orientation faster than their eyes can read. Scribes keep the orchestra tuned and the tempo kind. They don't own the goods, but they do own the verbs: measured, received, dispatched, sealed, credited, promised. When a dispute rises, the scribe pulls an old roll that breathes dust and settles pride. A mainstream credit to literacy nods. Written records do not eliminate arguments, but they shrink them into sizes that fit afternoons. A debated sidelight glows. How many merchants could read without writing fluently is a histogram scholar's still shading cautiously. Historians are still debating this question while ledgers continue to be legible to anyone who trusts a scribe. Seals finish the theater with clay signatures that stick to memory. A cylinder rolled over damp clay leaves gods, animals, patterns that play identity in relief. A stamp presses a family's joke into law. Broken seals tell stories nobody officially wrote. A curious cousin, a dropped jar, a negotiated forgiveness. A mainstream legal habit tips its hat. Witnesses and seals make promises heavier and more polite. A quirky tactile joy completes the scene. Almost everyone who handles a fresh seal touches it with a fingertip, not to test but to greet, as if clay deserves to shake hands with the day. Rumors braid through the goods like threads through linen. Someone whispers that cedar will cost more next month. Someone counters with a friend of a friend's story about a storm that turned expensive timbers into someone else's firewood. Someone else says the new inspector counts faster when Fed dates. You write none of this down and remember all of it anyway, because letters need forecasts as much as they need totals. A mainstream economic mood music repeats. Information is a commodity that moves without a basket. The debated refrain plays softly. The line between official news and market rumor is always fuzzy. Historians are still debating this question, and markets do not wait for footnotes. Balance returns to the scale and to the mind. Enough copper to sharpen fields, enough linen to clothe and sail, enough incense to make rooms feel taller, enough barley and beer to keep bodies friendly. The temptation to hoard meets the reality of spoilage. The desire to gamble meets the responsibility of payroll. The charm of luxury remembers that temples and kitchens have louder voices. A mainstream strategy whispers, spread risk across goods and partners. Do not let any one jar define the month. A quirky personal rule taps the reed pen twice. Sign only after tea, because decisions made with dry throats rarely read well the next morning. Evening blurs the hard edges of the marketplace, and the goods soften back into silhouettes with scents. Lamps throw small halos, amphorae lean like patience relieved. Bolts of linen sleep under nets that keep moths from writing poems. Your letters tuck themselves among these materials as if they belong here, because they do. Ink that instructs oil and copper and barley where to stand next. Phrases that push cedar upstream and honey into jars that receive gratitude like currency. What moved today is not just product but coordination. A choreography of fingers and fibers and faith. Tomorrow we'll rehearse the steps again with slightly different music. For now, the scales rest, the reed pen sighs, and the river hums an inventory of stars. Next morning drifts in on a breeze that smells faintly of flour and lamp oil, and the port's clatter softens into a different kind of music. The rustle of rolls, the small cough of ink waking up, the unhurried tick of a scale settling level. Tables clear for numbers rather than jars, and a clerk spreads a reed mat like a stage where quantities will bow and totals will curtsy. In this gentler light, the world becomes arithmetic you can touch, grain in your palm turning into lines on a page, a jar's shadow converting to a figure that decides whether a promise has kept pace with reality. Across the bench, a scribe nods to your reed box as if letters and ledgers have been neighbors since the river learned to carry boats. Ledgers breathe like animals that prefer quiet rooms. Columns stand straight as colonnades, ruled in faint scratches for discipline. Long corridors where numbers walk in single file toward a total that waits in red ink at day's end. Black carries the conversation. Red clears its throat for headings, warnings, and merciful summations. Each entry begins with a greeting to the future, date, place, witness, so that someday a sleepy clerk and a skeptical judge can read backward along the grain of time to the exact moment when a sack was heavier, a jar was lighter, or a memory was briefly mistaken for a fact. You turn a page and hear the soft rasp of burnished papyrus, a sound like sand between fingers, familiar enough to slow the heartbeat. Debens function here as weights that think like money. The unit sits in the margin with the confidence of something old and frequently consulted, a way to measure value when coins are still travelers from tomorrow. A deben can mean a measure of copper in one context, of silver or gold in another, but in ledgers like these, it often stands for a weight standard that lets people price a cartwheel of goods without gossiping in metals. Merchants talk in fractions with the fluency of bakers slicing loaves. Halves, tenths, and smaller pieces that keep fairness from wobbling. The precise equivalences change with era and office. Scholars love to explain this at conferences, but the practice is steady enough to let a shipment of linen sing the same tune as a set of adzes. Hecats anchor the world of volume with an earthy logic. Grain gets counted in scoops that fit hands and minds, ladled into sacks while someone recites a rhythm of 1, 2, 3, like a spell that prevents short measure. In a lane near the granary door, a wooden measuring box waits, edges rubbed smooth by years of patience, its corners honest about the way abundance and scarcity feel in muscle and shoulder. When a scribe writes 10 hecats delivered beside a buyer's name, The page gathers the heft of field days, irrigation ditches, sparrows that helped and sparrows that didn't, and the polite tyranny of the flood's clock. Your eyes circle the figure and understand why food is the oldest currency. It satisfies hunger and argues gently with fear. Car looms as a larger breath in the grain conversation, the bigger container that makes the Hecate look like a shy cousin. Warehouse crews speak of car when barges arrive groaning under sacks, when storage bins receive their winter's worth, when the temple calculates distributions that keep festivals from failing their music. A single car can mean a season's comfort for a small household or a manageable crisis for a larger one. It depends on weather and appetite and who visits. The ledger's trick is to keep both human and numeric meanings compatible enough that nobody starves because someone rounded in the wrong direction. Scribes orchestrate this without making noise about it. A palette lies to one side with its two wells, black for the sentence, red for the exclamation, and a reed pen that has opinions about nib angles. The scribe's shoulder remembers yesterday's posture, and the wrist knows where the seam between sheets will try to snag an incautious stroke. Words arrive in a mix of formula and freehand, received from, issued to, credited by, witnessed with. These are not poems, but they have rhythm, and rhythm is how the day refuses to collapse. When a dispute knocks later, the scribe will pull this roll as a host pulls a chair, and the room will breathe again because proof prefers hospitality. Rations speak in a dialect everyone understands. Bread and beer are wages as much as food. Oil and onions are morale that fits comfortably in baskets. A dock crew earns their loaves by the load, a quarry team by the block, a caravan by the mile, and the ledger notes it without yawning. Where coins will someday clink, jars now jostle, and that jostle is pay. When the red heading says, distribution, shoulders relax across the courtyard. The mainstream detail fits snugly here. For long stretches, Egyptian pay scales are denominated in commodities, with conversion to metals or later coin only when needed for translation across contexts. Ostraca flutter in and out of the formal record like sparrows visiting a temple eve. A broken sherd bears a quick tally from the dock. A scrap declares 2 sacks light. A chip carries a joke that the scribe will pretend not to notice until after the witness leaves. These bits migrate into the ledger as clean entries with polite grammar, but their sharp edges keep the day honest. When light fails, a clerk gathers ostraca into a small basket, the ancient equivalent of a pocket full of receipts that will either make tomorrow simpler or add a comedy to the workload, depending on whether the basket tips. Tallies march down the page with a soldierly patience. Each line carries a unit and a story, and each story wears a date that later scholars will argue about with the kind of tenderness reserved for things that cannot answer back. Totals arrive as red punctuation, small fireworks announcing that the camp has eaten, the crew has been paid, the jars have been sealed, the rope has been cut into lengths that serve. In the quiet afterward, a scribe sometimes draws a tiny flourish, nothing extravagant, just the hand's way of acknowledging that arithmetic can be satisfying when nothing explodes. Contracts blossom in the margin like careful flowers. A supplier promises so many coils of rope at such quality in exchange for so many measures of grain by such a date, barring wind tantrums and river moods. Witnesses lend their names. Seals impress identities into clay like polite thumbprints on fate. Because coins are not yet the lingua franca, value wanders across categories without embarrassment. Rope equals barley equals oil equals labor hours equals a ledger that treats all 5 as honest citizens of the same sentence. The legal muscle behind this is familiar. Omit ambiguity, stipulate remedies, and keep at least one scribe out of the sun. Barter adapts without pretending it invented flexibility. When a farmer needs a copper blade but the metalworker wants oil, the ledger becomes a small stage for choreography. A third party receives oil from the farmer and owes copper to the smith. The farmer goes home with a blade and a note. The smith goes home with oil and the same note. The scribe goes home late. None of this requires coins to validate itself. Only stable measures and patient relationships that believe paper, clay, reed, and habit outweigh the temptation to improvise unhelpfully. Pricing without coins turns into storytelling that gets repeatable. A jar of oil's price lives as a promise to deliver grain in harvest season, with a small extra for the man who carried the jar across a hot courtyard and didn't drop it. A bolt of linen's price includes the weaver's time, the flax's water, the temple's tax, and the scribe's ink. The system breathes because people keep inhaling and exhaling in the same rhythm. Announce, deliver, verify, record, balance, sleep, repeat. When someone asks, "What is this worth?" the answer is never a simple number. It is a narrative calibrated to a standard that both sides can read aloud without blushing. Discounts hide inside favors where friendship meets math. A supplier shortens the payment window for a longtime partner. A dock crew accepts one jar fewer in exchange for priority unloading next flood. A caravan gets an extra hecate for bringing receipts in neat order instead of rumpled chaos. No coin changes hands, and yet value accelerates. A clerk writes a small red note, allowance for promptness, and both ledgers resolve the favor without needing a coin to echo in a bowl. The practice is older than markets and more durable than slogans. Be reliable and slightly generous. Profit prefers those verbs. Credit threads everything together like a hidden warp. A buyer accepts goods today and pays in grain when harvest and transport and patience agree to cooperate. A widow managing a workshop extends thread and receives bread over weeks, not days. A foreman issues rations on schedule because the temple storehouse is never late unless the river is, and even then there's a ritual for forgiveness. Without coin, trust has to have legs, and the legs are called names and reputations and seals. Your letters lean on those legs every time you tie a packet and send it over water. Interest behaves like a shadow rather than a trumpet. A debt that drifts past a festival picks up a little extra grain on its way home. A jar owed through the flood doubles if promised too casually. A scribal note hints at forgiveness if an ox died heroically. The language is often courteous and coded. Nobody loves to write interest when customary addition will do. But the arithmetic is clear enough that even a sleepy overseer understands which direction the numbers lean. Mainstream economists in sandals would call it time preference. The ledger calls it later costs a bit more. Audits arrive on quiet feet and leave the room cooler. A senior scribe spreads ledgers side by side, runs fingers down columns, and asks fair questions about a sack that weighed wishful thinking or a jar whose seal liked to dream. Witnesses step forward. Red ink nods to corrections, and a clay token changes hands as proof that a conversation ended politely. This is not spectacle. It is maintenance, and maintenance is what keeps rooms from becoming caves. When coins eventually join the party, audits will wear the same shoes and carry the same reed pens. Errors happen without needing villains. Sand in the balance pan makes a jar seem honest when it's leaning. A scribe transposes a digit because the donkey brayed at an unhelpful volume. A courier smears a red total with a thumb that had opinions about sesame cakes. The ledger allows small penances, annotations, adjustments, line-outs that look like gentle river ripples rather than rage. A warehouse door acquires a tiny list of do-nots scratched into wood. Do not weigh on windy days. Do not sign with wet fingers. Do not let cousins count alone. Wisdom loves lists. Lists prefer laughter to panic. Symbols bloom along margins where tired eyes need allies. 3 wavy lines beside a shipment mean beware of slosh. A short cedar sprig doodled near a total whispers, timber, not oil. A little pod and stem shorthand says, flax in the house. These are not official hieroglyphs when the letter is in hieratic or demotic. They are affectionate mnemonics, a scribe's way of keeping confusion from learning to run. The palettes red and black become a traffic system. Red for begin/end, black for journey, and everyone gets home in time for bread. Household math proves that commerce begins at smaller tables. A shopkeeper's wife counts loaves, allots oil, measures thread into skeins that match tomorrow's orders, and notes in the margin that one jar smells odd because the stopper lost interest. Her script is neat where it needs to be, generous where it can be. She pays a boy to sweep sherds away from the door so customers' sandals do not complain. A single sheet stores a week's worth of microeconomy. Who paid in onions, who promised after the festival, who sends cats to nap under the bench as if that constitutes a receipt. Temples calculate in ledgers that breathe incense. Offerings arrive as grain and oil. Distributions leave as bread and beer. Festivals parade with tallies disguised as hymns. A high scribe checks rations for singers and guards, writes red lines over black if music outran budget, and sends a polite note to the granary that tomorrow needs to be generous. Because coin is not king, sanctuaries play treasurer in a currency of staples, and their pages smell like flour and frankincense. The state reads those pages like a kindly accountant and occasionally like a jealous one. Officials quantify with a calm that reassures cargo. Taxes sound scary but often look like scheduled slices of harvest and shipments of oil counted in civilized measures. Inspectors bring standardized weights shaped like tiny animals. A duck, a bull, a lion, that say, do not argue. We all agreed, and put a lid on creative arithmetic. A mainstream truth stands quietly. Bureaucracy and barter coexist as long as weights behave and books reconcile. A debated question leans in from the wings. How uniform those standards were across all nomes and centuries is tricky to pin down, and historians are still debating this question with the good humor of people who love dusty rooms. Foreign merchants tread this landscape with a dancer's caution. Coin circulates in their home harbors, but when they step into Egyptian counting houses, they translate values into debens and hecats without losing their patience. A Greek broker learns to price timber in grain equivalents and oil in labor days while quietly mapping exchange rates back to his silver drachmas. He discovers that trust written in black and red keeps ships moving even when pockets are quiet. You watch him align his ledgers with local columns and recognize that fluency doesn't always require native vocabulary. Sometimes it just needs good manners. Weights travel like diplomats. A balanced scale and a set of official stones fit into a small chest that escorts fairness from dock to warehouse to temple and back to the dock. When the beam centers, conversation relaxes. If the beam sulks, arguments hatch like chicks. A man whose job is to mind the weights wears a reputation like armor. He doesn't eat in secret, doesn't swear loudly, and doesn't lend his stones to cousins. The set gets tested against the inspector's set, and 2 ducks agree to be 2 ducks for another month. Children in the lane learn that fairness has a shape and a sound. Training habituates the next generation to numbers that taste like bread. Apprentices copy columns until wrists memorize straightness. Add totals until eyes learn to sense when a figure has wandered. And practice red headings until a list reads like a chorus. A master scribe murmurs proverbs that fit in pockets. Always count the jars after the joke. Never trust a dry pen on a humid afternoon. Write the witness before the witness leaves. These are math lessons disguised as gossip. You feel yourself adopting them even as you pretend you already knew them. Supplies dictate logistics with the stubbornness of cats. A shortage of acacia gum slows ink, which slows contracts, which slows deliveries, which makes somebody nervous enough to improvise and ruin a morning. A surplus of baskets invites ambitious packing that makes donkeys vote with their knees. A batch of damp papyrus forces ledgers to take a holiday until sun and patience mend the page. A quiet ledger note, postponed due to glue, looks whimsical and is, in fact, the honest spine of a day. Nothing about this is romantic. Everything about it is beautiful when everyone survives to laugh. Seasons tune the instruments of trade. Flood brings full granaries and sticky docks. Sowing brings ordered scarcity and careful promises. Harvest brings counting that feels like a festival because it is a festival. A wage written as 2 loaves and a jar means different things in different months. The body knows the difference even if the ink is identical. The ledger, however, insists on clarity, adding seasonal qualifiers and polite footnotes that keep auditors from mistaking a drought-year kindness for a permanent policy. In this way, weather and writing learn to share an umbrella. Festivals interrupt with timing that seems inconvenient and turns out to be stability in costume. Temples suspend routine to process through streets. Storehouses pause distributions for a morning that smells like music. Boats hang garlands that look silly on planks and serious on mines. A red heading in a ledger reads Holy Day Allowances, and the columns carry generosity that returns later as loyalty measurable in very practical units. Where coin exists, holidays cost money. Where it doesn't, they cost bread and oil and are recorded with a flourish that smells faintly of myrrh. Paperwork piles up like gentle dunes, and the office learns to shovel. One scribe writes original entries, a colleague makes a fair copy for long storage, a third builds a summary roll for quick reference, and a clerk ties ostraca into bundles by subject so that future librarians will praise a name nobody remembers anymore. The chest that stores the month's accounts sits under a mild curse. Spill this and marry a broom, and under a benevolent hope that floods of numbers teach restraint to everyone who longs for drama. When a letter arrives asking, "Did we pay for the rope?" the answer is an unglamorous triumph. See column 3, line 8. Yes. Narratives lurk behind every figure, and sometimes they peek from the margin. A scribe jots "wife ill" beside a delayed delivery and draws a tiny house roof as if to shelter the line from judgment. Another writes "wind stubborn" and sketches a square sail that looks exactly like the sounds it makes. A third adds "agreement renewed" and doubles the flourish under the total because the partnership survived a bad season and deserves a ribbon the ledger can actually supply. You read these as bedtime readers read footnotes. Slowly, gently, knowing the small words carry the big ones on their shoulders. Night descends with the kindness of a moth around a lamp, and the counting room grows warm and sleepy. Red totals glow like fireflies pinned to columns. Black entries relax into the background like reeds leaning into wind. A scribe sands a damp line so the ink doesn't kiss its neighbor and leaves a faint grit that tomorrow will brush away without thinking. A watchman passes the door, and a polite cough agrees that the day is finished. The chest accepts the role with a dignity that recognizes future hands will visit respectfully. Morning returns to demonstrate that continuity is a more reliable miracle than any spell. The balance gets checked, the palette refilled, the reed pen recut, and the first figure of the day writes itself with the confidence of tradition. Without coins, nothing collapses. With measures, everything stands. You carry this calm into the market where prices speak in food and metal weight, and no one seems confused. A new supplier arrives from another gnome, glances at the scale, and nods as if to say, "Your ducks are my ducks." That's civilization humming at a pitch low enough to sleep to. Whispers drift among scholars and scribes about how far back such systems reach and how stable their ratios stay. Some argue that conversion rates between debens of copper and measures of grain hold within predictable bounds. Others point to fluctuations that make modern economists sigh with empathy. The texts do not settle every question, and archaeology answers some that texts never thought to ask. Historians are still debating this question, a refrain that should comfort rather than annoy. Debate is a form of love when the subject is a ledger that tried very hard to be good. Granaries breathe like living beings with doors for mouths and bins for lungs. Spouts control exhale. Scoops manage inhale. Guardians stand at the teeth and insist on courtesy. Inside, chalk marks on bin walls tell stories of seasons and sorrows. Outside, a clerk pulls a cylinder seal from a cloth and rolls identity into damp clay as if stamping approval on air. Nothing about this requires minted discs to sanctify it. The certainty that 10 equals 10 when everyone is watching will always outweigh a king's face on a coin nobody nearby can spend. Lessons crystallize as the light slides toward late afternoon. Write what happened, not what should have happened. Measure in things that feed and build. Pay in units that can be eaten or burned without metaphor. Keep favors small enough to fit in margins. Balance must sing in red or the day does not end. If the river or wind objects, add a line that says so and try again tomorrow with humility. This is accounting stripped of glamour and ornament. Barking softly that trust is the sum of many ordinary decisions made at a reasonable pace. Finally, you close the ledger with a small press of palm and hear the page sigh like a well-behaved sail. The room smells of gum and grain and that indefinable good fatigue that comes from keeping reality and memory aligned. Out on the quay, jars resume their little tap dance, and a donkey refuses to step where a puddle dares to sparkle. Inside your reed box, a letter waits that talks about delivery in hecats and payments in loaves with a grace that belongs to a world fluent in goods rather than coins. You tuck the box under your arm, nod to the scribe, and step into a twilight that counts stars the way a good clerk counts jars. Carefully, fondly, one by one until sleep calls the total complete. By late afternoon the counting room exhales, and the courtyard fills with a different grammar. Voices low, hands open, eyes bright with the half-smile of people who intend to agree but want the story to earn its ending. A plank table becomes a stage, a reed mat the orchestra pit, and two merchants step forward with a cargo of sentences waiting to be fastened into law. Your letters rest nearby like patient birds, and the scribe clears his palate, black for the running talk, red for the moments where reality needs a trumpet. Contracts in this light feel less like traps and more like bridges. A finish line that doubles as a starting gate for jars, ropes, and reputation. Beneath the awning a formula takes shape the way a good knot does, simple at first glance, clever under scrutiny. Names of the parties arrive with their fathers' names, their streets and landmarks, the gods they invite to eavesdrop politely. The promise is set out in black. So many hecats, so many jars, such and such quality, by a date that any boatman would call reasonable. Red ink taps the page for headings, totals, and the clause that says what happens when wind, flood, or human optimism gets uppity. You lean in as the scribe writes the date not by a number but by a bureaucrat or festival, tying the promise to a calendar that smells of bread, incense, and tide. Around the table, witnesses slide into place like anchor stones. A shopkeeper with fair eyes, a porter who knows scales the way birds know currents, a temple doorkeeper whose job title already tells you he respects thresholds. Each gives a name, a mark, sometimes a seal impression if pride and clay are both in the mood. Oath language tiptoes in, as Ammonius lives, by the king, under the eye of the West. It's theater that remembers its job. The point is not fear but clarity. When everyone agrees what they are promising out loud, fewer surprises leap from jars later. Without coins as the universal translator, the price sings itself in familiar measures. The linen becomes barley by agreement. The oil becomes Labor Days if harvest insists on being coy, and the reed pen shepherds the equivalence neatly. A penalty clause adds a small bite, an extra hecate here, a lost jar paid back twice over there, because time costs more than anybody likes to admit. Interest wears a polite cloak as accumulation or customary addition, a phrase that adds weight to tomorrow without scaring today. Your job in the scene is simple. Nod at the right places, ask a question about the stopper seals, and offer to fetch a witness who tells good jokes. Nearby, a lump of damp clay waits for identity, the way an empty doorway waits for footprints. Seals come out of purses and cords, a scarab engraved with a name and a bird, a little stamp with a lotus, a cylinder that rolls a march of gods around the clay like a parade. The scribe ties a string around the rolled letter and presses clay until it holds the string like a sworn secret. An impression crowds in, tidy and proud. For jars, the same logic applies. Cord around the mouth, clay over the knot, seal pressed until the clay knows who owns the promise. Think of it as two-factor authentication in sandals, where string and image together make a lock that gossip cannot pick. Over the storeroom door a cord stretches across the planks, and a little blob of clay sits where it meets wood, yesterday's closing sigh. A steward moistens the seal, checks the impression against a signet, and smiles when the pattern kisses the old grooves exactly. Doors and jars, rolls and boxes. Everything that wants to be trustworthy wears clay like a signature. Breaking the seal is not a crime. It's an event, and the event needs a witness. You feel the ceremony of it when the steward calls out the hour and pulls the cord. It's not fancy, just honest drama that keeps jars from telling conflicting stories. Along the quay, a line of benches becomes a courthouse without columns. Elders gather, men with the calm of people who have watched floods rise and reputations fall. Plus a scribe, of course, because memory requires ink. The kenbet, the neighborhood council, listens more than it talks. Each side tells a story that mirrors the other with a few crucial adjectives switched. A jar arrived cracked. A rope arrived short. Payment arrived late but wearing a smile. The elders ask for the contract, for the seal, for the receipt, for the witness who remembers the joke told at the moment the tally was made. Justice here wears sandals and keeps a pallet for bread and beer. Inside a temple courtyard, the same grammar speaks in a different voice. An oath before a statue is not just drama. It's reputational accounting with a cosmic auditor. A merchant touches the threshold stone with 2 fingers, swears his measure was honest, and the priest notes the oath while the scribe records the quantity. Occasionally a god is asked to decide, through an oracle, through lot, through ritual that modern minds might call theater and ancient minds called consultation. Mainstream evidence rests nicely here. Local councils and temple authorities often settle disputes over measures and delivery, using oaths and written records to keep peace. Whether an oracle weighed heavily or served mostly as ceremony changes with place and year, historians are still debating this question. Between bargaining rounds, collateral and surety enter the room like well-dressed cousins who keep their promises. A partner offers a copper tool as pledge until the next flood. A cousin with good credit signs as guarantor. her name adding an extra strand to the cord that keeps both sides honest. The scribe writes the surety line carefully and circles it in red because this is where friendships turn into legal furniture. You notice how gently the conversation moves. No raised voices, lots of bread. Because a deal worth keeping is usually quiet work. Besides the main text, the contract grows little ears and elbows, notations that tell it how to behave. One corner gets a docket in red, so the clerk can sell it to the future. Loan, linen, 2 witnesses, first month of harvest. Another line adds a storage instruction, keep in chest B under the read box because records prefer routine to heroism. Corrections get handled with a damp cloth and a steady hand. The scribe lifts the error, smooths the fibers, and writes again as if the world had always intended this version. A niche detail delights you. Some scribes dot the edge of a clause they deem crucial. A tiny ink freckle that says, "Do not nap here, future reader." Opposite the scribal bench, a pair of sealers work with clay and calm. One keeps a reference board, a wooden plaque with impressions of the regular seals pressed into it like a sampler, so mismatches reveal themselves without debate. The other moistens clay to a precise softness, neither sticky nor sulky, and presses each seal straight down, never at an angle that would distort the design. The board looks like a miniature zoo of patterns. Lotus, fly, ram, ship, fish, plus names in script that flows faster than stone can. Whether every household kept such a sampler or just the fussy ones is unclear. Historians are still debating this question, but the board in front of you works like a charm. During the inevitable quarrel that follows a long shipment, measuring jars do a small, noble dance. A buyer insists 2 he-cats are missing. A seller says the sacks slumped. The scribe suggests everyone breathe near a standard measure. The inspector pours grain slowly, taps the rim to settle kernels, scrapes level with a practiced palm, and everyone watches the surface as if it holds the future. The number lands, and red ink nods to it with authority. No coin jingles, yet value changes hands. Fairness makes a sound like a palm-smoothing grain. Under a patch of shade, the conversation turns to marriage contracts and dowries, because households are businesses with laughter. A woman lists her goods in linen, jewelry, and rights, and the scribe writes them with care that feels like respect rather than fuss. If she later manages a shop or an estate, this page becomes a shield and a tool. The mainstream point stands politely. Women in Egypt could hold property, make contracts, and appear in legal documents as principals, not accessories. Cases vary with era and station, and narratives sometimes blur law and custom. Historians are still debating this question in specifics, but the ink here is not shy about her signature. Across the market, a broker tells a trainee the difference between a handshake and a seal. A handshake pays today's bills. A seal pays next season's. A joke rides in. If a man tries to haggle after clay dries, he should haggle with the clay. It's funny because it's true and restful because it shifts quarrels from throats to documents. You watch a jar stoppered, sealed, and labeled with red ink that trails a flourish like a kite tail. Somewhere downriver, the flourish will help a clerk find the right line in the right roll in a chest that holds the month's whole heartbeat. After a few months, chests swell with agreements the way granaries swell with stories. The storage clerk ties each roll with a fiber string whose knot tells whether sneaky fingers visited. Dockets in red whisper subjects: loan of oxen, hire of boat, repair of oarlock, settlement of cracked jars. If anyone doubts a memory, the clerk knows which chest lives in which room and which roll carries which promise. Archives like this emerge not from romance but from habit. Habit is a technology as powerful as rope and twice as quiet. Meanwhile, a dispute over a sunken crate makes the rounds like a ball of gossip that forgot its origin. Did the boatman lash the cargo properly? Did the merchant underpack the crate? Did the wind misbehave? The elders ask for the contract and find a clause about river hazard. Some argue the clause covers the loss in a shared way. Others say the boatman knew the bend. A creative scribe suggests a split and writes it in careful red. Evidence for formal insurance in this period is thin, but mutual risk-sharing reads all over the lines. Historians are still debating this question while practical people keep their boats and friendships afloat. Outside the gatehouse, another kind of court performs the day's tidy magic. Two neighbors claim the same corner of shade, and a surveyor shows up with a rope and a cubit ruler. Boundaries here are lines lived on, not abstract whispers. So the rope's knot tells the story better than 10 witnesses. The surveyor runs the line, the scribe writes the length, the owners nod, and the seal makes the nod behave tomorrow. Land, in this system, is measured not to make maps but to make peace. From the riverfront comes a tangle of rumors about a shipment of cedar that arrived short in spirit if not in length. A stamp on the stoppers looks suspicious, close to genuine, not quite aligned. The sealers bring out the sampler board, compare impressions, and decide a cousin became enterprising. The consequence is not drama but exclusion. The cousin loses the right to press clay in this yard. His next career will not involve jars. Reputation here is currency that spends everywhere. Losing it costs more than any one fine could. Midway through a case about a loan in barley, the clerk produces a duplicate contract that saves everyone's appetite. Copies matter when reed pens and rivers conspire against permanence. Often one copy lives with each party, and a third sleeps in a chest at the office where a bored cat keeps it company. The trifecta is not paranoia. It is convenience disguised as caution. If two copies drown, the cat's copy will scold everybody into relief. Beyond the offices, a teacher drills apprentices on the standard openings for documents. The greeting, the date, the identification of goods, the oath, the witnesses, the seal. He insists on posture and nib angle because law is half choreography. A small odd truth surfaces. The best students practice their seal impressions in damp sand before they ever press clay, learning pressure and patience the way boatmen learn wind. The sand holds no permanent record. It does, however, punish sloppy wrists. Behind every dispute lies a mood, and behind most moods lies spoilage or lateness. A jar spent noon in the sun. A caravan lingered 2 days at a broken step. A letter lost its way in the pocket of a cousin who discovered beer halfway. Remedies exist for all 3 shade cloths, repair teams, better couriers, but the record is the real cure. A ledger line that says delayed by wind, with a witness and a red total quells drama like bread quiets a child. Towards sunset, a bilingual broker arrives with a contract that speaks 2 tongues without tripping. One column in Demotic, another in a foreign script, both promising the same goods by the same date through the same gods and penalties. Ports like the Delta host such hybrids regularly. They are bridges that carry cedar and olive oil and words across cultures that prefer familiar vowels. Exactly how standardized these bilingual templates were is a messy question with charming footnotes. Historians are still debating this question, and the broker pays it no attention as long as both columns buy him rope. Prior to opening a disputed jar, an inspector performs a ritual of touch and sound that looks like poetry and is actually physics. He taps the stopper. A good jar replies with a confident thud. He sniffs the seam where resin lives. Freshness is a polite houseguest, rancidity an uninvited philosopher. If doubt remains, he pricks the seal with a thin reed, draws a taste, and reseals with fresh clay in front of witnesses. The note goes in the margin. Tested, resealed, approved. A phrase that keeps masculine pride and liquid honesty from wrestling all afternoon. In the school of seals, counterseals make their entrance. Second impressions that say, two households agree this is fine. A merchant might press his lotus after the warehouse master presses his fish, or a temple porter adds the god's emblem after a private stamp. Layered impressions make clay look like a festival of tiny reliefs. A sampler board captures the sequence so fakes stand out like a donkey in a perfumery. Whether these counterseals were always used or mostly on high-value cargo varies. Historians are still debating this question, though the clay in front of you wears teamwork with pride. Facing the bench again, you watch a scribe pull a short roll of proverbs for peace. Formulae that long experience has proven useful. Pay before bragging. Weigh after laughing. Seal while friends are near. He reads them softly when tempers climb, not to moralize, but to slow breath. In this way, text becomes a kind of tool, a hinge that swings the room from heat to function. The elders nod because they are elders and because they like sentences that taste like bread. Near the end of daylight, a compromise blooms like a lotus that waited for shade. Two parties agree to meet halfway. One adds a jar of beer to acknowledge delay. The other cancels a penalty clause nobody can spell without squinting. The scribe writes the addendum with red at the top so future readers know the original promise learned humility. The sealers press fresh clay over the old knot, not to hide the past but to announce the update. If law were a river, this would be the bend that saved a hull. Out in the lane, a cat decides the bench is a stage and performs a fully improvised drama about ownership of sunshine. Children laugh. A porter claps once. The scribe snorts into his sleeve and accidentally dots the page in the best place. Right where the clause about careful handling needed a friendly freckle. That dot will become famous in 3 months when a cousin tries to argue nuance. The dot will win. Quirky victories are the best kind because nobody loses face. Finally, the courtyard exhales the day. Seals cool, clay stiffens, ink dries to a kind velvet, and the last witness scratches a private blessing onto an ostrakhan that he tucks under a jar because some men prefer their prayers small and local. The chest receives the roll with a respectful thunk. Somewhere beyond the gate, a woman counts her day's receipts and ties them with the same knot the clerk used, ready to appear in ink tomorrow without needing anyone's permission. When you lift the reed box, the weight of your letters feels lighter. Deals made, seals pressed, disputes folded into sentences that let sleep find its way through a city that believes in writing. The river answers with a breeze, and the night promises that law, in this place, is just organization with good manners. After a day of deals and seals, the city exhales into evening, and a quieter kind of authority steps forward from doorways scented with bread and blue lotus. Not the booming voice of dock foremen or the measured bark of inspectors, but a cadence that keeps households solvent and workshops awake tomorrow. A woman at a low table smooths a papyrus sheet with one palm, the other hand already reaching for the reed pen you've watched a dozen men wield today. Her bracelets click once, like a period, and the room obeys. This is the ledger of a house shop, a space that sleeps its owner in one corner and sells its cleverness in the other. And the person who makes it breathe is not an assistant, but the center of gravity. When she nods at you to sit, the whole day rearranges itself into a new grammar. Obligations, rations, favors, rents. Mostly the same nouns as the market, sung in a key that does not need to shout. Across the threshold, daughters spool thread while a boy turns a hand mill with the stubborn patience of a small moon. The manager, mother, wife, aunt, or widow depending on which document you're reading, speaks totals in a voice even cats take seriously. She asks you about the read box at your hip and whether the letter inside requires red headings or only a quick line and a seal pressed after supper. Women in Egypt, the mainstream lesson reminds you, can own, inherit, lend, lease, and sue. Papyri preserve their contracts and receipts with the same ink that honors a governor's edict. The debate sits nearby and smiles neutrally. Literacy levels among women remain a field of careful estimates, and historians are still debating this question. But signatures, orders, and will survive that make space at this table unquestionably hers. In the soft lamp glow, a storage alcove reveals jars stacked by smell and purpose. Oil that cares about lamps, oil that cares about elbows, grain that behaves if you speak kindly, linen folded with a pride bordering on devotion. On a shelf, a small balance waits under a strip of dyed linen. Protection against dust, yes, but also a reminder that tools deserve affection. When a neighbor arrives to repay a jar he borrowed last flood, she listens, measures, writes, and then reaches for a second sheet to copy the entry cleanly. For the chest, she says, tapping a casket that already holds a month of yesterday. A quirky truth slips in like a cat tail. Some household ledgers mark weeks with tiny dots of coal, the same cosmetic that draws a line at the eyelid, because a single stick serves glamour and accounting with equal calm. Beside the measuring box, a basket of ostraca gathers the day's crumbs, 2 loaves advanced, beer returned in kind, linen treated for moths. Neighbor's boy needs new sandals before festival. These sherds will migrate into papyrus when the lamps burn lower and noise reduces to the good kind. A niece recites a multiplication table under her breath while slicing dates. A nephew copies the greeting lines of a polite letter, the formula that wishes life, prosperity, and health before mentioning the jar that arrived with a suspicious tilt. The mainstream thread ties itself neatly. Education often runs through families, and houses where a scribe lives tend to teach the closest hands. Whether the writer is the woman herself or a relative at her elbow varies by address, by century, and by confidence. Historians are still debating this question, but the command voice in this room is not ambiguous. Meanwhile, the river sends breeze under the door and carries gossip that learns to behave the moment it lands here. A supplier has raised the price of castor oil. A cousin claims his sacks weighed more last month. An inspector's new habit makes seals friendlier to fingers that must break and remake them daily. She turns rumor into rows. Allowances entered, substitutions agreed. Delivery windows widened by 1 day because the wind clearly attended a party upriver. When you mention a buyer who balked at paying in barley, she flips to a page marked with a leather thong and shows the equivalence table she keeps current by experience rather than decree. Debins and hecats dance across her columns with the fluent grace of someone who prices reality in edible units. Under a beam hung with drying yarn, dowry accounting emerges as calmly as bread cooling on reed mats. A daughter's chest includes linen, jewelry, a small stake in a storage bin's future, and a promise you can tell she negotiated with the patience of an experienced boat pilot. Marriage contracts in this world do not erase a woman's name from property. They inventory it. A well-known will from a community of royal tomb workers whispers from the edges of your memory. A mother distributing her goods to children by merit rather than mere birth. Proof that preference can be inked and enforced. Exactly how often such documents looked like that famous example is the part scholars spar over happily. Historians are still debating this question, yet the ledgers here know how to spell fairness in red. Between the doorway and the counting mat, Clients arrive who expect clarity and occasionally receive kindness extra. A brewer's wife pays for wool with beer plus a promise to sing at the next festival. A neighbor brings onions and goes home with thread and a line written in black that turns her onions into tomorrow's sandals. The manager adjusts for season, reminding anyone within earshot that harvest months and flood months have different logics and that kindness unscheduled can become chaos. Generous, she says, and writes a small red note beside the black line. A blossom that means the favor will not be forgotten or exaggerated. You watch her keep both balance and dignity intact without hardening. Around the corner, a workroom hums with women who know exactly how long a shuttle takes to pass through a good warp. A girl counts picks aloud because repetition is apprenticeship, and the loom answers with a rhythm that would lull a crocodile. The shop owner sets aside a bolt for temple offerings, the demure cousin of taxes, and clips swatches for 3 letters that need to travel with proof stitched to their manners. An odd detail slides across the table. A scented cone of unguent rests near the thread. Today she smears a breath of fragrance on the fold that will meet a partner's palm. A polite flourish that says, "This came from a clean room and a steady household." No law requires it. Habit and marketing do. Beyond the street's bend, another woman runs a grain shop whose bins would make a granary jealous. Her chalk marks a line with a scribe's fetish for straightness, and her scoops meet the standard measure with a crisp scrape that leaves no room for whim. When a man tries to talk her into a discount disguised as poetry, she smiles and points at a red total from last flood that says generosity lives here, but it names its own weather. The mainstream point stands up in sandals. Women ran shops, managed estates, and appeared as creditors and debtors in the same formulae as men. The debated sliver peeks around the bin. Whether female shopkeepers employed scribes for all writing or wrote some themselves depends on which quarter you visit and which century your sandals prefer. Historians are still debating this question while her pen writes legibly enough to silence curiosity. Inside a courtyard shaded by date palms, an estate manager dictates a letter to a younger cousin who keeps up admirably. Reed tapping the palette with the energy of ambition. Cattle counts, fodder expenditures, repairs to a canal gate, wages in bread and beer for laborers who sing louder than they hoe. She covers it all, then adds a line asking politely for a better grade of lamp wick because the last batch darkened before bedtime. She signs with a mark and a flourish she's practiced in sand since childhood. A servant brings a clay seal and a cord, and the impression shows a lotus flanked by 2 fishes, the emblem of her household, impressed with the same steady pressure that manages everything else. Nearby, a beer shop run by sisters outlines credit as gracefully as a jug curves at the shoulder. Customers' names line one wall in chalk. Columns of jars advanced and jars returned, while a papyrus in the chest keeps the permanent form. The sisters know which crews prefer onion chasers, which foremen pay on festival eve, which boatmen should never hold the tab longer than sunset. When a quarrel bubbles, they bring out a witness, a porter whose ears belong to no one, and the chalk sighs back into fairness. A delightful oddment bubbles up with the foam. Some beer shops mark loyal customers with a small chip of glazed faience tucked under the counter. When the blue bead moves from left dish to right, the tab is closed and the friendship lighter. Over the rooftops, temple music drifts, and the conversation turns to ritual supplies. Frankincense cones must be delivered in good time. Linen for altar cloths must be absurdly spotless. Honey for offerings must resist the intimacy of ants. The shop owner sets aside festival stock with the same care a scribe gives to names of kings, because piety and invoices get along better than people think. The mainstream scaffold stands. Temples purchase, store, and redistribute, and private households and shops become partners by contract, not by charity. The exact degree to which temple monopolies crowded private enterprise depends on the reign and the region. Historians are still debating this question, and the ledger knows how to navigate both candles and quotas. Along the lane, a child carries a reed cage cradling a kitten that clearly believes itself a bureaucrat. Pest control earns rations in this town, and no ledger pretends otherwise. The shopkeeper jokes that the cat's wages go on the same line as the watchman's: bread, fish scraps, authority. She sketches a tiny paw in the margin and circles it, an icon dispatching insects and worries alike. A sillier fact creeps in and refuses to leave. Some households hang braided garlic over the grain bin, a charm against both mice and envy. Whether the clove works on the latter, nobody writes in red. By the next doorway, a widow sorts her late husband's tools into 3 piles: to keep for the shop, to loan to her brother's crew, to sell for silver or, failing that, oil and barley. Her rights are not hypothetical. They're signed, sealed, and held in a chest that creaks like it knows more secrets than the street. She gives you a note to deliver to a warehouse master she trusts. And when you promise, she smiles the way people do when the river minds its manners. The mainstream line warms the room. Widows in Egypt could administer estates, sue for debts, and settle accounts. The debated line adjusts its belt. How common this independence was among non-elite households depends on how generously one reads the surviving paperwork. Historians are still debating this question while her ledger manages just fine without approval. Through the portico of a larger house, an overseer bows to a woman whose title translates roughly to Lady of the Estate. And you sense that the phrase means boss. She uses a seal that rides her name rather than her husband's, not as rebellion but as organization. For the canal work she's funding, stones, ropes, baskets, bread, and beer distributed to a rotating crew. She keeps wages in hecats that track like music, every 8th day a rest, every 10th jar a celebration. When the inspector arrives with weights shaped like ducks, she laughs, produces her own set, and invites him to test both. Fairness applauds from every shelf, and the inspector leaves with dignity intact because she knew to offer him a cool cup and a line in the margin that reads, "Verified with honor," toward a quieter quarter where scribes rent companionship to sleep. A small school run by an older woman drills reading on ostraca that once held wine and now carry the future. Boys and girls recite syllables, copy greetings, and learn the polite greetings that oil the hinges of letters: life, prosperity, and health. She leans over a girl's shoulder and adjusts the nib angle like a boatman adjusting a sail, and the line straightens into satisfaction. Whether such schools kept official rosters or only the memory of neighbors is the kind of question that returns to scholars like migratory birds. Historians are still debating this question, but the children in this room are very busy being persuaded by letters. Amid the practical beauty of this neighborhood, disputes still show up wearing sandals and asking for attention. A weaver claims a merchant returned coarse cloth as if fine. The ledger produces the swatch clipped and tied to the order, and the matter deflates into a polite apology. A brewer argues that a jar went sour because a stopper sulked. The shopkeeper shows a note in red, shade preserved all day, and the refund becomes a discount on a future batch rather than drama. You observe how often these negotiations avoid courts not because law fails but because ledgers are law in pajamas, comfortable and binding. Once the lamps are trimmed, the room becomes a scent library. Ink, gum, oil, natron, the bakery 2 doors down, and that faint sweetness unguent leaves on cloth. She turns to the letter you carried, an order for linen and thread, with a request for a sample stapled to courtesy. Her eyes skate the lines, weigh the red headings, and nod at the totals as if numbers were old friends returning in clean sandals. She writes the reply in black, adds a red line for delivery conditions, ties a tiny scrap of today's weave to the fold, and seals the clay with a press that shows the lotus again, a sign you're starting to read as personality rather than ornament. Later, talk drifts to long-distance partners, Phoenician traders with cedar breath, caravan men who carry turquoise and news, scribes and other gnomes who write a similar hand with ironic flourishes in different corners. She keeps a tiny glossary on a folded sheet. How those partners name their measures, which festival makes them scarce, what gift makes a warehouse master happier than math. The mainstream court hums. Women participate in cross-regional trade networks, not always on decks or dunes, but at tables where accounts align and promises survive travel. The debated harmony lingers. Travel narratives rarely center women, which skews perception. Historians are still debating this question while receipts refuse to lie. Finally, a lull opens in which the house retires without dismissing you. Daughters store spindles like secrets. The boy kisses the millstone with a forearm out of habit, and neighbors fold themselves toward home in an origami of goodnight sounds. She locks the chest with the gentlest thud in the city and places the reed pen across the pallet like a lullaby. Before you stand, she asks if your road passes the third quay tomorrow. When you say yes, she sets the letter in your reed box with the motion of a person placing a loaf in the oven. Faith plus proof. On your way out, she touches the doorframe, an old blessing for thresholds, and the night accepts the job. Morning waits as a promise, so the last pages get a glance. Inventory aligns, credit balances breathe, and rations look like a hymn. A niece sneaks a doodle of a lotus into the margin where nobody will object, and a cat springs onto the chest with the entitlement of a deity. The house doll circle closes on itself with elegant simplicity, and your day, which began with courts and contracts, now carries the memory of a different court. The court of competence where a woman's ledger makes every other ledger easier. Mainstream knowledge bows, property, contract, and legal presence are ordinary possibilities here, recorded without trumpets. Quirk tucks a coal dot over the week's total and calls it pretty. Debate waves from the lane with a stack of questions for another night. You step into light that smells like bread and ink and feel the city's commerce settle deeper into human hands. One of which wears a ring that has pressed 100 perfect seals while nobody wrote a ballad about it. Brine hangs in the morning as cedar-laden hulls nose into the delta channels, their decks crowded with coils of rope and a vocabulary that smells like salt. Levantine pilots shout bearings you don't need to understand because the gestures already translate, and a broker waves from the quay with a smile that has practiced forgiving accents. At your hip, the reed box holds a letter that started as black ink on papyrus and is now a passenger in a multilingual neighborhood. A Phoenician foreman pats a timber as though greeting a cousin. The wood answers with a thud only carpenters truly appreciate. Commerce begins speaking in plural the moment the tide lifts, and you feel your own mouth adjust. Less single vowels, more hands. Across the bench in the customs shed, a bilingual scribe switches scripts like oars, hieratic for the local ledger, a tidy line of Aramaic for the visiting captain, and a note in Greek for the Delta Emporian that expects summaries before lunch. The red headings stay Egyptian. The numbers behave universally. The names carry little passports of their own. When he asks for your packet, you slide the sealed letter forward and watch him docket the exterior with two scripts on the same line. A tiny bridge from reed to reed. Translators in this world don't merely swap words. They balance expectations so ships, sacks, and tempers arrive intact. Cedar tells its own story long before any scribe writes it down. Logs from Byblos and further north come off the hull in measured grunts, surface oiled, heartwood smelling like planets that forgot to rush. Boat builders and coffin makers reach for the same pieces, and your letter names both buyers with the diplomatic calm of a person scheduling 2 weddings in one afternoon. Mainstream knowledge nods along. Egypt imports long, straight timbers for ship ribs, temple doors, and furniture because local trees are generous but short. The logistics go back and forth across centuries, and each plank remembers more languages than many people will ever speak. Numbers gossip in the shadow of the weighing beam. A Levantine weight stamped like a little lion faces an Egyptian duck weight across the pan, and the scribe hums as he nudges equivalences into a fair place. Silver gets weighed for fees not because coins rule here yet, but because metal keeps secrets and measures stubbornly. A debate hums beneath the table about standardization across harbors. Inspectors pretend the answer is very, sailors suggest enough, and scholars much later will argue with footnotes whether shekels and debens kissed often or occasionally. Historians are still debating this question, which is comforting. Disagreement proves the world stayed interesting while the wood dried. Scribes draft letters that understand distance. For partners on the northern coast, Akkadian once serves as the respectable middle ground, Royal Mail's favorite, the business class of clay, but for fast commerce in later centuries, Aramaic steps in wearing worn sandals and a grin. Demotic lines carry the home office copy because habit sleeps best in familiar strokes. Your hand learns to fold an address panel where a foreign place name sits beside a local landmark. Warehouse of Hanno, near the Purple Dyers, by the East Quay. And a seal presses an identity that clay later remembers better than anyone's voice. Resin perfumes the contract while the captain argues for shade. Incense from the south wants a different path entirely, and you've walked part of it already. Caravans over Wadi Hammamat to Red Sea harbors. Then ships hugging coastlines toward countries that smell like frankincense altars in the open air. Egypt remembers Punt whenever the wind turns kind and history chooses to narrate. Reliefs carve boats with trees aboard like pets, and inscriptions count jars with the seriousness of prayers. Whether every punt came from the same compass point or several southern neighbors sharing a perfume economy remains a quiet academic wrestling match. Historians are still debating this question while an incense merchant trains an apprentice to tell grades by crumble and spark. Word lists grow in the margins like moss in a shaded courtyard. Scribes keep notebooks that are half lexicon, half survival kit. Timber terms in Phoenician, barley in Aramaic, measurements in Greek, polite swear words in none of the above. How much gets 8 versions depending on the harbor? On credit gets 10 because everyone hears it in a key appropriate to weather and mood. You copy these lists by lamplight, laughing when the page slips in a drawing. 2 little ships, one with a square sail labeled friend, one with a reefed sail labeled lesson. In the morning, the notes read perfectly serious. Humor ages into competence overnight. Sometimes a letter chooses clay instead of papyrus because the recipient lives where reeds don't boss around the writing desk. Small tablets in Akkadian travel among officials, but merchants prefer anything quick enough to fold and tuck. So a papyrus with a polite Aramaic line can win where a tablet might stall. The choice is never ideological. It's logistical. The best script is the one the reader accepts without a frown. When a partner shrugs and says, "Write however, just keep the numbers honest." Relief spreads through your shoulders like a festival. Seals turn cosmopolitan before anyone else does. A cylinder with a row of gods walks across the clay beside a stamp with a lotus. And the counterseal adds a fish because the warehouse master is fond of the river's grammar. Clay accepts all of them as if it were invented for diplomacy. A sampler plank hangs in the customs house with impressions from the usual suspects, local and foreign, so imposters trip themselves. Whether such boards were universal or a favorite of fussy ports is one of those archival mysteries that survives on charm and probability. Historians are still debating this question, pressing and comparing like hobbyists who never got bored. Delta towns become multilingual villages as soon as sailors begin practicing foreign accents. Naucrates rises on the western branch with Greek colonies of cups and waitstones and a habit of explaining Egyptian festivals in letters home. Phoenician traders hire rooms from the same families for 3 generations. Nicknames translate long before contracts do. The mainstream note hums gently. From the late 7th century BC onward, Greek presence in the Delta turns translation into furniture. Yet even earlier, Levantine harbors and Egyptian ports already trade insults and cedar with practiced affection. The river is not surprised by any of this. It remembers every visitor by wake pattern. Eyes stare from ship bows as if boats prefer to see sandbars before humans notice. Painted pupils glint under sun, and an Egyptian pilot makes the sign he always makes when a foreign hull ties up neatly. A quick brush of fingers over the lip, luck invited with casual manners. Some crews swear the eyes discourage certain fish from testing amphory with teeth. Others say the paint keeps the gods amused. Quirk aside, nothing here is superstitious about maintenance. Lashings get checked, stoppers sniffed, resin seems pinched, and you add a red note to a receipt. Inspected upon arrival, no sulkiness detected. Silver enters the courtyard like a guest with complicated etiquette. Hack silver, bits of cut metal, drops onto the scale for a customs fee or as a way to square a thorny exchange between neighbors who think in grain and visitors who think in weight of metal. Later, coins will start strolling in with faces and legends, first tentatively, then with empire-level confidence. The early phase is messy in a useful way. The ledger keeps both languages at the ready. How quickly the market monetizes, as future mouths will say, depends on century, town, and patience. Historians are still debating this question while your palm decides that a good deben of barley still feels more comforting than a handful of clever discs. Gifts complicate the ledger while claiming to be above it. Royal courts exchange cedar beams and gold necklaces with notes that avoid the word price, the way cats avoid baths. Tribute is what one side calls it when it's feeling handsome. Trade is what both sides call it when they're hungry. For merchants, the difference is mostly paperwork. Escorted shipments glide past certain checkpoints. Taxed shipments learn to rehearse better. The practical result is the same: logs, oil, wine, resin moving by wind and argument. Whether a particular convoy counts as diplomacy or economy is a line historians draw and redraw depending on which inscription blinks at them this year. Historians are still debating this question, and the boats continue to prefer good weather. Elephantine floats up from memory when Aramaic letters cross your bench. Contracts from a community of soldiers and shopkeepers stationed on the island. Writing in the empire's lingua franca while buying grain from neighbors who think in Egyptian. Names bounce from script to script like well-traveled children. Witnesses sign in whatever hand their mothers scolded them into. The letters mention rations, loans, and temple matters that scholars discuss in voices ranging from scholarly to delighted. The mainstream value is straightforward. Multi-ethnic communities on Egypt's edges write themselves into normalcy through contracts about bread, rent, and oil. Training becomes a river of its own in this bilingual harbor. Apprentices copy the same sentence in 2 scripts until muscles in the wrist admit that both can be pretty. Demotic curves teach speed. Aramaic letters teach restraint. Greek capitals teach patience. The reed pen teaches that nib angles are politics only for people who prefer boredom. A master walks between benches correcting posture rather than grammar because clarity prefers a stable shoulder. You copy a courtesy formula in both Aramaic and Demotic and discover that politeness survives translation better than jokes do. Insurance whispers in a room that pretends not to know the word. Partners on both sides of the water agree to share loss if a storm acts like a personality rather than weather. A clause in red details what counts as river's temper and what is pilot's effort. The grammar looks familiar even if coins haven't seized the script yet. And reputation patrols the hallway like a relaxed guard who still sees everything. Formal maritime loans wearing specific names belong more to later Greek contracts, but risk pooling is already a habit dressed in local clothes. You sign a line that says, essentially, "We will remain friends after the wind tells jokes." Customs becomes choreography when empires change hats. Under a Persian satrap, the docket gets an extra line. Under a Greek governor, the same line switches columns. Under a native dynasty staging a comeback, the old terms dust themselves and act like they never left. Merchants shrug and keep moving because goods do not respect political rhetoric unless gates lock. The fees remain measurable in grain, oil, or silver weight. The margins keep a small dictionary of alternate titles for the official who stamps resilience into clay. The mainstream point lives comfortably here. Administrations change, paperwork evolves, and trade routes smirk and continue. Meanwhile, letters adopt little accents according to direction. Messages to Tyre mention purple dye with a solemnity bordering on flirtation. Notes to Gaza mention wine with specific amphora stamps. Lines to Cyprus praise copper the way carpenters praise a chisel that doesn't chip. Your packets learn to carry samples. Linen swatches, a dab of resin, a splinter of cedar tied in linen, so that touch joins language in the persuasion business. Couriers get briefed in gossip as well as directions. The difference between today and after the procession is a map you can only draw with your ears. Measurements travel across empires like good proverbs. The cubit on your stick behaves in Memphis the way it behaves in Sidon. Give or take an argument that the inspector refuses to lose. For timber lengths, the buyer's cubit often wins because the buyer's saw lives closer to the payment. You jot conversions into the margin. Royal cubit equals a shade longer than the merchant's. And draw a tiny thumb to remind yourself which hand insisted last time. No one loves these compromises. Everyone respects them. The river and the sea both nod at anything that makes loading quicker. Bilingual contracts spread across the table like two reasonable people agreeing to share sunlight. Demotic explains goods and dates. Greek lays out penalties and friendly threats. Signatures or seals sit beneath both as if to say, "We meant it twice." The idea isn't grand, it's practical. If either party needs to read it without calling a cousin, the document volunteers. The Rosetta habit, multiple scripts saying the same thing, will later make historians clap with a joy that feels suspiciously like relief. In the meantime, you press a seal and enjoy how the clay accepts whatever alphabet humility requires. Weights from abroad mingle with locals in a pouch you come to recognize by sound. Duck stones thud like contented birds. Shekel weights click like impatient crickets. Later coins whisper metallic syllables you'll admit are charming. Inspectors carry test sets in little wooden boxes that open like altars to accuracy. When two sets agree, tempers relax. When they diverge, a joke buys time while the senior weight speaks last. How frequently these checks happened would thrill modern accountants to know precisely. Historians are still debating this question, and the ledgers survive anyway. Harbors up the Levant string together like beads. Door with its fish that judge everything. Byblos with cedar that refuses to be shy. Beirut with coopered barrels, Sidon with glass that looks like frozen river light, Tyre with purple that will not apologize. Egypt buys, sells, swaps and smiles, sending back grain that tastes like steadiness, linen that breathes like forgiveness, and honey that makes friends out of skeptics. Each place teaches your ear a new word for almost, which turns out to be the most important word in any negotiation. Caravans from the desert arrive like footnotes that change the argument. Frankincense beads and myrtles sit beside copper and turquoise. Spices that pretend to be jokes at first turn serious in temple ledgers. Ostrich feathers wobble like a priest chose comedy as a hobby. Routes cross in the Negev and Sinai, then spill toward Memphis like two sentences that learn to share a verb. Whether certain caravans owed formal allegiance to crowns or just to wells and reputations is a detail everyone feels sure about in opposite directions. Historians are still debating this question while handlers count hooves and dream about quieter professions. Notaries in the mixed quarter learn to pour hospitality as if it were punctuation. A foreign merchant sets a coin down to pay a fee. The notary waves it into the scale pan to convert its face into weight because faces don't cook grain. Later, when coins become habits rather than guests, the same notary will keep a tiny chart of exchange that updates with rumors and ships. In both eras, the reed pen writes received in black and circles the line in red when payment and promise sit happily together. Stability is made of circles like that, ink insisting on closure. Households adjust to plural calendars without turning philosophical. A woman running a linen stall marks a Greek festival with a dot so she doesn't arrange deliveries on a day her buyers prefer wine. A Phoenician brewer learns the Egyptian rhythm of inundation so his shipments reach granaries when taste buds are generous. You deliver a letter to a Jewish soldier's wife at Elephantine and note that her grocery list reads like everyone's. Barley, oil, onions, one complaint about lamp wicks, a joke about the cat. Difference often lives safely in the margins. The center loves bread. Stamps on amphorae become shorthand across borders. An impressed handle says vineyard and month, overseer and pride. A painted sign adds, "Don't waste my time," in its own accent. Warehouse clerks cut slivers from stoppers to test and reseal with fresh clay that carries both the shipper's seal and the yard's. A duet that tells thieves they need new hobbies. Ptolemaic times will turn amphora stamps into an art of audit. But even now, earlier, the habit of letting clay speak saves everyone from shouting. The quietest technologies win most arguments. Dusk folds the harbor into a grammar of lamps, and you sit on a coil of rope reading a letter that has become an atlas. It started in a counting room beside a granary, crossed water under a sky that likes to improvise, and now leans under a foreign lamplight that smells like olive and fish. The reply, when it comes, will wear two scripts friendly to each other, carry a promise, and ask for patience. You seal your answer with both a lotus and a borrowed stamp of a ship because teamwork looks good on clay. Tomorrow begins planning itself while the night pretends you should stop thinking. A courier with a trustworthy ankle will carry 3 languages stitched into one package. A broker will practice names that offend fewer ears. A custom scribe will sharpen 2 reeds because one always sulks when shown a new alphabet. The river remains unbothered by any of this, hosting hulls like a tolerant ant and turning silver under stars that belong to nobody. Trade across empires means learning to say the same fairness in many voices, and sleep arrives faster when your letters know how to harmonize. Night settles over the quay like a folded sheet, and the warehouse remembers the sound of lids and knots without needing anyone to rehearse them aloud. The reed box at your side still holds the bilingual replies from the Delta, but attention drifts back to those older packets, the ones that never reached their readers, the small squares of papyrus asleep in their own certainty. Inside every silence is a story with the breath held. In every chest is a second kind of archive, the kind that didn't plan to be an archive at all. With lamps turned low, the boards creak in that companionable way that says the floor will keep your secrets if you carry them with a little care. Somewhere behind a stack of baskets, a narrow trunk refuses to open all the way because a thread snags a splinter and decides to stage a protest. A clay seal, long since crumbled into a fossilized sigh, sticks to the lid, and a faint groove shows where a cord once kissed wood, evidence of a night when the scribe tied, pressed, and promised himself he would deliver this packet after breakfast. Plans are good at scheduling breakfast. The river is better at scheduling everything else. In that gap between intention and tide you meet the letters that never left, the unsent cousins of the messages you've been escorting upriver and down. Inside the fold of one square, ink sits as if it still expects throat and ears on the other side. Greetings bloom, quantities line up, and a small apology bends around a smudge near the corner where the writer must have breathed too close to wet strokes. Draft, not copy, that's the first clue. A scribe often composes twice, and the version with fewer blotches gets the chord. The rest nap under the weight of maybe later. The mainstream point stretches its legs here. Papyrus preserves daily life best where dryness is a local talent. House storerooms, temple-side rooms, rubbish mounds that never met monsoon, and so drafts and discards most often do the saving. In other words, the world remembers what people threw away more reliably than what they framed. Under an amphora rack, a bundle wrapped in linen has fused with its own dust, a quiet collaboration between fiber and time. The outer sheet breaks along its creases like good bread, and the inner lines surface with the stubbornness carbon ink always shows. Nothing dramatic, just a purchase order that stalled before a courier tucked it under his sash. Coils of rope, better lamp wicks, a reminder about shade for oil jars because shade is cheaper than new oil. A tiny mark in red circles the wicks as if the writer meant to come back and underline them properly. Life underlines without asking. The letter waited for underlining all the same. Beyond the door's shadow, rubbish mounds do their unglamorous work. Dumped baskets of broken potsherds and torn papyrus pile up into accidental libraries, preserved by the same dryness that cracks your lip if you gossip too long outdoors. Ostraca, the clay sherds, cast their votes for survival. Papyrus scraps submit quietly and endure if the mound stays high and rain keeps its drama elsewhere. The mainstream history point knocks politely. Many of the letters scholars read in bright rooms centuries later survive because households and offices treated trash heaps as acceptable memory devices. Nobody intended monument. Everyone intended tomorrow. The mound remembered anyway. Another chest hides a different secret, the everything drawer of a scribal office. Lists rub elbows with jokes. Drafts of contracts curl into forgotten fans. Reuse is normal, so the backs of letters carry arithmetic, the edges carry test strokes, and the blank corners collect dots like polite crumbs. A quirky specimen grins up at you. A miniature drawing of a boat teetering on a sandbar, labeled with a tiny red, "Don't," in a scribe's private hand. Humor travels farther than mail sometimes, and this boat has been laughing at pilots for 3 lifetimes longer than the writer guessed. Meanwhile, the mummy workshop down the lane once fed on paperwork the way ovens feed on kindling. Cartonnage, those layered, glued wrappings that stiffen masks and cases, often grows from pieces of old papyrus, the ledger's second life pressed against resin and linen. Centuries later, curious hands in white rooms coax layers apart with moisture and patience, and a merchant's forgotten note blinks into air that smells like modern tea. The practice of ungluing the dead's paper clothes to recover living words carries its own debates. ethics layered on adhesives. Historians are still debating this question even as fragments teach new lessons about prices, routes, and very human stalling tactics. Across the warehouse, a shelf holds reed cases with labels that have outlived the names they meant to keep tidy. One reads "Answers Pending," which could be a filing category or a prophecy with a sense of humor. Inside, you find the genres of silence. Letters waiting for a messenger who never returned. Letters paused because the goods changed hands without ink catching up. Letters the sender reconsidered after sleeping on a better mood. Letters that got replaced by a conversation under a fig tree and then didn't need to travel at all. Silence is not always failure. Sometimes it's a solved problem that forgot to clean up its drafts. Sometimes a letter quiets itself because politics breathe too loudly in the doorway. A new inspector arrives with new forms. A temple expands its monopoly and contracts your appetite for experimentation. A cousin gets promoted and suddenly the old language of favors reads as rude. The draft curls back into the chest and nobody misses it except the ink. Mainstream clarity slides in, administrative shifts leave paperwork fossils, and those fossils make historians giddy or cautious depending on whether the stone brags more than the practice did. In the silence between edicts, households keep eating. Unsent letters write the margin notes that never met a public wall. Other times, a letter dies heroically. A courier sprains an ankle 2 miles upriver and decides the gods prefer he keep his bone count unchanged. A boatman drops a packet in muddy water and chooses honesty over ringing. A breeze lifts a folded square into the lamp just long enough to tattoo the edge with a shy scorch. The content gets recopied if urgency demands. If not, the partly singed original goes under a jar to flatten into forgetfulness. The material culture of oops becomes as important to the archive as triumphs because human hands leave prints in equal measure with care and clumsiness. Between serious drafts lurk practice sheets that pretend they are unimportant and then tell the best secrets. Right? I send 2 coils of linen. A master dictates, and an apprentice's hand obeys in wobbling lines across a page already scarred by previous students. On the back, a multiplication table fails in a charming pattern, corrected in red by someone who would have been a terrifying teacher and a generous employer. Teachers toss these pages when ink dries. Rubbish mounds promote them later to the rank of evidence with no ceremony whatsoever. Afterward, your attention drifts to addresses that are too clever for their own good. To the storehouse by the date palm that leans. One says, which was perfectly clear for 10 years and then met a storm with opinions. To the house with the green lintel. Another offers, as if dye and fashion didn't have moods. In a world of landmarks, letters trust the memory of neighborhoods. When those memories change their clothes, packets miss their chairs and end up in chests, untied and unurgent. The silence here is no tragedy. It is mischief mixed with urban redevelopment. Perhaps the gentlest category of quiet letter is the already answered. A merchant writes, sleeps, dreams of a better sentence, and then dictates a different tone in the morning. The first draft folds itself into courtesy and retires to the drawer named Nearly. You read one now. The black lines complain too much about coarse linen. The red headings thump a little. The second draft learned to ask instead of accuse. If the drawer had a voice, it would say, "Well done." And no one would miss the first version except the Papyrus, which was very proud of its effort. Even the environment edits. A flood rises higher than expected and teaches a lower shelf to swim. The margins wrinkle. The ink spreads into soft shadows, and the words stay legible in that charming, water-parked way that makes modern scholars both grateful and careful. A hot spell bakes the outer layers of a roll, creating a crisp armor that tears if you rush. Patience redefines itself as craft while a conservator in the far future coaxes the column open like a stubborn flower. Climate is archivist, not enemy, most years, but it reserves the right to be moody when boats brag. Back in the corner near the door, a chest of miscellany confesses its life by smell. Spices spilled there once, oil sulked, incense still tries to court your patience. Some letters inside carry overlapping notes, the body of a message about rope delivery, then lines in the margins about a cousin's health, then one last squeezed sentence asking whether the red ink for headings can be purchased cheaper from the stall near the west wall. A messenger probably carried a cleaner copy. This one stayed home with the gossip, which is the most domestic fate any letter can wish for. Instead of imagining a grand archive with marble labels, picture something far truer. A box labeled later, a basket for broken but important, a shelf for don't touch until I say, and understand that this is how civilizations keep working. The beauty of the Egyptian record isn't that perfection survived. It's that routine did. Routine misplaces as often as it files. Routine writes tomorrow in red and then forgives itself when tomorrow arrives with a flood or a festival in its mouth. Granted, every now and then a cache gets intentional. A scribe ties bundles with care and dockets the outside, accounts for the year of the good flood, incoming letters for audit, witness statements regarding cracked jars. Temple storerooms do this on purpose, estates sometimes as well, and their order explains itself across centuries as if the scribe stepped briefly out for bread and might return before ink dries. At such moments you glimpse curation disguised as housekeeping, and the silence feels like a librarian humming. Softly, a debate leans against the doorframe and refuses to leave without dessert. Were these household and office groupings truly archives, in the robust sense? Or are modern readers imposing that idea onto bundles that were closer to pending piles? The answer changes with room and rain, and evidence laughs softly when asked to choose a single mood. Historians are still debating this question, and they will probably continue to do so as long as rooms prefer baskets to slogans. Outside, the cat that supervises grain naps atop a chest labeled with a name no one living has pronounced correctly in years. In the lid's underside, someone scratched a blessing, "May these documents find favor and avoid rodents," which suggests the house knew its priorities and hired both gods and animals for redundancy. A tiny paw smudge in dried clay near a stopper makes you picture a kitten deciding that legislation is a fine surface. The smudge survived 3 floods and a tax audit. The kitten's name did not. Randomness keeps a charming ledger. Near the threshold, a half-rolled sheet reveals a conversation with itself. Black lines marching down the left, red corrections marching down the right like a review of troops that have opinions about posture. A miscopied number gets softened with a wet rag and overwritten. An important clause about late delivery earns a double red underline that says, "Do not doze here." Whether the corrected version or this rehearsal walked out the door on a belt is anyone's guess. The version that stayed behind tutors you now in the art of changing your mind without losing your manners. From the rafters, dust migrates in slow columns, its own kind of script you pretend to read when eyes need a rest. The play of light turns the room into a sepia argument about attention. What the scribe thought would matter, what the household needed to remember, what time triaged with a shrug. A bundle half hidden under a shard pile carries a clay tag that once read, "Debts cleared," now reduced to Deb CL. The brevity of survival and a practical certificate that someone, once, closed a loop without poetry. Inwardly, the city keeps copying itself through seasons, and silence rides its own current. People settle disputes under porticos instead of in letters. They deliver a jar personally and shake hands instead of trusting a messenger with an apology. They fall ill and recover and forget to tell an out-of-town partner because the bread rose perfectly this morning and that felt like sufficient news. The archive of silence contains health as often as harm. Not every unmailed sheet is a catastrophe. Plenty are the residue of a life lived in person. Technically, scholars categorize the ways documents survive: in-place deposits, archives abandoned or preserved, secondary uses, cartonnage and wrapping, casual dumps, refused mounds, and lucky burials, tombs with a taste for stationery. Each mode tilts the kind of voices we hear. More drafts here, more receipts there, more contracts in the corner where a clerk barricaded a bad wind. The mainstream point size wisely. Our sample of the past is not the past. It's a weather report from dry rooms, and it is wonderful and partial at the same time. Legend, of course, tries to muscle in, telling stories of letters that changed a king's heart or saved a city from alligator bandits. Sensible rooms have little patience for such melodrama, but it's worth remembering that even sensible rooms once housed hopes that were not humble. A letter inside this chest might have asked for a loan large enough to buy peace, or offered a partnership daring enough to change 3 streets' fortunes. Silence doesn't necessarily mean the idea failed. Sometimes it means the idea found its meeting without the letter. Memory behaves like a scribe with 2 palettes, one for the big strokes that make murals, another for the small strokes that fix a miscopied number. Communities remember festivals and famines in murals on walls, but they remember prices, debts, and favors in chests under beds. That is why chests matter. When you lift a lid and air moves over fibers that haven't breathed since a grandfather scolded a cousin, you participate in remembering the world quietly, which is the most common and possibly the most honest way to remember anything. Scholars later will argue over fragmentary addresses, over whether a particular hand is early or late demotic, over whether a certain docket reads warehouse for or warehouse form, one extra squiggle away from reorganizing a neighborhood. They will publish polished paragraphs that lean on your dusty fingerprints, and they will thank people you would have liked. The lingering question, how representative are these finds, stays lively because dramatic dumps, the ones that make headlines, can skew the chorus. Historians are still debating this question, and the debate is good company for letters that never wanted to be famous. Oddly, silence borrows a voice when you start reading aloud to no one in particular. A draft that never traveled can still walk around a room if a living throat lends it a morning. Send 2 coils. You whisper, and the ink looks happier somehow. Shade for oil, you add, and the warehouse nods as if agreeing with an old sermon. Reading drafts has no legal force. It has emotional force, which is how people keep caring about objects that can't thank them. This, too, is a logistics of feeling. Eventually, the missing voices question insists on humility about whose letters got to exist at all. Households with access to scribes leave more paper. Officials leave more red headings. Busy poor families leave more silence. A few ostrika rescue neighbors from vanishing, but the record lifts certain streets louder than others. That's not a conspiracy. It's gravity. When later readers try to hear the quiet streets, they do so by triangulating from prices, rations, and the occasional personal note that slid out of a basket not meant to be generous. Finally, you settle on a simple taxonomy for tonight's chest. Never sent, never delivered, never needed, never found. All 4 categories deserve a bed in the story. The packet that never sent teaches caution. The one that never delivered teaches redundancy. The one that never needed teaches efficiency. The one that never found teaches patience. Nothing here argues for tragedy unless a balance tip is demanded by honesty. Most of it argues for the ordinary, which might be better than heroics if what you want is a society that continues without applause. Tomorrow, some of these silent pages will earn their second job. Wrapping a small gift, patting a jar neck, lining a drawer. Others will keep their day off forever and, with imperturbable dignity, become the favorite puzzle of a person in a room centuries later. A mind that knows how to reconstruct a sentence from 3 good words and a smudge shaped like a thoughtful bird. The ethics of extraction, the rules of conservation, the delight of reading, each plays its part in deciding whether sleep should be interrupted. Historians are still debating this question in conferences with excellent coffee. Overhead, beams hold the last of the day's heat, and the river answers with a cool logic that quiets everyone into good posture. The warehouse door swings inward just enough to frame the sky, and a single early star performs its predictable trick. In that frame, the unsent packets look less like failures than like witnesses perched on a threshold longer than intended. The nerve to keep such witnesses undisturbed is itself a skill, one the city has practiced whether it meant to or not. Past the jars, a courier's belt hangs from a peg, frayed where messages rubbed like polite elbows. That belt tells a story letters can't. Distances measured in ankles, detours around corners that invented themselves overnight. The courtesy of shade offered by strangers when a messenger's breath sounded like a badly tuned flute. Perhaps the best way to honor the silent letters is to remember the bodies that usually served the noisy ones, and to keep provisions ready for both luck and its opposite. Beside the bench, your reed box waits with the messages that did not insist on sleeping here. Those letters will travel at dawn, find other benches, other seals, other cats. The quiet stack stays put, not sulking, just remaining. Before you close the chest, a small ritual suggests itself without fuss. A fingertip on each fold, a whispered understood, and a final glance at the docket that seems to have adopted you. Answers pending. Nobody laughs. The docket's humor is patient. Ahead, work will continue, and these silences will continue to be part of the machine. Like the slippage between gears that engineers allow on purpose so heat can go somewhere polite. Letters that speak need letters that rest. Archives of use need archives of almost use. What you carry into sleep is not regret but appreciation. The trade you've been walking through all week doesn't only depend on wind and rope and math. It also depends on rooms that allow unfinished sentences to exist without panic. Midnight leans across the warehouse like a careful archivist, and the page on your lap exhales a thin scent of reed, smoke, and the kind of patience paper learns only by surviving other people's plans. The reed box clicks shut beside you. Tonight is not about sending anything. It's about listening to what already arrived but speaks too softly. A small lamp crouches low, wick trimmed to a pin, because heat bullies fibers and you are here as a guest. A folded letter, light as dried grass and loud as a market in its day, waits for your attention the way a resting or waits for river light. Still, poised, convinced motion will return if asked kindly enough. Lamps do more than glow. They angle meaning. A raking light slides across the fibers from the side so ridges throw tiny shadows and the scribal strokes reveal themselves like footprints at dawn. Carbon ink loves this trick. It sits on the surface in a crust so thin you could mistake it for breath until the light lifts it into relief. You tilt, you lower, you tilt again. The text darkens, then disappears, then darkens differently, the way a mood can clarify when it hears its own echo. A mainstream truth rides along without fuss. Most Egyptian everyday inks are carbon-based, soot mixed with water and gum, and that chemistry ages gracefully. More stubborn than glamorous, but generous when coaxed by the right light. Palms flatten the curl from the sheet's long nap without asking it to betray its memory. Papyrus remembers being a roll and resists polite persuasion. Fingers hover, never drag. A soft brush kisses dust away, and a few errant straw fragments step off like apologetic houseguests. In the quiet you hear workshop ghosts. Strips soaked, cross-laid, pressed, then burnished with stone until the surface learned to prefer ideas to water. The letter's edges shed a whisper of brittle that tells you it has played the scene before, a dozen times in the hands of people who loved numbers and preferred gossip tidy. No one here is in a hurry. Speed is for couriers, not for late-night semantics. Recto announces itself by fiber direction even when script sulks. Horizontal fibers on the face, vertical on the reverse. A simple anatomy every scribe used without thinking because every pen prefers the easy road. You test with sight, not nail. The grid of crosshatch answers with a relief map you've learned to read like shoreline. Writing on recto usually runs parallel to those comfortable fibers. Writing on verso often turns 90 degrees when space gets tight or thrift gets proud. The rule isn't a prison, though. Letters improvise, lists wander, and scribes sometimes flip mid-roll because drafts are democratic about convenience. Seams, colicize if you're feeling fancy. Line the sheet's horizon where one panel overlaps another. A gentle step that a hurried nib can catch like a sandal on a threshold. You track them with the same curiosity you give to street joints in the bazaar. Seams tell you which way the roll was built and, sometimes, which way the scribe's shoulder creaked that afternoon. The overlap direction often sits on the recto side when sheets were joined, an old shop habit that keeps edges tidy. Scholars squint at these details to separate one workshop from another, to map trade in blankness before words claimed it. Historians are still debating this question when a seam, smug and ordinary, declines to confirm anyone's career. Margins host a second text, one written in silence by layout and fingerprints. A thin ruled line herds the sentences, a feint that repeats every few lines like a metronome for eyes. A red dash flags a total that once decided somebody's week. Thumb polish at the lower right corner confesses where readers always turned. The fold pattern speaks travel. 3 creases in, 1 down to make an address panel on the back. A string shadow groove where cord bit into papyrus just enough to leave a memory. You don't need a witness to know this letter rode under a sash against a warm belly. The corner smudge says human skin helped deliver accounts on time. Fibers carry failure stories that teach technique. A faint blister in the surface where someone tried to scrub a mistake leaves a smoother, slightly lighter patch that drinks light differently. The correction above it has an extra firmness, the pen bearing down as if to say, this line, not that one. Scribes corrected by dampening, scraping, and rewriting. A miniature renovation you can feel with breath held. You keep a small bowl of clean water at your elbow not to repeat that ancient edit, never touch the original with moisture, but to remind yourself that discipline now is the opposite of cleverness then. Conservation means choosing not to prove how ingenious you might be if recklessness paid. Breath itself becomes a tool when magnification arrives. A hand lens magnifies the tiny discontinuities where ink breaks across straw ends, and you exhale gently to fog the gloss just enough that the letters stop shining and start speaking. Fog clears, and strokes separate like siblings at a doorway, reluctant but distinct. In this half-second of softened glare, a faint demotic ligature reappears, the little tail that changes wheat into debt or neighbor into witness. Most of papyrology is theater of tiny chances. You create them with breath, angle, restraint, and the humility to accept when a flourish remains a flourish and not a digit. Traces of red behave like stage managers, quiet until needed, firm when they are. The rubric lifts headings and totals back from faintness. Iron oxides glow better than carbon under certain lamps, and a side lamp teases out a fragment of received, where black refused to play. You mark nothing on the original, only on your transparent overlay. Lines and letters get traced, never touched. A dance of respect that looks like superstition and is actually ethics wearing good manners. The result is not a new document but a map of what the old one still wants to be when the room is kind. Tools have multiplied since the river's first audit, and you enlist them without letting them run the meeting. Ultraviolet flirts with certain inks but punishes plant fibers. Infrared loves carbon inks because soot darkens under that gaze, letting letters step forward from stained or browned backgrounds. Multispectral imaging becomes a choir, different wavelengths, different solos, and the stitched result hums with information that a single lamp would never coax alone. Reflectance transformation imaging rolls virtual light around a captured surface so faint incisions and pen grooves rise like topography. What the eye calls flat, the algorithm recognizes as hills. Angles decide whether a word is a promise or a problem. A shallow incident beam from the left makes one line flourish and erases the next. Shift to the right, and the effect reverses like a coin that refuses to admit it has only two faces. You set the letter on a ring of small wedges, adjusting tilt with the precision of a boatman teasing a hull through reeds. Every shift you log in your notebook, lamp height, direction, intensity, because reenchantment without replication is just a bedtime story. Bedtime stories are allowed here, of course. The trick is telling them after the ink agrees. Shadows discover their vocation in the service of reading. Pen strokes on burnished papyrus leave microvalleys where carbon granules gathered, and those valleys cast lines under raking light like noon streets under stone lintels. You photograph at low ISO, long exposure, the lamp held steady by a little arm that looks like a polite insect. The capture shows the stroke structure, thick on the push, thin on the lift, and the scribe's personality emerges. Confident here, cautious there, probably interrupted twice by a cat. For a moment, handwriting becomes a handshake across a few thousand very patient sunsets. Patience is not piety. It's a practical solvent. A session plan lists 5 documents. After the second, you ignore the list and listen to the paper instead. If the third letter resists, you shelve it because insistence is the enemy of fiber. In its place, a scrap of cartonnage offers a fragment. Reverse writing over gesso bleed-through, a palimpsest of household math under painted feathers. You shoot a near-infrared set, and the carbon script whispers just enough. A single numeral steps forward, then a second, then a careless connective that tells you which column mattered to someone who worried about lamp wicks more than posterity. Numbers repay stubborn courtesy. Totals written in red behave like buoys. They tether lines of black that otherwise look like wind. You match them against each other. Left column, right column, carryovers, and the arithmetic either balances like a boat in a fair current or protests like a jar with a sullen stopper. Where totals agree, faded words between them become predictable. Where they don't, you flag the spot with a question that tastes like the reed pen chewed too long. Historians are still debating this question in wider terms, how consistent price equivalences ran between gnomes and rains. But here, tonight, your job is humbler. Make sense of a 3-line invoice with ink that remembers noon. Drafts and copies play good cop and better cop when you're lucky enough to have both. A fair copy from the chest, the one with dignified spacing and fewer breath marks, pairs with a draft rescued from a rubbish mound. You trace both, overlay them, and the differences litigate themselves. An added witness, a softened complaint, a delivery window expanded by, unless the river refuses. The loveliest legal clause the Nile ever taught. The draft smudges show where the scribe corrected mid-word. The fair copy's confidence proves the correction won. You don't need to guess intent when process leaves footprints. Ethics keeps tugging your sleeve even when the room wants to show off. Cartonnage dismounting, the careful separation of mummy mask layers to retrieve writing, has gifted historians with receipts and letters otherwise lost. But each separation also dismantles an object that meant devotion to someone's household. Conservators argue, curators argue, readers argue, and nobody's wrong the entire time. The safest rule you can live by at midnight is consent. Only work on pieces already detached by earlier centuries or earlier choices, and documentation so thorough that anyone can reverse your decisions with minimum sighing. Historians are still debating this question, and the debate itself is a kind of index. It proves people care more about the living and the dead than about winning an argument. Workshops that produced papyrus leave fingerprints you can sometimes learn to recognize: sheet width habits, seam intervals, burnish patterns, even the flavor of starch left between strips. Comparative tables grow like vineyards in your notebook, connecting this letter's fabric to that account's feel. It isn't genealogy so much as neighborhood gossip rendered statistical. If two letters in your warehouse share same spacing, fiber density, and an identical faint impurity fleck, odds lean toward a common source role. If they also share a scribe's hand, your evening starts planning a family reunion. Historians are still debating this question at scale: how centralized papyrus production was versus cottage industry diversity. But the page under your lamp seems delighted to be distinctive. Glossaries accumulate in your margins the way shells collect along the riverbank. Quietly, insistently, with a hint of elegance you only notice after sundown. A set of demotic commercial ligatures gets its own page. The ligature for Hecate, the stroke that writes Deben, without wasting a morning, the flourish that converts received into promised. Aramaic loanwords mingle with Egyptian nouns like guests who discovered a shared joke, and you note which hands adapt more gracefully. Script is muscle. Muscle learns by repetition. Repetition learns by kindness. Later, when someone asks how you knew the mark meant rope and not read, you will open to this page, and the answer will be a doodle you made while listening to a cat snore. Algorithms join the choir without trying to be lead singer. Deconvolution sharpens edges softened by age. Supervised classification picks ink tones from background stains. Principal component combinations in multispectral space pry apart carbon letters from iron-rich dust in ways your eye can't. You keep the outputs labeled, reversible, transparent. No black boxes, only helpful lanterns placed politely at bends in the text. When a pixel map suggests a faint tail where your lens saw none, you shrug, reshoot, and let evidence attract or retreat without ultimatum. Computers adore certainty. Papyrus prefers conversation. Reconstructions earn their honorific only when you refuse to rush. You pencil alternatives on the overlay. This could be north wind, or it could be two winds, depending on whether that small notch is a ligature or a smudge. Context helps. A transport clause 3 lines later mentions sandbars. A witness personal name contains a read sign consistent with the scribe's habit. A total in red prefers an even split if the line above cooperates. You propose, you sleep, you revisit at a new hour with a different lamp. When a reading finally locks into place with a click you feel in your chest more than in your ears, you write it fair. Then you write the uncertainty next to it because honor belongs to both. Finally, the letter speaks, not as a dramatic confession but as a practical sentence that knows precisely what it is for. Send 2 coils of byblos cedar, it says, and the lamp wicks that do not sulk. A delivery window ties itself modestly to a festival. A penalty clause wears the comfortable shoes of custom. A blessing signs off with restrained optimism. The faded strokes that cost a quartet of lamps and a fistful of techniques to coax now read as simply as a shopping list, which is exactly what they are. The river outside nods in the tone of someone who saw this the first time and appreciates your belated courtesy. Tomorrow's work starts tonight in the way you arrange the chest. Interleaves go between sheets. A humidity log slides under the lid. A small label in pencil, not ink, reminds your future self which overlays belong where. A finding note joins the folder with a comm summary. Raking light, near IR, RTI successful. Red rubric recovered, likely recto. Seam spacing 22 to 24 millimeters. Hand matches 2 additional letters in box C. Reading secure with 2 alternatives flagged. The cat inspects, approves, and performs a stretch that every scribe in history has envied. You lower the lid, breathe the last reed scent of the hour, and carry to bed a lesson as old as the river. Most voices do not shout. They lean toward listeners willing to tilt the lamp and wait. Morning sidles into the shop home like a polite customer, tapping the shutters with gold fingers until the wood agrees to become a window. Steam from a clay kettle finds the reed mats. Bread cools in a basket that smells like yesterday's jokes. And a cat patrols the threshold as if rodents have filed a formal request to be intimidated. In this first pale light, the whole building reveals its double life. Front room a stall of jars, bolts, and scales. Back rooms a hive of meals, naps, and negotiations. A quick bow at the household shrine asks the gods to supervise arithmetic. A quicker stretch asks your back to forgive what amphorae are about to do to it. Today, your job isn't to chase wind or sand. Today you are the pulse inside a merchant's house that refuses to be only a house. Shutters rise and the street's grammar begins. Sandals on dust. A donkey choosing philosophy over punctuality. The first laugh from the beer shop 2 doors down because someone miscounted before breakfast. A reed pen lies ready beside an ink palette, black for daily sentences, red for the moments when totals need trumpets. The chest with last night's ledger exhales a little dust and a lot of responsibility. A niece brings a bowl of dates and the morning's gossip. New inspector in the West Lane. Cracked jar rumor near the fishmonger. A visiting caravan that sings off-key but on time. In the middle of all this, your reed box sits like a well-behaved secret. 2 letters to answer, 1 to seal, several to tuck into a runner's belt when shade reaches the 3rd paving stone. Storeroom doors open with the sound of a scale remembering its manners. Amphorae tilt their shoulders in rows. Bundles of linen pretend to be clouds, bound with twine and patient ambition. Baskets of grain breathe quietly, the way full lungs make anybody stand taller. A painted mark on each jar whispers content and destination. 3 wavy lines for water, a twig for cedar, a coil for rope, a tiny lotus for, please be gentle with me. Vent holes at the roofline draft last night's heat away. Shade cloths drape from beams to keep the oil's temper cool. A mainstream truth sets its bowl on the counter. Households in Egypt often combine workshop, shop, and home, and a merchant's address reads like an autobiography with a street name. Weights shaped like ducks and bulls come out of their pouch and sit on the balance as if auditioning for a procession. A test stone checks calibration. 2 ducks agree to be 2 ducks, and your hand relaxes enough to enjoy the symmetry. Linen bolts get lifted 1 by 1. A thumb rubbing the edge to count threads without looking like you're counting. Jars of castor oil line up for lamp duty. Bundles of rope wait to settle disputes between gravity and hope. A quirky trick makes everyone grin. A pinch of crushed mint dusted across the stall board discourages flies and encourages customers into thinking the air is clever. Whether the mint works on insects or merely flatters noses, no one insists on a controlled experiment before lunch. Threshold bells tinkle and the first clients of the day step into the cool. A farmer's wife brings onions and news. A carpenter wants a new adze and a better price. A temple steward comes with a calm list and the kind of patience that knows payment will arrive in the form of gratitude and grain. Hands speak a language faster than voices. Palm up means sample. Palm down means wait. Fingers measuring space means, how much for that much? You ferry goods to the counter and fetch a swatch when the steward's eyebrows ask finer questions than words would. Haggling behaves like polite wrestling. The goal is not to win but to end up with both people standing and a ledger line that doesn't cry. Apprentices slip into the day like commas, not invented to slow the sentence so much as to keep it readable. One sweeps sherds from the doorway so sandals don't complain. Another recuts the reed nib at a kinder angle. A third copies yesterday's summary into a clean roll for the chest that keeps promises from fading into rumor. The cat supervises from atop the scale pan, tail twitching in time with numbers. Lesson 1 is the world's oldest mnemonic. Never count with dry lips or a full bladder, because hurry and discomfort get along like two goats in one boat. Lesson 2 arrives as a proverb with grain on its breath. Way after laughing, not during. Couriers treat the house like a crossroads more than a room. A runner arrives with a reed tube tucked against ribs, asks for a drink of water that tastes like honesty, and hands over a letter sealed with a lotus and 3 dots. The clay is firm, the impression clear, and the docket on the outside reads, linen, thread, delivery by the East Quay, 3rd day after festival. You break the seal in front of 2 witnesses, 1 apprentice, 1 neighbor, because a house that opens letters alone opens trouble as well. Reply lines draft themselves in your head while the mouth plays host. Life, prosperity, health. Then numbers dressed in black. Then the red ribbon of the delivery clause that saves so many friendships from rust. Mid-morning light makes balances feel like friendly judges. A shepherd brings wool in bales that think they're clouds. You press them under a curious palm, weigh them against ducks that don't quack, and convert the weight into grain owed at harvest on a date both of you can remember. A child counts aloud because the number matters as much to future loaves as to present pride. Payments in kind do not apologize for lacking coins. They are the backbone of the neighborhood's promises. Historians are still debating this question in degree. How often metals or coins intruded into everyday payment at different centuries. But the page in front of you speaks food most mornings and never feels underdressed. Workshop sounds rise from the back like a soft engine. A loom beats a gentle heartbeat. A dyer mutters to a pot the way teachers mutter to prodigies. A rope maker twists strands with a rhythm that reminds everyone that friction likes fairness. Tools hang in calm rows, handles smooth for many truths. A jar of natron waits to clean, a lump of resin waits to seal. A small mountain of sherds waits to become ostraca when the room needs to say something fast. A girl under the window copies greeting formulas onto scraps because practice loves cheap paper. She smudges one, laughs, and writes it again straighter. Some scholars will later argue how widely women wrote in ordinary houses. For now, the ink on this girl's fingers preempts the argument by existing. Lunch sneaks in as the city's favorite compromise. Bread split and dipped into a dish that has known onions longer than the family has known sleep. Customers lean on doorposts and tell stories about boats that almost turned into theater, caravans that learned humility, inspectors who count faster after dates. A brewer's wife trades a jar of beer for a coil of thread and a promise to sing harmony at the festival. A porter takes his ration with the solemnest of nods and eats it like a compliment. The ledger records in black so the stomach can relax in color. Household management unwinds in loops that look simple only from a distance. A servant checks oil lamp wicks and swaps the sulky ones for those spun from better flax. A nephew res-tax amphory so the older stock sits in front and the newer stock does not get used while still thinking about childhood. Someone hangs a braided string of garlic over the grain bin, insurance against mice, envy, and boredom. A tiny jar of coal sits near the ledger. Not for eyelids, not today, but to dot the week's end when totals finally deserve their flourish. A quirky superstition insists that a neat coal dot brings neat accounts. Skepticism bows because neatness is contagious, and if cosmetics help, who would argue? Along the back wall, the credit board, chalk on smooth plaster, lists names and favors the way a garden lists seasons. Hoary, 2 jars advanced, pay after harvest. Sekhmet's son, 1 coil of rope, sing at festival, bring onions. Those aren't debts so much as braids, and the braids need grooming. Every afternoon, the board meets the papyrus. Names leave the wall and enter the roll with the gravity that clay seals love. When conflicts appear, they arrive small because time did not let them grow tall. A neighbor returns a jar with an apology and an onion, and the ledger writes balanced in a hand that looks pleased with itself. Temple business arrives in a different register. Quiet, exact, scented by importance. A steward steps in with a list sealed by a sign that would make a cat mind its manners, and the order reads like a hymn to logistics. Linen for altar cloths, oil with a smoke that does not gossip, incense cones in a grade that convinces gods to linger in hallways. Delivery dates tie themselves to processions and moon notes. Payment ties itself to storehouse disbursements that run on calendars you don't control but have learned to predict like weather. A mainstream point leans against the doorframe. Temple economies and private houses interweave, not as rivals but as a net that keeps the city from dropping its chores. Returns and repairs sidle into the afternoon. Small dilemmas that say, prove your fare, without raising their voices. A fisherman complains that a jar soured. You inspect the stopper, sniff the seam, and find the sun's signature where shade should have been. A discount blooms instead of a refund, and tomorrow receives a promise to deliver 2 extra shade cloths to the quay. A weaver receives her own cloth back, now stained by a client's hurry. Swatch meets docket meets memory. The shop replaces, the client pays half. The ledger gets a friendly red underline under lesson learned. Justice here wears sandals and a smile. Neighbors teach geography that maps never bother to learn. The woman 3 doors down knows which inspectors favor which jokes. The man with the donkey knows where the street mud stays honest. The brewer's son knows when sailors rehearse their songs too loudly for anyone's schedule. You write small arrows in the margin next to certain names. Ask about rope. Send to West Quay. Note, cousin jealous of ducks. And those arrows guide feet more accurately than stars inside the city limits. Historians are still debating this question in the technical sense, how formal these neighborhood networks became, but the evidence in your doorway looks informal, efficient, and unbeatable. Packaging turns the back room into a craft studio. Crates get cushioned with chaff like ancient bubble wrap. Amphory mouths take double stoppers, wooden disc, then clay, with string that bites and seals that remember. Linen wraps fold around fragile goods with a geometry that knows ship wakes and donkey opinions. A stamp rolls over damp clay. Lotus for the house, fish for the warehouse master. 2 identities braided into one promise that will matter when a jar claims to be somebody else's cousin. A date gets painted in red around the neck, more necklace than label, because beauty remembers faster than numbers do when you're tired. Apprentice laughter carries the afternoon forward like a well-timed wind. Someone copies a list of don'ts above the packing bench. Don't sign with wet fingers. Don't weigh on windy days. Don't climb the shelf to impress anyone. And someone else adds a line about don't let cats proofread, which the cat pretends not to see. Training looks like repetition but feels like adoption. Tasks become habits and habits become culture. By the time the lamp wicks learn to burn evenly, the apprentices have learned to notice when they don't, which is the real skill. Deliveries leave in small parades. A porter takes the cedar splinters and linen swatches tied to the reply letter for the shipwright. A cousin's son carries a basket of lamp oil to the temple side door where the steward collects without fanfare. A runner wedges your reed tube under his sash, touches the door frame in a habit that mixes superstition and muscle memory, and vanishes down the lane at a pace that calculates shade. Tokens for signatures ride with them, clay tags stamped with the house seal to be exchanged for receipts at the other end. This is not theater. It is a choreography that kept cities fluent long before coins practiced small talk. Late afternoon drops a hush that tastes like tea. The street warms into amber. Flies decide to try other careers. Customers exhale ambition and buy what they came for instead of what stories tried to sell them. You take your place at the low table, spread the scroll, and compare chalkboard to black ink to red totals. Every line finds a neighbor, every witness a memory, every promise a future line that knows where it will stand. Occasionally a scribe's flourish sneaks into the margin. A little fish, a tiny brick, and you leave it there because ledgers like to smile when the room can afford it. Evening calls the shutters home one at a time, slatting the street into slices of lamplight. Dinner balances the ledger of appetite. Bread, beer, onions, something stewed that pretends to socialize with cinnamon, and the cat parks on the chest as if the household hired a furry lock. A family member reads aloud the letter that returned from the quay. Temple stewardship requesting tomorrow's cloth by noon. A partner upriver asking for patience with sandbars. A cousin inviting laughter at a cousin who deserves it. Replies form as if your pen had been thinking all day. The words write themselves in friendly hieratic, then get copied more carefully because the night teaches better handwriting than morning. Household ritual slips in like a breeze through reed screens. A pinch of incense before the shrine. A whispered gratitude for customers who paid and apprentices who learned. A private joke offered to Bess or Tarit because humor is the city's second deity. A tiny cup of honeyed beer goes on the sill for ancestors who invented patience. A smear of oil on the door hinge goes to physics, who keeps the door from singing when sleep prefers silence. No one calls this accounting, but it keeps the room balanced in ways that figures cannot and should not claim. Debates left outside at noon wander back to ask for small answers. How much written literacy lives in houses like this? Some rooms teach boys and girls, some hire scribes for everything, some mix by mood and month. Evidence argues across centuries with a decent temper, and historians are still debating this question without malice. Which feels right in a city that solves most puzzles with bread? How much coin comes in the door? Enough to make the scale blush sometimes. Most days the house speaks barley, oil, and linen more fluently than silver. How formal are neighborhood courts? Formal enough to scare cheats. Friendly enough to keep neighbors eating together. Night work is not punishment. It's the part where order becomes sleep. Clean copies roll onto spindles for the chest. Dockets receive their red headings. Seals press images into clay with that satisfying mix of pressure and permission. A runner's token gets tied to tomorrow's packet. A string knot tells you later whether sneaky fingers paid a visit, and a note in the corner, "Remember lamp wicks," insists on humility. The chest closes with a soft thud that sounds like the river agreeing to hold your cargo until morning. Roof air cools into language as the neighborhood settles. A donkey complains once and then forgives everyone. A child laughs twice and then the day signs its own dismissal. If you lean at the window, stars find the same places on the ceiling they found for scribes who counted before you learned to hold a pen. The cat relocates from chest to your ankle and pretends this is for your benefit. Between a breath and a blink, the shop home becomes only a home, which is the kind of trick buildings learn when work and life refuse to be enemies. Back in the storeroom, jars have their own dreams. Oil dreams of lamps that tell stories. Grain dreams of mornings where scales say the same number twice. Linen dreams of shrines that appreciate straight hems. Rope dreams of holding more than it weighs. None of this is mystical, just the way rooms keep hopes alive when mouths are tired. You learn to listen to the dreams long enough to write the right lines in the morning. Plans fold themselves with the linens for dawn. A list on astrakhan waits on the counter, open shutters, check weights, shade amphory, answer letters, send runner, brew tea. The house sleeps with one ear toward the street because some deliveries travel like sunrise. Quiet, early, unforgiving of late doors. Failure is not a scandal when preparation is art. Entire neighborhoods are built on the calm expectation that everyone will perform their role with no applause and plenty of onions. Memory catalogs the day into useful bins. There was the customer who returned a jar with an apology that fixed the day. The apprentice who cut a reed nib that produced a perfect curve and learned to repeat it. The steward whose list matched the ledger the first time, causing astonished silence and a silly grin. There was also the crack stopper that got replaced, the cat that rejected a sunbeam on principle, and the chalkboard that filled faster than any hand truly enjoys. Nothing large happened, and yet everything happened. The city's lungs expanded and contracted without anyone writing a hymn about it. Walls in the back room remember hands more than names. This is comfort, not loss. The shop home will outlast its current manager's opinions about discounts and probably your own, and a child will inherit the ledger's handwriting with some edits and a fresh coal. At the week's end, a god will continue to enjoy incense and fairness. The temple will continue to purchase cloth and lamp oil, and the duck waits will continue their part-time acting career as metaphors for honesty. Continuity is the city's quiet luxury. Novelty gets market stalls, but the home gets the luxury of repeating competence. Stars trade places with the first brag of birds, and the house marks the changing shift with a yawn disguised as a stretch. The ledger never really closes. It only takes a nap polite enough to leave the illusion of night intact. When the kettle decides to prove how kettles begin, and a loaf says the air is ready for bread, you open the chest and see last night's neat lines patiently waiting to become morning's decisions. This is the kind of work that helps sleep find you, because the rhythm promises itself again tomorrow with new jokes and familiar ducks. Final thoughts arrive with the humility of a broom leaning just so. A merchant's day is not a parade of cleverness but a practice of care. Weigh fairly, pack kindly, write clearly, forgive small weather, and make the ledger a place where neighbors would not mind being mentioned by name. A cat will help when help looks like napping in the correct spot. A reed pen will help when help looks like tracing the truth after laughter. The house will help by being exactly what it is. A room that buys and sells in daylight and keeps the city stitched at night. Sleep steps in from the street without knocking and sets down its bundle of soft instructions. Lamps sigh, the chest rests, the cat forgets it is a god until morning, and you fold yourself into the household's breathing the way a well-cut seal fits clay. In that steady hush, it's suddenly obvious why people count in barley, pay in beer, sign in red, and seal with a lotus. Because in a place where homes and shops are the same heart, The numbers should smell like bread and the promises should look like flowers. Thunderheads keep their distance at first, just polite mountains of gray lounging over the western bank, and the river pretends not to notice. Deck planks breathe under your feet, ropes hum their low rope song, and a pilot pinches the air like a tailor measuring wind. Somewhere in the market, a rumor already invoices today for drama. A barge wedged near the reed beds, 2 amphorae jettisoned, 1 prayer muttered with professional efficiency. Weather in this valley rarely throws tantrums, but when it does, every ledger grows a heartbeat. Contracts love straight lines. Rivers love curves. Between them, you steady your reed tube, nod to the steersman, and practice the art of feeling humble before physics without letting it know you're practicing. Schedules attempt bravery and then wisely pivot to courtesy. Delivery clauses that yesterday sounded crisp. By the 3rd day after the festival, pick up the small red amendment every dockhand can recite in their sleep. Unless the river refuses, Nilometers inscribe their patient marks on stone, announcing a flood that will be generous enough to keep lamps fed and impatient enough to move sandbars like furniture. Since upstream wind generally blows south and current runs north, traffic writes its daily equation. Sail south with confidence, ride north with gratitude. When both wind and current mutter, poles, oars, and patience replace optimism, and you feel risk, sit down on the bench like a colleague who isn't leaving until the paperwork is honest. Headwinds nibble edges before they confess plans. Telltales tied to shrouds twitch in sentences the pilot reads without bragging. Steering oars answer with a long, calm arc that keeps pride from inventing a headline. Reef points wait, linen pleats gathered like contingency instructions, and crew hands hover near lines that rehearse often enough to make emergency look boring. In this light, insurance is not a magic word. It's a muscle memory. A rigger touches the yard with 2 fingers the way scribes touch headings in red, and the deck nods. Protections are rituals before they are numbers. Sandbars practice comedy while pretending to be shy. Ripples flatten against their backs. Gulls comment without offering solutions, and the sounding pole tells truths at a rate that makes panic unnecessary. A weighted line whispers depth in knotted syllables, and the pilot sings decisions in a tone that decides the ship will take the outside curve even if the inside looks closer to ambition. Contracts in your box begin to glow around the loss clauses, those quiet lines that say if the wind persuades the pilot to lighten, everyone shares the subtraction. Nobody plans jettison mid-morning, but the verb is there, waiting like a spare oar. Pilots run risk narratives the way scribes run totals, left column, right column, what carries, what doesn't. A quick glance at a darker patch of water writes, eddy. A change in the river's odor writes, backwater. A faint leaning in the stand of rushes writes, obstruction, probably bored. Words travel down the deck in their own grammar. Hold, pay out, soften, reef, breathe. None of it is theater. All of it is choreography learned from afternoons that nearly became anecdotes nobody wanted to repeat. When the pilot raises a hand, you hold your own breath on instinct, and when he drops it, you exhale on behalf of the future. Contracts organize courage into clauses. The day's most important paragraph, hidden in plain sight between quantities and courtesies, states that if cargo must be sacrificed to save hull and lives, loss gets averaged among all stakeholders. Later Greek scribes will give this practice a permanent noun. Here it breathes as a custom written with the river's pen. The line appears in red because fairness prefers high visibility. Witnesses press seals on clay stoppers, and the clay learns to speak. Whose jar this was, who agreed to what, which God heard the promise. Risk, under this roof, wears a sign that reads, shared. Receipts prepare for weather by multiplying like sensible cats. Each amphora carries a painted neck note, a clay seal at the knot, and a docket in black on the shipping roll. Each berth on deck earns a chalk scrawl that tells the loader and the ledger the same, compatible story. When trouble nudges a hull and jars learn the word overboard, a runner will leap with an ostrakhan in hand to the nearest quay, scratching the jettison report before the ripple closes. The sherd gets countermarked at the receiving warehouse, then escorted to the office where fairness practices handwriting after lunch. It's not romance. It's an ecosystem. Jettison feels like surgery performed by calm people. A crew chief calls for the least valuable jars first, the ones destined for cheaper oil or sturdier wine. Cords sing, nets tighten, the river receives, and the pilot's eyes never leave the next decision. Each tossed jar earns a quick tally on the deck list. Each tally becomes a line in the settlement sheet. Each line later invites a red ink apology with numbers that spend dignity wisely. No shouting, no melodrama, just a kind of precision that knows grief is more expensive than glass. The word some crews use is sacrifice, a term that refuses to be ashamed of its own math. Insurance takes shape as habits before it takes shape as institutions. Partners agree in advance to pool risk within the boat. Broader guilds agree informally to help widows and replace gear. Temples sometimes provide storehouse relief after misfortune has the courtesy to bring witnesses. Formal maritime loans that pay back with generous interest if ships reach their destinations belong largely to later paperwork. But the logic already floats here in clauses about hazard and mercy. Historians are still debating this question, how standardized these early risk-sharing practices were across nomes and centuries, but the ledgers that survive act like the habit was old enough to be unremarkable. Letters respond to storms the way good neighbors respond to door knocks. Promptly, with an extra line of tea in the tone. A note to a buyer reads, "The river grew ambitious. 2 jars went to teach it patience. Settlement follows as custom dictates." Another to a supplier reads, "Lines held, crew steady. Request swift replacement. Praise to the resin that chose loyalty." You compose both in a voice that places calm first and totals second, because reputations salvage faster when sentences arrive upright. Seals press identities into the clay so that when the letter rides the wind, both ends of the conversation remember their manners. Storm lines sometimes migrate without thunder, writing their prologues in dust and distant glare. Then, suddenly, sky changes its mind about brightness and wind decides it is tired of being polite. The square sail shortens obediently. The yard drops with practiced courtesy. Awnings get struck so they don't learn to swim. Crew move without hurry and without digressions. A pot of onions hisses on a brazier that's now wedged under a bench, and the cook keeps stirring because a quiet stomach is half of seamanship. You anchor your reed tube under the mast lashings and gently envy the certainty of knots. Shipyards exist downstream from every emergency, whether literal or just a near miss that needs humility hammered back into planks. Carpenters read cracks with a physician's ear, tapping and listening for notes that mean replace rather than forgive. Pitch gets warmed, seams get taught the difference between dry and tight, and a new treenail learns its whole like a lyric. Invoices wrap themselves around repairs with the kind of arithmetic that understands materials cost less than reputations. A merchant who budgets for maintenance learns that storms bill less when you pay up front. Rumors about wrecks travel faster than boats and arrive with more adjectives. A barge lost near the eastern shoal becomes, by evening, a fleet. By morning, a cautionary proverb approved by everyone's mother. Salvage rights get whispered in the same breath as condolences, and the kenbet, neighborhood court, prepares a bench without confetti. If goods wash ashore, the first duty is witness, the second is ledger, the third is courtesy. Then, and only then, conversation about who gets paid how much for rescuing what used to belong to someone else. The law here prefers familiarity to theater. A fair outcome plus bread beats spectacle every day of the flood. Cats on board represent a risk policy with whiskers. Mice declare sport in rope lockers if unopposed. Grain imagines itself communal. Sailors prefer not to starve. A ship's cat lowers all those probabilities by simply existing where rodent confidence would otherwise rehearse. Superstition adds side benefits. Some crews consider a cat's chosen nap spot a wind omen. Others offer fish scraps before casting off because gratitude educates luck. Quirky as it sounds, the ledger has a line where fish scrap costs and saved cargo agree that purring outperforms sermons. Offerings to weather travel with mixed passports, half piety, half psychology. A sliver of bread flicked to the river before launch. A dab of oil rubbed into the mast step. A whispered promise to a riverine god if delivery happens on the desired day. None of this contradicts sound seamanship. Cuddles it. Ritual gives hands something useful to do while minds calibrate. And crews who begin in order often continue in order. You learn to respect any habit that consistently lowers the rate at which amphi think they should audition for comedy. Evidence for all this lives in scraps that out stubborn weather, ostraca with jettisoned tallies, letters that mention loss and customary addition, contracts that write unless the river refuses, as if a god were standing in for a notary. Reliefs paint square sails reefed or full. Models show anchors like pierced stones. Ship timbers from coffers and desert harbors whisper joinery that likes to flex instead of break. Mainstream knowledge sits comfortably here. Transport networks anticipated hazard and planned for it in writing, wood, and habit. Debate slides in wearing a calm expression with ink on its fingers. Were formal, written general average rules widespread in pharaonic Egypt? Or were they local customs that looked uniform to us only in hindsight? Did temples routinely compensate for weather loss out of storehouses, or only in select rains and crises? How often did coins, hack silver, or measured grain settle losses beyond internal poolings? Historians are still debating this question, collecting contracts, tracing practices across nomes, and trying not to read modern insurance metaphors where older languages spoke a different grammar of fairness. Training drills transform panic into boredom, which is the sweet spot. Crew practice reefing and shaking reefs, running lines and throwing lines, synchronizing muscle to counting songs that a child could memorize and a scholar could admire. A junior steersman takes the quarter rudders under supervision and learns the line between correcting and overcorrecting. A loader rehearses unstacking and res-tacking amphi to find the ones that would leave first if asked. You stand in the middle of the deck and realize that risk lives here but rarely shouts because competence does not give it a microphone. Nightfall finally stops pretending to be polite and sketches a storm as if scribes had been asked to draw the reason for clauses. Wind shoves rather than suggests. The river hisses instead of sighing. Orders step up. Reef again. Shift weight. Pass the stopper. Mark the list. A jar goes 1, then 2, lightening the bow and improving the boat's chance of seeing tomorrow with its dignity intact. Nobody applauds. Nobody apologizes. The tally clicks onto the sherd, and the sherd goes into the pilot's belt because memory likes redundancy when water gets assertive. Lamps crouch low, shadows go long, and the boat rides the night like a sentence that refuses melodrama. Morning earns its name honestly. The storm wanders off to pester cliffs and regret things in private. The deck counts what stayed, what left, and what needs tea. A runner climbs onto a quay with the jettison ostrakhan and a face that says the gods were professional. The warehouse clerk listens, nods, stamps, and turns the shirt into a line in a ledger, which becomes a line in a settlement statement, which becomes a red total that means no one needs to pretend nothing happened. You draft the apology letter and the replacement order in the same breath, proving that accountability and momentum can be related if raised together. Ledger pages become a courtroom where nobody needs to raise a voice. Column A, quantities shipped. Column B, quantities arrived. Column C, quantities sacrificed. Totals reconcile in red, and witnesses sign that the math has done what math is supposed to do: make the story smaller than the day. Payment in goods or grain or occasionally silver settles the balance. Reputations get their very real polishing, which spends better than coin. You initial the line, remind the clerk to breathe, and press the house seal into clay like a handshake that knows its own strength. Philosophy wanders in at the last minute wearing work clothes. Risk cannot be removed. It can be portioned, rehearsed, recorded, and forgiven. Governance by temple and state will nudge these practices, and ports with foreign tongues will teach new habits with appealing consonants. But the spine remains the same. Share the load, share the loss, seal before leaving, right after landing, joke in the middle because panic is a terrible accountant. A city that builds this into jars and clauses sleeps better, which may be the most practical definition of civilization anyone has yet written on papyrus. Finally, calm returns to behave like furniture rather than weather. The square sail stretches again, the yard lifts, and the boat remembers it was designed by people who respected rivers and refused to argue with them. Letters ride out in reed tubes toward buyers whose kitchens and workshops need goods, not explanations. Replacements ride back with carriers whose steps match the beat of a market that doesn't love suspense. In the evening, you stand at the warehouse threshold, listening to planks cool and seals set, and realize that the day did not fail simply because 2 jars taught the river arithmetic. It succeeded because everyone knew which line to read aloud when the wind asked the pop quiz. Morning arrives with the self-importance of a clerk unlocking a chest, and the quay rearranges itself into lines and columns the way a field becomes rows after a farmer sighs. A booth with awning shade claims a square of breeze. Duck-shaped waits line up like civil servants who went to charm school, and a scribe moistens his reed pen with the air of a man about to domesticate chaos. Your reed tube waits at your belt, but the room, open sky, water for a wall, already tells you today's letters will shake hands with the state before they meet any private door. Prices become totals, totals become dues, dues become stamps on clay the color of respectable dirt, and the day's soundtrack shifts from boat song to paperwork with opinions. Under the awning, inspection proceeds with a calm that politely refuses to be hurried. The customs clerk checks the neck of an amphora for a painted month mark, taps the stopper, and nods when the thud rings true. A colleague weighs a sample against a duck weight whose belly says, fair, while a third scratches a docket that will sleep in a chest until some future afternoon demands witnesses more than gossip. The tax here talks in kind: grain, oil, a slice of this, a measure of that, because coin is a guest, not a governor. A mainstream truth leans on the table. Dues along the Nile often arrive as percentages of cargo, a ritualized handshake between boat and bureaucracy that keeps temples fed, granaries honest, and keys from pretending anarchy is efficient. Across the waterline, a stone stair bears notches that pretend they are wrinkles and are in fact policy. The Nilometer, the river's yearly autobiography in numbers. High flood? Assessments relax because baskets swell. Reluctant flood? Dues rethink their ambition unless the palace needs to remember who owns the largest calendar. Scribes visit these marks like gardeners visit trees, checking whether fruit will be generous and whether anyone plans to argue with arithmetic. A debated point whispers from the steps themselves. Exactly how strictly tax rates followed nilometer readings across dynasties remains a puzzle with charming footnotes. Historians are still debating this question while water continues to be brilliant at remembering its height. Inside the customs tent, the vocabulary of seals multiplies. A cord bites the jar's neck, clay swallows the knot. A lotus stamp leans in for identity, and then a tiny counter seal with a fish announces that the warehouse master has witnessed the moment. String plus clay equals tamper somewhere else. A grammar the river respects because it was written by habit before it wore legal shoes. A small cork brightens the bench. Some clerks press the same stamp twice, slightly offset, making a fish with a shadow. A humble anti-forgery that spares future tempers on hot afternoons. Beyond the quay, the temple storehouse breathes like a bureaucracy with incense. Offerings arrive as grain and oil. Distributions leave as bread and beer. Rituals eat schedule for breakfast. Priests keep lists with the same calm a pilot reserves for sandbars, and a steward measures incense cones with a seriousness that would improve most governments. Mainstream knowledge sits comfortably here. Temples own land, employ laborers, run workshops, and move goods in volumes that make private shops look like clever poems beside epics. Whether particular temples monopolize specific commodities, oils for ritual, certain resins, even papyrus in later centuries, changes with reign and policy. Historians are still debating this question, but every corridor in this place knows the weight of administration. Along the palace canal, requisition messengers practice a tone that is somehow both apologetic and immovable. A royal project, canal widening, fortress provisioning, monument building in a century that collects those like children collect shiny stones, needs rope, timber, bread, beer, and patience. A letter addressed to your courtyard does not ask, it informs. In exchange, a receipt marches home carrying credit against taxes, or exemption from a corvée stint that would have cost you weeks of sandals. The ledger accepts the trade with a shrug that feels like survival. Public works do not feed themselves, and the state loves to turn private logistics into public muscle. Royal offices that face the river develop personalities the way boats do. One has a clerk who loves red headings and writes them as if they were ribbon. Another has a gate guard who recognizes packets by smell. Resin, cedar, honey, and pretends this is a mystical gift. A third boasts a weight board with impressions of standard stones, which visiting inspectors compare to their traveling sets like musicians tuning before a duet. The mainstream point tilts its hat. Standardization exists so arguments prefer tea to shouting. A niche oddity adds a smile. Some offices hang a little shell on a string over the scale beam. If the shell swings, people whisper the wind is meddling with fairness and step to the lee side. Science calls it drafts. The room calls it courtesy. Somewhere between the chest and the door lives the corvée, the obligation you cannot pay with jokes. Every household owes days to projects the state considers its own. Canal dredging, road leveling, a ramp built out toward a monument that insists on dignity. Your business plan learns to breathe around these calendar dents. Deliver cedar before the summons, stack oil afterward, and store bread in the kind of order that forgives absence. A debated thread sneaks into the twine. The exact proportion of labor extracted versus commutable tax in goods varies by era and region, and historians are still debating this question with a patience that would make a scribe of any god. Officials show up like weather, predictable in season, surprising in detail. An inspector of measures arrives with ducks and lions in a pouch, stone animals that police arithmetic. A notary shadows him with a palette and a posture that forgives no smudge. A soldier trails behind, bored, useful if someone decides math is a duel. They do not steal, they standardize. When a jar's painted neck mark and its weighed reality disagree in a way that smells like optimism rather than error, the inspector taps the beam and smiles without using teeth. A note in red grows a tale called fine, payable in oil or onion or patience, depending on the office's lunchtime mood. Temples call the tune on holy days, and trade adjusts with the confidence of a city that can waltz and work at once. Processions claim streets. Quays host barges draped in color. Warehouses pad their schedules around singing. Deliveries rise early or sleep late. Ledgers add a red blossom that says, essentially, if the god chooses scenery, we choose kindness. A mainstream truth spins in a slow circle here. Piety and policy are roommates. When the divine calendar shifts bodies from docks to avenues, the state smiles, takes notes, and occasionally takes the opportunity to count in public. Royal monopolies walk with a taller step when the court unfurls its map. Certain imports, cedar, resin, may pass through palace hands first. Certain exports, grain to an ally or wine to a garrison, wear king's business on their necks and therefore on your schedule. The practical result feels unromantic. Fewer arguments at checkpoints, more paperwork in triplicate, and a clerk who believes stamps can bless. Whether monopolies remain strict or leak around the edges depends on appetite and enforcement in any given reign. Historians are still debating this question while your day remains admirably busy. Letters to officials require a new dialect, one you learn quickly because it saves afternoons. Greetings swell with life, prosperity, health. Titles accumulate like cushions, and verbs dress themselves in courtesy, even when the point is, please release our timber from the third quay before it invents a personality. A scribe in your higher copies the final in a hand that has one argument simply by refusing to tire. The seal shows your lotus beside a small scarab you reserve for state business. Red headings stand like doorkeepers. Black text moves like a petition that knows how to sit upright without asking for a chair. Granaries at the edge of town perform tax season like a festival for arithmetic. Bins yawn. Scoops march. Guards who prefer cats to cousins mind the doors while scribes log inflows with the calm of people who trust their beans and their numbers. Deliveries in kind climb up ladders and slide down statements. A counterroll records credit against dues with a notation that will later make weather look reasonable. A quirky practice lifts its head. Some overseers mark bin levels with a dollop of colored mud before opening. A polychrome honesty that discourages creative scooping and makes arguments shorter. Audit step across thresholds with the gravity of midwives. A district scribe opens chests, summons rolls, and compares what last month promised to what last week delivered. Nothing about this is cinematic, no gongs, no scowls. Just lines looked at with a finger that has placed more commas than most gods. When mistakes happen, and they do, the red ink forgives in ways that teach discipline and preserve dignity. Corrections attached, witnesses listed, lesson noted. A mainstream point sits down beside the window. The state is not primarily interested in drama. It desires continuity. That is why its favorite tool is a duplicate copy stored where cats take their naps. Exemptions float like relief boats and require signatures shaped like patience. A widow managing an estate applies to redirect her corvée toward grain deliveries she can measure in hecats instead of sunburn. A caravan master argues that his men's miles should count toward the labor tally. A temple scribe pencils in an exemption for a holy day that conveniently overlaps with your worst bottleneck. Approval stamps arrive with a thump that makes breath easier. Whether such flexibility blossoms or withers depends on administrators whose names last in ink but whose moods survive only in the adjectives of letters. Historians are still debating this question. because policy produces inscription while practice leaves fingerprints. Rumor finds the gaps policy cannot fill, and smart houses treat rumor as weather, not scripture. A whisper says papyrus will feel rarer next flood. A cousin reports the Western Gate wants stoppers double-sealed next week. A brewer swears inspectors crave dates and fairness in equal proportion. You convert gossip into contingency. Order read sheets now. Pack with extra care. Buy dates for the bowl on the counter because courtesy costs less than oars and does more than slogans. A small, almost silly fact stays with you. Certain offices keep a good ink day calendar when humidity sulks. Petitions submitted on sloppy ink afternoons earn a second reading lest handwriting be blamed for policy. Paperwork can feel like tide, endless and familiar, but its sands shift by dynasty. Old Middle Kingdom forms favor certain headings. New Kingdom copies expand witness lists as if truth needed an audience. Late period petitions add bilingual comforters where Greek or Aramaic shares a bench with Demotic. Multilingual dockets become bridges. Seals multiply like reasons. Your own hands learn to hold more scripts than a polite person admits at dinner. A mainstream note leans over your shoulder. Administration in Egypt adapts, not by revolution most days, but by margin notes that keep last year's habit from tripping this year's sandals. Calendars supervise ambition the way mothers supervise festivals. Tax days orbit flood height. Requisition seasons orbit building campaigns. Temple calendars choreograph processions that change delivery windows the way wind changes songs. You turn these into columns and arrows. Red lines for holy days. Black for better not. Tiny lotus marks for send a gift. When someone asks how private trade survives under palaces and pylons, the answer wears ink and rhythm. Read the calendar, be generous with margins, and let patience do the heavy lifting nobody pays for. Justice, when merchants collide with offices, often happens under a portico that smells like bread. The Kenbet bench receives two versions of a shipment story, asks for seals and receipts, and frowns only at missing witnesses. If the dispute concerns taxes, a district scribe appears with the roll. If it concerns requisition, a palace clerk brings a memorandum that has memorized itself. Decisions arrive in sentences that remember all parties are neighbors, not theories. Remedies include replacement, partial remission, or an apology printed in red that feels better than poetry. A quirky flourish sometimes appears. The judges read pen drawn upside down in the margin. A puckish habit that signals move along. No appeal needed. Policy occupies ships more than it says. A barge designated for palace timber gets priority at locks. A transport marked for temple oil bypasses a queue that would have produced wittier complaints than progress. Your private hull sneaks where schedules have gaps and makes friends with gatekeepers who believe fairness and efficiency can share sandals. When the state steps aside, you rush. When it steps in, you exhale and reorganize. Survival here is not a duel. It is a duet with a partner who loves order and owns the louder drum. Nightfall folds the quay back into a neighborhood, and the day's official voice softens into private grammar. A letter from the palace thanks your shop, politely, expansively, with adjectives that enjoy themselves, for rope delivered on short notice. A reply follows with the requested copies attached and a little fish drawn near the seal because you have learned that one clerk smiles at that doodle and a smiling clerk reads faster. The temple steward sends a reminder about the festival inventory, phrased like a benediction, and you pencil a lotus next to deliver before dawn. This is how private life survives public schedules, with ink that knows the government personally and does not panic. Continuity is the final policy and the one the river whispers most convincingly. Taxes gather, corvée disperses, monopolies flex and relax, and still bread marches to ovens, ropes to keys, letters to belts. Your role in the machine is not to outshout the state. It is to read it, anticipate it, and sometimes ask it to sign your role where your math says it should. When morning returns, the customs booth will uncurl its awning. The nilometer will pretend to be a staircase, and the duck waits will contemplate truth with their usual poise. You will step into the line with goods that carry both promise and policy, and the day will look like cooperation wearing sandals, which is the best definition of civilization your ledger has yet managed to write. Night draws a careful curtain over the warehouse rafters, and the breath of the river presses a cool palm against the door as if to say, "One more page, then bed." Lamps keep their promises in small halos. Reed mats exhale the dust of days that counted honestly. A cat relocates to the lid of the nearest chest and pretends this is part of the security protocol. In the hush, the city feels thinner, not in the sense of emptier but in the sense of transparent. The way papyrus fibers let light pass so ink can be read at a kinder angle. A final packet waits inside the trunk that has been your companion through markets, caravans, and wind. The label on its linen tie says nothing dramatic, only a date and a name that remembers how to be polite. Another fold yields beneath your fingers with the reluctant grace of fabric that knows it was once a living stalk. Carbon ink has faded to the color of memory in dry shade. Red headings keep a little of their old confidence, like festival ribbons left on a shelf too long. The seal is already broken, a clay hinge that forgot how to cling, but its impression still carries both lotus and fish, the household and the warehouse telling clay to behave. Inside, the script runs in hieratic that swings like a fast hand thinking clearly. Each loop seems to breathe. The address panel says exactly where it meant to go, to the storehouse near the East Quay, under the leaning date palm. Directions that make the whole quarter stand up in your mind and bow. Under that heading the sentences begin to live, and you find yourself stepping into the space between intent and outcome, the geography that every letter occupies until a reply proves it has arrived. Life, prosperity, health. The opening says with a practiced tenderness that never becomes empty. Send 2 bolts of fine linen, the kind that takes starch with a humble temper. Send lamp wicks that will not sulk. Send news of the timber's arrival and the well-being of your mother's ankle. Numbers follow in neat black arithmetic, with a red total that lifts the day into conclusion. There is a clause about delivery by the 3rd day after the festival, and the familiar amendment in Kinder ink, unless the river refuses, like a small umbrella unfurled against pride. Across these lines the whole season stands up and stretches. Market chatter stitched into sentences, the smell of oil turned into obligations, gossip tamed into margins. A mainstream truth sits comfortably inside the folds. Letters like these are the city's nervous system, commercial and legal in the same breath, routing goods and favors, memorializing receipts, teaching memory to be fair. A quirk peeks from the margin where a tiny coal dot marks the week's end beside the total. A house habit that claims neat dots keep columns honest. Whether the dot changed anything but mood will never be provable, and that is precisely why it persists. Behind the ink, faces lean close. The woman at the ledger who taught the loom and the credit board to share a room. The pilot whose wrists know sandbars by the way ripples bite a pole. The broker who writes in 2 scripts without thinking and smiles like translation is just another kind of courtesy. The letter gathers them all, not with names, but with verbs: send, weigh, seal, witness, deliver, forgive. Historians are still debating this question in dozens of rooms far from this lamp. How often coin intruded, how strongly temples monopolized particular goods, how standardized measures traveled between nomes, and yet the verbs look untroubled by the argument. Verbs prefer proof. Between lines your hand hesitates over a sentence that remembers cedar. The wood from the north, it says, must not rest in sun as it grows opinions. The writer hopes for shade cloths provided with the kindness of last season. A small thanks tucked where arithmetic meets friendship. A practical note follows about jars that arrived with resin lining too thin, and the promise to return to by the courier who chooses lanes wisely. In this house of ink, every complaint dresses like a request because reputations last longer than afternoons. The voice makes you stand a little straighter, like the polite tone of someone you want to remain your partner. Over at the bottom corner, a fold shows a second, softer hand, perhaps a wife, perhaps a clerk who thought in doodles, adding a tiny sketch of a fish beside the line about freight. A child may have touched it. The ink feathered where a small finger learned what wet means. This is the kind of detail museums cannot display on labels, the flavor of rooms that were not staged for posterity. A trivial note then flirts with real importance. The return address carries a direction that depends on a leaning date palm, a landmark historians would love to find in an excavation trench but which storms have already persuaded into anonymity. Cities revise themselves faster than letters do. By the lamp the cat opens one eye and performs governance by purr. The reed tube at your hip lies ready to accept any reply the present might owe the past, and the room seems to wait for you to say something. If not to send, then at least to hear. A whisper would be enough. Instead, you read the lines aloud under your breath, the way scribes sometimes pronounce formulas to make sure the logic stands. The room answers with the considerate silence warehouses prefer after dark. Out on the river, oars pass in unison like an abacus agreeing with itself. Within the letter's middle you meet reputation again. The small temple steward whose list arrives with the square neatness of a window. The dock consultant who is really a porter with a gift for witnessing at exactly the right time. The weaver whose mark on a selvage is so elegant you wish signatures could learn from cloth. There is a note about fines when jars go missing, not pompous, merely clear. There is also a favor in kind. If your cousin still rehearses songs near the east wall, ask him to choose quieter hours. The clay seals dislike percussion. Humor is a lubricant in this city. Letters run on it as well as on gum and starch. Past the totals stands the part that haunts, the blessing and the fold. May your house remain balanced in bread and laughter, the writer says, and then the hand tucks in. Red ink drawing a small flourish that means the page has decided to become a message instead of a draft. The fold runs 3 times to make a tidy packet. A cord wrapped once about the middle leaves a groove you can still feel when the light cooperates. Some letters never remember this gentleness. This one does. You slide a fingernail into the crease and feel, across centuries, the tender pressure of someone who believed in boats, neighbors, and ink. Inside that tenderness, a practical line says what your whole journey has been saying in different accents. Return empty jars by the road if wind proves stubborn. This is the kind of sentence that keeps economies alive, the one that plans for ordinary failure. A debated note hides behind its simplicity. Whether river routes consistently dominated overland ones for particular goods at particular seasons remains a patchwork of evidence and inference. Historians are still debating this question, and the letter declines to elect a champion. It lives in options. Nearby lies a small stack you recognize, the drafts that never left, the nearlies and the tomorrows. On their backs, a multiplication table shows the discipline of a hand that refused to abandon neatness even when the numbers got petulant. A doodle of a square sail identifies a page that once prepared to speak to a boatman. The faint crinkle of stress at one edge suggests where someone almost tore a sentence back from existence. All of them speak by not having spoken, witnesses for a thesis you didn't know you needed. Silence is part of any well-run system. Ahead of the chest, the door stands slightly open to invite the water's grammar, and the stars write what they have written for a very long time. Sirius rehearsing the calendar, Orion marching like a ledger clerk with good posture, the imperishables circling the north with the patience of inventories. A mainstream point blinks gently above the lintel. The heliacal rising of Sirius once helped anchor the civil calendar to the flood. Not perfectly, but reliably enough to place festivals, taxes, and deliveries into harmonies that even skeptics admired. Reliability is a form of kindness. This city perfected it in many dialects. Sometimes a letter ends with a purchase order. This one ends with two names. The sender signs with a looped flourish that bends into a bird. The second witness scrawls a shorter mark, but adds a wool thread pressed into the clay to prove attendance in texture as well as symbol. You hold the thread between finger and thumb, and for a second the centuries compress into one honest breath. A quirk of preservation saved this instead of something you expected to matter more, which is how archives keep governments humble. The city remembers what it can, not always what it meant to. Meanwhile, the long corridor of your own memory opens its shutters. The counting rooms with kindly read totals, the courts where disputes learned to become apologies, the way women ran estates with a grace that looked like weather and felt like law, the ports that hummed across languages as if multilingualism were a household appliance. The letter gathers those rooms the way the river gathers channels, without conquest, with patience, by being the lowest thing and therefore the most welcoming. You notice your shoulders relax as if organization were a physical chair. Later you remember to smile at the way numbers kept morals company. Debens and hecats allowed fairness to have a speed. Seals let identity travel. Receipts domesticated anxiety. A mainstream detail takes a bow in your thoughts. Carbon inks on burnished papyrus, plus dryness and habit, have given archaeology more of Egypt's voice than most empires enjoyed. That is why you can read a shopping list at midnight and feel you have understood policy. The gentler corollary is that understanding arrives by increments. The city specialized in those. Afterward comes the necessary boredom. Copying the contents onto your overlay, noting rubrics, diagramming seams, flagging uncertainties with hungry little question marks. You add a line to your notebook where other questions live. Whether the punt of the letter is a single place or many trading shores. How household literacy varied by quarter. To what extent temple monopolies armed households with both stability and inconvenience. Historians are still debating this question, and you find that the sentence relaxes you as lullabies do. Debate means the subject still breathes. Toward the end of the page, a postscript appears in smaller script. Send word about wicks by runner if boats tarry. And you picture the runner's belt with reed tube tucked under it like a polite promise. The day's choreography plays in your head without needing to be staged. Jar stoppers pressed, seals signed, countersigning fish beside lotus, ropes creaking in ascent, way stations pouring sweet water for couriers who count shade more accurately than clocks. The letter is not a novel. It is a map. Following it takes you back through every place you thought you were finished visiting and leaves you standing again in the threshold where merchants learn to share lungs with the river. Finally, the choice presents itself. Tuck the letter back into the chest or give it the courtesy it missed. The reply you cannot send nonetheless writes itself under your tongue. Received your kindness. Linen on the loom. Lamps agree to behave. Cedar shaded by a young cousin with a gift for diligence. Mother's ankle improves. The cat has appropriated the scale pan but claims this enhances accuracy. Please watch the third quay because rumor proposes mischief. Politeness is a portable architecture. Even one-sided, it holds. Morning sneaks a test line under the door despite the hour, and you realize that ending is a kind of craft. A scroll closes not when the last word is written, but when the room knows what it needs to remember without looking. The chest receives the final packet with a small, firm click. The cat permits this. The lamp reduces itself to ember. The river chooses a key that would suit a lullaby. In the half-dark, eyelids become shutters, and shutters become scrolls, and scrolls become boats returning to shelves where currents learn patience. The last letter in your hands is no longer unsent. It is witnessed, which is one of the softer kinds of rescue. Above the bench, a single reed pen waits, recut earlier with the superstitious neatness of people who respect beginnings and endings equally. The nib points at the chest like a tiny compass saying home. A last glance finds the red total again, that sober ribbon that, in this city, is the lullaby of closure. Totals do not sing triumph. They sing sufficiency. With that, the warehouse consents to become a bedroom. The ledger consents to become a pillow. The cat consents to become a warm weight against belief that never wholly relaxes. Sleep proceeds exactly as a careful clerk would schedule it. Beyond the lintel, history continues to be multiple choice. Excavations will split cartonnage and free letters from their second lives. Conservators will argue with curators and both will be right. Students will copy ligatures onto transparent sheets and learn to hear a scribe clearing his throat in the shape of a line. A mainstream point travels hand to hand there too. Texts survive differently in different climates, and the Nile taught preservation a masterclass by accident. The debates will also persist and deserve to: how to read commodity prices across centuries, how to count women's signatures in a record that prefers officials, how to name a harbor that had 3 names before lunch. Historians are still debating this question. Long may they. Around your shoulders the night settles like a good garment, cool where it should be, heavy where it makes sense. A second river starts somewhere behind the eyes, the one that carries each day into sleep where it can be sorted without voices. In that downstream drift, the letter sentences keep their shape just long enough to become a raft, and then even they agree to dissolve into the broader current of quiet. You do not drop anything. You file it where mornings can find it quickly, under bread, rope, lamp, friend, and forgiven. The archive of rest closes with better seals than clay can make. Across the room the chest now looks less like a container and more like a cordial neighbor who minds your mail when you travel. One packet lies at the top, not unsent anymore but unlonely. A reed cord crosses it with a geometry that remembers square sails. A clay flake on the lid holds a fish beside a lotus, their old duet. The message that does not travel still does its job. It keeps courage fluent. When the day returns, the boat returns with it. For now, the last scroll closes by becoming breath. Softness settles over the quay until the whole river sounds like a long, patient exhale. Lamps withdraw into themselves one slow grain at a time, and the night remembers the recipe for sleep. Equal parts faint breeze, a little resin in the air, the steady hush of water against stone. Every shelf finds its quiet posture. Every jar chooses a dream. Every rope forgets knots and becomes a line drawn toward morning. In this gentler dark, shoulders loosen, jaw unclenches, and thoughts drift like small boats released from their moorings, turning on the current without any need to arrive. Breath lengthens the way the Nile lengthens the valley. Out, pause, back, pause, until the body matches the river's measure. A cat curls into punctuation at the edge of your blanket, and the room becomes a sentence that ends in a whisper. Somewhere, far off, a steering or sighs and is answered by a star, and the answer is not a word but a temperature, a promise that the water will be here when morning asks for it. Linen cools against skin like a page that waited all day for your hand to rest upon it. If thoughts return, they return softer. A duck wait that nodded yes. A lotus pressed into clay. A familiar hand that always wrote the blessing first. Let them pass as reeds pass in a breeze, brushing, not catching. Let them fade into the quiet hum a fan would make if a fan belonged to this century. Steady, almost a purr. Let the river take the rest, the lists, the totals, the careful worries, and file them somewhere with a kind clerk who works nights. The scroll of the day closes, the chest is locked, the key is a slow inhale. Sleep walks in without knocking and sets down its bundle of driftwood dreams. Everything important will still know your name in the morning.